I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, The Thorn God in the Storm. After Tang Xuan got the soul of the stabbing monk, he immediately returned to SYNOPSIS sect. Although the magic of searching for the soul could not be used, it did not mean that he had no other means. After returning to SYNOPSIS sect, Tang Xuan immediately tortured the soul of the stabbing monk. The soul of the golden body monk had been nourished during the Shengsu period and could be materialized. It was very solid and looked almost like a living person. However, there was a monk in SYNOPSIS sect who refined a spiritual fire called the Three Nether Ghost Fire, which was specifically used to harm the soul. Tang Xuan asked the monk to burn the soul of the stabbing monk day and night. After only 3 days, the stabbing monk could not bear it anymore and began to confess. Why are you spying on Beg Suju? Do you want to kill Lin Xiao? No, I want to capture him alive. Capture Lin Xiao alive. Why? There is a traitor inside the assassin god. Someone has planted a spy. We have been investigating for hundreds of years, but have not found out. More than 200 years ago, our secret realm in Dan City was breached. Since then, high-level cultivators have been killed one after another, and the Lord God began to doubt. Not long ago, one of our golden body cultivators was killed in Tiansheng City. It was Lin Xiao who did it. Before he died, he sent a message saying that the destruction of Dan City was done by Lin Xiao. We want to capture Lin Xiao and find the traitor. Lin Xiao arranged spies among the assassins. This ancestor, the Tiansheng Sect, has a secret force that specializes in intelligence. The one who fought against the Hishite of the Tiansheng Sect before is named Lin Xiao. I know about this. Tang Xuan nodded. It was the same thing that happened. Lin Xiao spent the golden elixir of an 8th level cultivator to ask him to help him force Tiansheng Sect to retreat. He knew about this, but he didn't know that Lin Xiao was so powerful. The various sects in the cultivation world had been hunting down the Thorn God for who knows how many years, but he was able to arrange spies to go in. This method was scary enough. Ancestor, quickly ask where the Thorn God's lair is. This time we must annihilate them all. Also, the list of people who have infiltrated the various sects with the Thorn God. Yes, quickly tell me, who is the Lord of the Thorn God? What is his cultivation level? And where is your lair? I'll tell you. The Lord of the Thorn God is called. The golden body cultivator had just taken control, and suddenly, his soul burned up, and soon it turned to ashes. Tang Xuan stopped his disciples from rescuing him, because a vague figure appeared in the fire. The soul hosting spell. You hid your soul in his soul restriction. Elder Tang has good vision. You know me. Tang Xuan frowned and said, this soul hosting spell is extremely mysterious. It requires a cultivator to tear off a piece of soul and host it in another cultivator, and the conditions for activation can be set, which should be the secret of the Thorn God. As soon as this person said it, he activated the soul of the Lord of God, so he controlled the restriction in his soul, and made him break the soul of the golden body of the Thorn God. Guess is it comfortable to live in a panic like a lost dog? How about a fair fight between you and me? Haha, Elder Tang, don't waste your efforts. My appearance is your nightmare. The major sects in Zhongzhou monopolize the cultivation resources, regard low-level cultivators, and scattered cultivators as pigs and dogs, and constantly exploit them. The Thorn God will not perish. If one Thorn God dies, there will be thousands of Thorn Gods appearing. Elder Tang, we will meet again. After the Lord of God's soul was finished, it also annihilated actively. The cultivators around lowered their heads and pretended not to hear. This matter is strictly confidential, and no disclosure is allowed. Tang Xuan issued a strict order. Isn't it normal to exploit low-level cultivators? Without exploitation, how can a large sect gain a foothold, support disciples, and inherit the heritage? Penglai is located in the northeast of Zhongzhou. Not far north of Penglai is the territory of Bizhou. Bizhou is a relatively weak place among the 5 continents in the world of immortal cultivation. The biggest reason is that it is covered with ice and snow, and mortals cannot reproduce on a large scale. Without mortals to provide children for cultivation, it is naturally difficult for the power to develop. Therefore, Bizhao is vast and sparsely populated, with desolate colors everywhere. Many places are covered with ice and snow all year round. Except for immortal cultivators, mortals cannot survive. At this time, countless snow piles rushed down from a tall snow-capped mountain in Bizhao. It was an avalanche. This situation is very common in Bizhao, and there are many every day. In a valley, covered with ice and snow, several disciples looked at the snow on their heads and felt helpless. Fortunately, there was a formation to support them, otherwise they would be buried in the snow. If they were buried too deep, the immortal cultivators would also be in danger. They were the guarding disciples outside the secret realm of the God of Thorns. Behind them, there was a cave, which was very secret, and could not be discovered, unless they walked close. The cave was the last secret realm of the God of Thorns, and it was also the real headquarters. In the secret realm of the God of Thorns, the Lord of the God of Thorns was furious, and countless cultivators were trembling. Lin Xiao was even more so. He hid in the corner without saying a word. He had already guessed the situation. It must be that the golden body cultivator was killed. The headmaster is really amazing. That is a cultivator at the peak of the golden body. It is said that his internal organs must have been tempered. How could he be killed like this? Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. The God of Thorns had offended the Tiansheng Sect. He was really unlucky. He didn't know how many people had been killed in the trap over the past hundreds of years. Starting from Tiansheng that year, the cultivators that the Thorn God sent to assassinate Lin Xiao never returned. In the former territory of the Chen Kingdom, Lin Xiao bled them for decades, and all the people that the Thorn God trained in Nanzhao were defeated. Later, the Thorn God of Wei was also uprooted by Lin Xiao, and even the Lingguan cultivator who presided over it died. That was not all. The Thorn God's headquarters in Nanzhao was also leaked by the Tiansheng Sect, and most of the cultivators died. Later, it was the Dan City secret realm. Thorn God began to lose cultivators in the Shengsu period, and there were also a large number of Lingguan. The secrets in the Dan City secret realm were exposed by Lin Xiao, and a large number of Thorn God's assassins lost their hiding identities, which directly led to the destruction of Thorn God's basic base. Now it is the demise of the cultivators in the Shengsu period and the Jinshan period. This is the sixth one. Thorn God has only a dozen cultivators above the Shengsu period, and less than half of his troops died at the hands of Lin Xiao. Over the past 100 years, the strength of the Thorn God has recovered very slowly, because the Thorn God's source of income is basically obtained through assassination. A small part is obtained by the monks who attach themselves to the major sects before, and the rest is produced by this secret realm. Now that there is not much source of income, it is naturally impossible to develop. There are less than 5,000 people in this secret realm, most of whom are low-level disciples, and there are not many who are above the spiritual light. They are so weak, compared with the Thorn God at his peak, it is simply a world of difference. Lord God, when the Lord's things were almost smashed, the two golden body monks went up with their heads held high. Of the 5 golden bodies of the Thorn God, 2 are dead, and there are still 3. 2 are in the secret realm, and 1 is left outside, so they are the only ones in the secret realm who can persuade the Lord of God. You are all a bunch of trash. A golden body monk can't even beat a Shengsu period. What use do I have for you? Yes, 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 Lord God, you can't lose heart. We still need you to lead us to resist the major sects. How can we accomplish anything if we don't find the traitor? Lord God, Lin Xiao came from the Wu Kingdom in Nanzhao, and the traitor he left behind must be from Nanzhao. Why don't we rather kill the wrong one than let him go? Shut up. There are still more than 300 monks from Nanzhao in the organization. Half of them are backbones. If you kill them, will you go to do the work? The Lord God scolded without even thinking. Nanzhao is the most prosperous continent except Central Continent, so the God of Thorns would repeatedly go to Nanzhao to develop. Now there are more than 300 monks who have developed from Nanzhao within the God of Thorns, which is almost 1/30th of all the God of Thorns troops now, and many of them are backbones. Now the God of Thorns is extremely short of manpower. If you kill them, who will do the work? Yes, yes, then, Lord God, what should we do now? Send people to Nanzhao to investigate the strength of Wu Kingdom, with a focus on Tiansheng Sect, to find out Lin Xiao's background for me, and to see who this person is. Also, investigate the top leaders of Tiansheng Sect. After this wave of hype is over, kill half of them and teach Lin Xiao a lesson so that he knows the consequences of going against me. God Ci. The Lord God replied. When God Ci was at his most famous, even the major sects did not dare to offend them easily. He could not tolerate the fact that a small country in Nanzhao dared to kill even his trusted generals. Yes, Lord God, I will arrange it later. Also tell all the branches outside to increase their ability to collect financial resources and send a few more batches of talented disciples down. We will accumulate some more time. I don't believe that we can't give us a chance. If there is no opportunity, I will create it. The God of Thorns said coldly. The more chaotic the world of immortal cultivation is, the easier it is for the God of Thorns to develop. He has been patient to the limit. If the opportunity does not come, he will have to create opportunities himself. The God of Thorns has no financial resources now, but the God of Thorns still has many small branches outside. For example, Zi Yunfei, the 8-faced fox, has been outside all the time. The God of Thorns has limited trust in them and only requires them to provide disciples and financial resources. Now it is the most important source of income for the God of Thorns. The two cultivators took the order and quickly arranged personnel to go to Nanzhao to inquire. The cultivation level should not be too high or too low. Ling Guang and Daogang are the most suitable, so Li Ho was also on it. Senior, you want me to go too? Why, you don't want to? No, but I'm about to break through the 10th level of spiritual light recently, and I'm preparing to go into seclusion. It won't take long. I'll be back in 2 or 3 years. After I come back, the Lord of God will reward me. It's just right for you to go into seclusion then. Yes, senior. Li Ho had no choice but to nod his head and sighed in his heart. This thorn god is really courting death. Why not find someone else? But he must find him. It's hard to survive. 3 days later, Li Ho left the secret realm and took nearly 2 months to reach Nanzhao. After that, Li Ho and his party went to explore in batches. He even received an order from the top, asking them to find out the activity track of the top leaders of the Tiansheng Sect. After a few years, when the limelight has passed, they must assassinate the top leaders of the Tiansheng Sect to retaliate. Hearing this news, Li Ho was stunned. The overall strength of the Tiansheng Sect is now stronger than the Thorn God, but the top leaders really can't compare. Now, except for Lin Xiao and his apprentice, the only top leader, Yunanyu, is in the Shengsu period. How can he resist the assassination of the Thorn God? So Li Ho urgently contacted Yunanyu and passed the news to him. Yunanyu didn't know how to deal with it, so he had to go to Nanzhao in person to meet Lin Xiao and explain the situation. Chapter 627, Sending a Great Gift to Su Yuzhang. The situation was urgent. Yunanyu hadn't arrived yet, but the news had already reached Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the news and remained silent for a long time. It was not because he was afraid of the revenge of the Thorn God, but because he was thinking that the Thorn God was so stubborn that Lin Xiao didn't want to annihilate them now, and he was forced to take action. Master, what's wrong? What happened? Look at the news from Night Owl. The Thorn God wants to take revenge on the Tiansheng Sect. What should we do? The high-level leaders of the sect are all in the Lingguang period, but they can't stop the Thorn God's assassination. Not so fast. The Thorn God's golden body came to Shiansu City to kill me, which has angered the Suayu sect. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to avoid this limelight. Lin Xiao shook his head. He was very famous in Shiansu City, and Beizuju also had an extraordinary status in Shiansu City. If Lin Xiao died in Shiansu City, it would be a very damaging thing for Shiansu City. After all, if a person in the God Void stage could die, the lower level disciples would also be uneasy and feel that Shiansu City was unsafe, so Suayu sect attached great importance to this matter. In the territory of Suayu sect, another round of actions to eliminate the remnants of the Thorn God began. But what should we do after 3 to 5 years? Our people can't improve their cultivation so quickly. Do you think I will let them take action? Master, do you have any ideas? Well, give Suayu sect a big gift. Lin Xiao nodded. Thorn God is the public enemy of the righteous path. Whoever can find Thorn God's lair and destroy Thorn God will have a great reputation. This is also a great achievement for the sect's controller, and the sect must not be stingy with rewards. So Lin Xiao decided to tell Tang Xuan the news of Thorn God's lair and let Suayu sect come forward to encircle and suppress it, which can be regarded as a big gift to Suayu sect. 7 days later, Yunanyu arrived at Suayu sect. His cultivation advanced to the God Void stage. He traveled much faster, so he was a little earlier than before. He originally came from Zhangzhou, so it only took 7 days. Master, how do we resolve the crisis at hand? I have decided to tell Su Yuzong the news of the Thorn God's lair, and then we will wipe out the Thorn God. It's a pity that the Thorn God's secret realm has a radius of nearly 2,000 miles, and it is a huge treasure. I originally wanted to take it myself, but now I guess I can't get it. Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao already knew the location of the Thorn God's lair, but he didn't do anything, because he wanted to take it himself. Wait until Lin Xiao advanced to the 8th realm, and then attack, and finally take away the secret realm. Now he has to tell Su Yuzhang, and Lin Xiao definitely doesn't want this trophy anymore. Master, how should I, Xiao, cooperate? Should we activate 8-faced fox and Li Huo? 8-faced fox will be activated, and Li Huo will continue to hide. We still don't know who this god is, and what his background is. In case Tang Xuan fails to kill him, Li Huo will be needed as an insider. I understand. I will notify Li Huo, and ask him to find a way to stay outside for a while. What about 8-faced fox? How should he be activated? I heard that the god of thorns still has a lot of scattered people outside. Are you trying to raise funds for the god of thorns? Yes, after years of investigation, there should be more than 30 confirmed people scattered in large areas of South Continent, West Continent, North Continent and Central Continent, with more than 3,000 people, and the total number should be around 50. Very good. How many Lingguan monks do you have now, Xiao? After my breakthrough, there are 8 people, not counting Siki, and there are 5 other Lingguan monks under my control, not counting Yunzan who is in the Shengsu period. Can Xiao wipe out these branches of the God of Thorns independently? It's not difficult to break through, but it's probably impossible to leave none behind. Then I'll write a warrant and you give it to Nanzuan, asking him to mobilize the sect's forces to help you. More than 30 branches will launch the attack at the same time. We don't ask to leave anyone out, but we want to annihilate most of them. Then push the source of the news to Beimianhu to protect Li Huo. I understand. I will set out tomorrow to arrange this matter. But master, we Xiao want 80% of the spoils this time. Your appetite is too big. 60% will be given to you, and the remaining 40% will be used to reward the disciples who take action. The rest will be given to the sect. Remember, I don't want to leave any grass behind. Yes, master, I'll go first. Send a few more liaison officers. Remember, this matter must be carried out at the same time as the attack on the headquarters of Xiaishen. We must not alert the enemy and we must not miss the opportunity. I know. Keep in touch at any time. Yunanyu nodded, and then returned to the stronghold in Jiangsu City, and then delivered the message, while Lin Xiao went to Suayu Sect to pay a visit to Tang Xuan. Lin Xiao asked you about the news about the assassin a few days ago, but you refused to reveal it. Why are you willing to tell it now? Tang Xuan laughed when he learned the purpose of Lin Xiao's visit. Tang Xuan personally asked about it a few days ago, but Lin Xiao was hesitant and kept perfunctory and refused to say anything. Now he took the initiative to tell it, which made Tang Xuan feel that there was something fishy going on. Senior, Lin Xiao was confused a few days ago and didn't understand your painstaking efforts. Now I have thought it through. The assassin is vicious. And why? Stop, there is no need to say such empty words. If you are unwilling to tell the truth, then get out. I don't want to see you. Tang Xuan had a look of disgust on his face. This kind of words might be used to fool a fool, but saying them to him, isn't that looking down on him? Okay, it's like this. My disciples in the Assassin God Sect sent me a message. Because I killed several Assassin God leaders, the Assassin God Lord was furious and decided to retaliate by assassinating the leaders of my Tiansheng Sect. Assassin God also has several Shengsu stage and Jinshan stage people. My Tiansheng Sect cannot resist them, so I came to ask the seniors for help. Really? But don't you, Lin Xiao, Have magical powers? Why can't you do it yourself? Tang Xuan said with a smile. Everyone guessed that Lin Xiao had a backer. Why couldn't Lin Xiao do it himself? Tang Xuan was also very curious about this. Inconvenient, why I don't know. They didn't say, Lin Xiao replied. Everyone suspected that he had a backer, so Lin Xiao didn't want to explain anymore and just let it go. Really? If that's the case, then you begged me for help, so why don't you give me any benefit at all? Senior, in order to resolve the crisis of your Tiansheng Sect, my SYNOPSIS sect must mobilize at least tens of thousands of people. Even me, an old ancestor of the 8th realm, will be mobilized. You won't be so stingy. Can the disciples of my SYNOPSIS sect die for you in vain? Tang Xuan had a sly grin on his face. Since you begged me for help, I will beat you to death and make you bleed once. I will never give up. Everyone knows that you, Lin Xiao, are the good fortune boy who can turn stones into gold. You have to pay. You can make an offer. Patriarch Tang can name it, but what? According to my disciples' report, the lair of the God of Thorns is in a secret realm. The secret realm is about 2,000 miles in radius, and there are many precious spiritual medicines planted in it. Since I paid for the job, shouldn't the spoils belong to me? Is the secret realm of the God of Thorns really 2,000 miles in size? Tang Xuan asked hurriedly, and was very shocked. Although the secret realm is not a very mysterious thing, it is very precious, and can be used as a retreat for a force. As long as it is well hidden, no one can find it. Everyone knows that the Haodi family and the Qingdi family are in the East China Sea area, but no one knows where they are exactly. Otherwise it is impossible for the various sects to have no movement at all. A secret realm of about 2,000 miles in radius costs at least tens of billions of Zuan crystals. If all the spiritual veins are built, it is not something that can be estimated with Zuan crystals. In a word, it is a priceless treasure. Of course, my disciples have lived there for hundreds of years. They know how big it is, and how many garrisons it has. Really? Well, I don't need you to pay, but I want to distribute the spoils according to military merit, Tang Xuan said immediately. This secret realm alone was enough for him to take action. He wanted to take action before for fame and political achievements, but now it is for tangible benefits. As long as he said it, Su Yuzhan would definitely agree with it, and no one would object. No, Lin Xiao dare not embarrass the senior. I think I'd better find a way myself. Lin Xiao will take his leave. You want to leave? There's no door. Come on, close the door, and don't let him run away. Tang Xuan shouted, and Tang Yulin's father appeared, guarding the door, looking at Lin Xiao with a smile. It was not that he really wanted to take action, but that he wanted Lin Xiao to stay. Senior, aren't you being a hooligan? It was you who asked for payment just now. Stop talking nonsense. I helped you to resolve all the troubles you caused in SYNOPSIS sect over the years. If SYNOPSIS sect had not stepped in, do you think the last incident with the Penglai Little Phoenix could have been resolved so easily? Is the reputation of my SYNOPSIS sect only worth 100 million Zuan crystals? I tell you, I'm being a hooligan. So what? If you don't accept it, you can practice with me. For the benefit of the sect, what's wrong with being a hooligan? If everyone in SYNOPSIS sect knew about it, they would only admire and respect him. He lost face for the sake of benefits, and did not care about personal gains and losses. Okay, you are the ancestor. You are awesome. I admit defeat. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Tell me the intelligence. No, I have to make it clear that I will also take action this time, and even bring some people here, but not many, only about 100 people. We have to share some benefits, and we can't let you take all the advantages. Is it easy for me to send a spy in? Do you know how many people I died before I succeeded in getting one? If you don't give me any benefits, then there is no room for negotiation. Okay, you tell me how much you want. Don't ask too much. Tang Xuan nodded. This point really needs to be understood. The god of assassination is very vigilant, and it is not something that ordinary people can infiltrate. Lin Xiao is extremely shrewd. If the god of assassination did not want to retaliate against him, he probably wouldn't say it. He must want to take it all himself, and it is impossible for him to eat it alone. I want 50% of the benefits. Get out. Believe it or not, I will deal with you now. Don't be impatient. I haven't finished yet. The secret realm is yours, but I want 50% of the floating wealth in it. No, you only have so many people. I will provide so many people. 30%. At most 30%. If you object again, I will deal with you. Why are you unreasonable? I won't be unreasonable. It's up to you whether it's okay or not okay, but I have a request. That is, I'll let you choose first, and you have to peel off a spiritual vein of no less than the 5th level in the secret realm for me. Your Suyu sect has no shortage of spiritual veins, but I do. Seeing that Tang Shuwen was about to roll up his sleeves to hit him, Lin Xiao immediately agreed. Tang Shuwen agreed to this point. Lin Xiao was right. The Suyu sect had hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance and cultivated countless spiritual veins. There was no shortage of spiritual veins at all. Chapter 628, Conquering the Assassin God. Seeing that Tang Shuwen agreed, Lin Xiao immediately revealed some information, such as the Thorn God's lair was in Bizhou and the approximate garrison strength of the Thorn God's lair. According to Li Huo's information, the Thorn God should have 3 golden body monks, 7 or 8 Shenk superior monks, and no less than 30 spiritual lights. There are about 5,000 people below the spiritual lights, and people are still gathering from all over the place to transport resources. Li Huo knew that the Thorn God's lair should have 70% to 80% of all the strength. Even if there were more, it would not be too much. The only uncertainty was the God Lord. He only knew that he was an 8th level cultivator, but he didn't know how many years he had advanced to the 8th level and what level he had reached. I understand. How many people can you send? My apprentice Li Muxu and I, part of the Li family, plus Yima's people. Lin Xiao replied. This time he would give the benefits to Yimi for free. Lin Xiao wanted to promote a cooperation between the two families and lay the foundation for future cooperation to see if the two families can join forces. If possible, then when the major sects plot to seize the Heodi family or the Qingdi family, he will be much more confident. Why do you want to drag them along? There is no reason. Li Muxu is my apprentice. If she goes out, isn't it normal for the Li family to send some guards? Yima is my friend. You know me. I'm not only a kind boy, but also a boy who spreads wealth. There are benefits to share. You are too complicated. Tang Shuwen replied. He obviously realized the possibility of the two families joining forces. It is best not to let this happen. There are only 100 people in total. How complicated is it? If the seniors don't agree, it seems that I can only find a way to solve it myself. Lin Xiao refused to give in. If he didn't agree, then he would turn the table over and quit. We'll eat it ourselves. Lin Xiao, the 8th realm patriarch, is not joking. If they go, what if they fight when distributing the spoils? Don't you want to stay in my Tiansheng city? Of course this won't happen. I will make it clear to their protectors in advance that they can't take action unless it is absolutely necessary. This is an opportunity for training. Even if they take action, they can't take any spoils. We just need to follow what we agreed in advance. We made a vow in advance on this point. Lin Xiao also thought of a countermeasure. In short, this time we must promote the cooperation of the two. Okay, Tang Shuwen was unhappy in his heart, but he couldn't refuse. The information was in Lin Xiao's hands. If he didn't agree, the Li family and the Yi family could also get the benefits. After seeing Tang Shuwen agreed, Lin Xiao immediately returned to Tiansheng city. Li Muxu's side was naturally no problem. 30% of the floating wealth. Lin Xiao's side accounted for 10%, the Li family accounted for 10%, and the Yi family accounted for 10%. Fellow Daoist Lin, why didn't you tell us about this good thing earlier? In fact, we can take it without Su Yuzhang's action. Ymir felt very sorry after learning about Lin Xiao's purpose. The lair of the God of Thorns, the secret realm of 2,000 miles. How much money is there? Given her lack of money, she must risk her life to do it. When the time comes, let her 9 ancestors take action, and she can take it. Meh, the God of Thorns is fierce, and when the time comes, the trapped beast will fight, and I don't know how many people will die. It's just to make money. There is no need to rush. 1/10 of the floating wealth is already a lot. Okay, this kind of thing is a waste if you don't do it. Well, you prepare 50 people with the lowest cultivation level of Dao Gang, waiting for orders. As for your elder, tell him that he can follow, but he doesn't need to act casually, and he won't be paid. I know. You will go to Suyuzang with me tomorrow, sign a contract, and make a vow. Lin Xiao nodded, and then Lin Xiao returned to Beiziju, and told Li Muxu about his biggest goal this time. Uncle, come out. Muxu Li Xiaoxin appeared in the room, and looked at Lin Xiao coldly. Since you are here, let's be frank. Senior, do you think you can resist any of the 7 first-rate sects if they attack the Li family? If it's a headquarters, we can. We have the strength, but don't use it. Are they fools? The biggest fool is to expect the enemy to be a fool. You. Take Suyu Sect as an example. Once Suyu Sect starts mobilizing, it can recruit 80,000 to 100,000 people. The lowest cultivation level will not be lower than Zifu, and there will be at least 100 people above Shengsu period. How many people can the Li family mobilize? There are only 100 or so cultivators in your Li family. How many of them are old, weak, sick and disabled? How many are there below Zifu? You can do the math yourself. If Suyu Sect doesn't do it themselves, and any of the 7 major sects are randomly picked out, the power will be doubled. How many people can your Li family stop? Lin Xiao said with a sneer. Suyu Sect is indeed not very powerful, but they have many vassals. Once these vassals are mobilized, the army above Zifu can have about 100,000 people. This is an extremely powerful force, and this is the power of a sect. Uncle, Master's words make sense. All sects are extremely covetous of the secret of ascension. The Supreme cannot guarantee the safety of the Li family. Once they decide to take action, the Li family will be in danger of extinction. Are you willing to watch the Li family perish? I know, but back then. That was back then, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even the Supreme has been separated by more than 10 generations. What kind of hatred can be remembered for hundreds of thousands of years? Li Xiaoxin stopped talking. Li Muxu would not understand what they felt in their hearts. The Li family was once at the top of this world, but now it has weakened to this point. This is something that no Li family cultivator can accept. If uncle doesn't agree, then fine, I won't go, and I won't take the benefits that my master has worked so hard to fight for. Muxu, let me think about it. One day to consider. Before going to Suyu Sect, let the 3 of us meet first. Lin Xiao replied. Another consideration for bringing the 2 families is that he is afraid that Suyu Sect will go back on its word. At that time, with the 2 families as a check and balance, Suyu Sect will never dare to swallow Lin Xiao's benefits. At this time, Ymir was also persuading her 9th ancestor. The ancestor of the Yi family didn't care. The Li family hated him, but the Yi family felt that they had a clear conscience. Emperor Heo had won his battles in the past, and he didn't care about conspiracies. There might be conspiracies in the Li family, but it was definitely not done by Emperor Heo. Emperor Heo was an extremely arrogant person back then, and would not do such a thing. The 2 families selected 50 people, plus Lin Xiao and the other 2, that is, 103 people, with the lowest cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. They were all elites in the hands of the 2 people. After all, they could not mobilize all the strength of the family. The day before going to Suyuzang, the 3 families met and discussed some things. The first was to compete for the spoils and ensure their own interests. The second was to cooperate with each other and never allow each other to act independently or even to play dirty. Before going out, they might have to practice a little. The third was to check and balance the Suyuzang to ensure that they could get this benefit and not let the Suyuzang swallow it up. The 3 agreed. Afterwards, Lin Xiao and others went to Suyuzang and formed an alliance with Tang Xuwen. This time, the 4 families formed a coalition to conquer the Thorn God and directly wiped out the Thorn God's lair. At this time, after a secret mobilization, Suyuzang had assembled about 10,000 people, the lowest of whom was the Purple Mansion. Among them, there were 10 Shengsu period and 5 Jinshan period. Whether it was high-end combat power or overall strength, they could crush the Thorn God. After the army assembled, they secretly left the Suyuzang's territory in batches and assembled outside the Suyuzang. This matter must also be kept secret. Except for a few Jinshan period monks, no one knew the specific actions of the people mobilized by the Suyuzang. This was also a carefully planned action. The army moved slowly in the back to cover up its whereabouts, while Tang Xuan acted personally. For the sects that the army was going to pass by, he went to greet them in advance to ensure that there would be no misunderstandings and that the sect would regard it as an invasion. Afterwards, Tang Yulan took a few Jinshan monks to Bizhao first to monitor outside the secret realm to ensure that the Thorn God did not detect the actions of the Suyuzang and would not escape in advance. Meanwhile, the senior leaders of the Suayu sect also cooperated, using the excuse that the assassin wanted to assassinate Lin Xiao to purge the assassin personnel on the Suayu sect territory, create momentum, and confuse the assassin. At the same time, Yunnan also got Lin Xiao's authorization, and the Tiansheng Sect secretly mobilized its forces to cooperate with the Night Owl. They had already targeted more than 30 assassin branches that had been discovered, and began to secretly round them up. The forces of each Tiansheng Sect had to be twice as strong as the other side. A total of more than 10,000 people were mobilized, including 1 person in the Shengsu period, 16 people in the Lingguang period, and more than 80 people in the Daogang period. They only waited for Lin Xiao's order to attack. They dared not say that no one would be missed, but they could definitely annihilate most of the troops. If the actions of both sides were successful at the same time, then more than 80% of the assassins' troops would be annihilated. Even if the Lord God escaped, it would be impossible to recover to the current level without hundreds or thousands of years of recovery time. If Suyuzang flew to Bizhao at full speed, it would only take about half a year at Lin Xiao's speed. Taking the teleportation array, it might only take 2 months. However, it took half a year for the 10,000 troops to travel secretly to Bizhao. Everyone maintained considerable patience. In Bizhao, 100 miles outside the lair of the God of Thorns, Lin Xiao and others finally reunited with Tang Xuan. In the past 6 months, Tang Xuan had been secretly monitoring and had confirmed that this place was the lair of the God of Thorns. Ancestor Tang Lin Xiao, where are your people? My people are not in the secret realm, because I'm afraid they will lose their lives in the melee. Why didn't you say it earlier? Now that we have confirmed that the secret realm is here, how to attack is a problem. If we choose to attack by force, they only need to guard the narrow entrance to the secret realm, and our superior strength will not be reflected. At least half of the 10,000 people will be killed or injured before we can attack. Lin Xiao also felt that there were some mistakes. The last time he attacked the secret realm of Dan City, it was so smooth because someone helped open the entrance. If no one helps this time, I'm afraid there will be heavy losses. Don't worry, ancestor. Just leave this matter to me, Yimi suddenly said, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on Yimi. Chapter 629, The Horn of Attack. Seeing everyone looking at her, Yimiya took out a talisman without any hurry and said, a 7th grade invisibility talisman. Even if it is not scanned dozens or hundreds of times by the divine sense, it cannot be seen through. The entrance and exit of the secret realm, the 8th grade cultivator will not be stationed for a long time. The foundation of the Heodi family is indeed extraordinary. Tang Xuan commented lightly. Danfuki arrays will become extremely rare after reaching the 7th level, and after the 7th level, the value will double for each level. This 7th grade invisibility talisman is of extraordinary value. This level of talismans, Suyuzang has, but it is extremely rare. Basically, they are placed in the sect's treasury as a foundation, and will not be used easily, so Tang Xuan did not prepare it. Ancestor Tang, if that's the case, it's not difficult to seize the entrance and exit. The difficult part is how to rush in after we seize it. Who among you is willing to be the vanguard? Tang Xuan said. Being the vanguard is an extremely dangerous thing. No one knows how many people the Thorn God has prepared at the entrance of the secret realm, and no one knows how fast their 8th level monks will come to reinforce. The army is 100 miles away, and it will take a certain amount of time to rush in. No one, then I, Lin Xiao, will sign up. I, Li Muxu, will sign up too. How can I be missing Yimi? There are enough people, and I only have 1 talisman. Fellow Daoist Lin, how do you think we should seize it? It's simple. Mia will put on a 7th grade high quality talisman, and Muzu and I will put on 6th grade high quality talismans. You'll be in front and we'll be behind. You'll lurk at the door while we create a commotion from behind. Then you'll suddenly attack and kill the enemy, and then we'll rush over in an instant. This place is only a few miles away and can be reached in an instant. Then we lines kill the guarding monks in the secret realm together, and Patriarch Tang will lead the monks above the Shengsu stage to reinforce in the shortest possible time. The Shengsu stage monks will stay and control the entrances and exits with us. Patriarch Tang will go to contain the God Lord. What the Golden Body monks have to do is to disrupt the opponent's formation. The monks in the secret realm have been working hard all year round. Thousands of people can be assembled in a cup of tea, but it will take at least 3 cups of tea for the army to break through this 100 miles. Therefore, the Golden Body monks must interrupt their formation while resisting the opponent's attack. You must also fight in a mobile manner. Prepare more talismans. You don't need high level ones. You can just throw them randomly when the time comes. After the main army went in, hundreds of people from the Yi and Li families joined the fight, while the disciples of the Suyu sect formed a battle formation. The leader must be clear that he should attack wherever the other side's troops begin to gather, so as to minimize the losses. Lin Xiao took over the command quietly. Zhang Zhao has not experienced a major war for many years. In terms of command ability, Lin Xiao is the most experienced among the high-level cultivators, and everyone did not have much opinion on Lin Xiao's command. Okay, let's do it. When do we start? As soon as possible. There are still 2 hours before dark. We will start in the middle of the night. The key to this battle is whether the Golden Body cultivator can stop the other side from forming a battle formation. Don't worry, whoever dares to drag his feet in this battle will be the first one I will not forgive, Tang Xuan said coldly. If they embarrass themselves in front of outsiders or even disrupt the operation, the sect will definitely deal with them. Okay, let's do it at night. Now let's relax and prepare the talismans, magic tools, and elixirs. Lin Xiao nodded, and then everyone prepared for the battle. Lin Xiao also quietly released the news, asking Yi Xiao to act tonight, and both sides should attack at the same time. 3 hours later, the sky was completely dark. The night in Bizhao was pitch dark, and the cold wind was howling, making a lot of noise. Lin Xiao, Li Muxu, and Ymir each took out the hidden talisman and pasted it. Then Ymir bowed to Lin Xiao and went ahead. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu hurriedly followed. They were about 2 kilometers away from Li Muxu, 100 miles away, and they arrived in a moment. Ymir had already discovered 3 cultivators stationed outside the secret realm, 2 Dao Gang, and 1 Lingguang period. When Lin Xiao saw Ymir in place, his spiritual consciousness rolled up, and a stone flew out of thin air and hit the ground heavily, making a sound. The Lingguang cultivator was extremely alert. You, go and take a look. What's going on, senior? Can't you just use your spiritual sense to scan it? No, many spells can avoid spiritual sense. Take a look. Yes, senior. The Dao Gang cultivator had no choice but to fly out to take a look. He was wearing a white windbreaker, and if he wasn't close, he couldn't see him. When he moved, Lin Xiao took out the hidden weapon soul-destroying needle and aimed at him. Puff, puff. When the Dao Gang flew out a mile, Yimi took action and directly showed the Mandarin duck axe. Before taking action, she also used her huge spiritual power to freeze the 2 people. 2 heads flew up, and a large area of mysterious light was scattered. Yimi turned and rushed into the cave, while Lin Xiao shouted charge, and then shot the soul-destroying needle, piercing the opponent's head. Not good. The exit of the secret realm is protected by a formation. What should we do? 3 people worked together. Attack. When Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the cave, Yimi did not rush in, because there was a 6th level formation protecting the door. If one attack could not break it, it would alert the enemy. The 3 of them worked together, and each launched an attack. Even the attack power of Lin Xiao and the other 2 was not comparable to that of ordinary Shengsu period. The 6th level formation was broken in an instant. However, this also alarmed the cultivators in the secret realm. The high-level cultivators suddenly shouted in the secret realm, and some people began to fly to the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Kill Lin Xiao, Li Muxu and Ymir rushed into the secret realm. There were also more than 20 people guarding this entrance and exit of the secret realm, but more than half of them were low-level disciples. The 3 of them killed them all in the blink of an eye. 7 or 8 Shengsu period, 2 Jinshan period, and 16 Lingguang period. What a strong formation. The 3 of them guarded the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Looking at the rising momentum in the distance, Lin Xiao said coldly, the Thorn God has been strangled for so many years and there is still such a strong force left. These sects in Zhongzhou are really shameful. Tang Xuan and a group of Shengsu period monks tried their best to hurry on their way. The distance of 100 miles was reached in an instant. Tang Xuan raised a strong momentum and confronted the momentum of the God Lord. The other golden body monks all rushed out. The 5 golden body monks were divided into 5 groups, and a thick stack of spiritual talismans appeared in their hands. These spiritual talismans ranged from the 4th to the 6th level. After the 5 people activated them, they threw them randomly. The whole secret realm was suddenly bombed. There were flames and screams everywhere. The God of Thorns could not know the number of attackers for a while. Yi Meiya once again showed the foundation of the Haodi family. A 7th level formation was thrown out. Lin Xiao and the other 3 plus the 10 Shengsu period monks of Suyuzang were enough to completely control the formation. Even if the God Lord came in person, he could not break the formation at will. Lin Xiao counted the time silently. About 20 minutes later, the vanguard of the 10,000 man army arrived. Seeing the thousands of monks pouring in, Lin Xiao felt relieved and thought that this battle was stable. Who is the leader of the Suyu sect? Fellow Daoist Lin, it's me. Okay, these 1000 vanguards don't need to participate in the battle. You just stay here. If the enemy breaks through, you must not let any of them escape. This Senior Tang has handed over the command of the battlefield to me. Please listen to my orders, otherwise I have the right to enforce military law and kill you. Yes, fellow Daoist Lin. The face of the Shengsu period cultivator was red, but he did not dare to disobey. Ymir expanded the formation several times, and 1,000 pioneers began to line up, and then condense the formation. Not long after, the remaining cultivators continued to pour in. The remaining Shengsu period cultivators led their own teams, condensed the battle formation with about 1,000 people on the side, and then advanced into the depths, while Li Muxu and Ymir's 100 people advanced in the form of a team of more than 10 people. It's almost stable. Do you want to do it? Of course, otherwise how can we ask Suyuzang for spoils of war? Master, I'll go too. Okay, the 3 of us will form a horn. Don't disperse. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Lin Xiao nodded. He really had to work hard, otherwise he would have to argue when he asked for the spoils of war. In Nansao, on a sacred mountain in the territory of Qi, Ziyunfei, the 8-faced fox, suddenly attacked and killed most of the dozens of members of the Thorn God here. The rest were also killed by the night owl who suddenly attacked. The more than 20 people captured were all Ziyunfei's trusted confidants. Z senior brother, congratulations, the clouds have cleared and the moon is bright. It's you. You haven't broken through the spiritual light yet. There is no hope. I will retire in another 20 years. I will wait for my great-grandson. My son and grandson are not up to the standard. Haha, okay, I will treat you to a drink then. Clean up here quickly and bring back the captives. They are all my trusted confidants and can basically be reformed. Okay, all disciples listen to my orders. Clean up the battlefield. Finish off the dead bodies, and take away all the floating wealth. The leading Dao Gang monk gave an indifferent order, and 200 monks began to clean up the battlefield. Tens of thousands of miles away, in the Qin territory, the fighting was also going on. This stronghold was where the Thorn God's power was relatively strong. There was a cultivator of the 10th level of spiritual light guarding it. Yunanyu personally took action, and was fighting fiercely in the air. Thousands of cultivators were also fighting fiercely below, but this was a one-sided battle. Thorn God's men died one after another. A few cultivators who saw something was wrong began to break out. In the Qin state of Zizhao, there were 2 Thorn God branches, one in Kyoto, and one on the border. In order to collect financial resources for Thorn God, Baizichan, who was stationed here, personally came forward to negotiate. Princess Mingayu gave convenience. Hundreds of Wu state cultivators lurked in the Qin military camp and started fighting at this time. The Qin cultivators did not want to lose any benefits, so they took action one after another. Facing such a powerful opponent, Thorn God began to break out. In Bizhao, the battle was going on in the territory of the Ice and Snow Palace. The Ice and Snow Palace responded quickly and immediately sent monks to check. Zhang Qingxuan stopped the Ice and Snow Palace and ordered, Su Yuzhang is clearing out the assassin god, and the Ice and Snow Palace should not move. Are you from the Su Yuzhang? Believe it or not, after this battle, there will be people to negotiate with you. The assassin god came to my Su Yuzhang Xiansu city to kill people. He is unforgivable. I hope the Ice and Snow Palace will give you a convenience. After that, Zhang Qingxuan stopped answering. His consciousness was staring at the battlefield behind him. The Night Owl's men had already begun to pursue the remaining enemies. In Zhangzhou, near Xiangangmen, Arking led his men to encircle and kill a part of the assassin god. When the killing was going on, the monks of Xiangangmen arrived. Arking hurriedly asked his disciples to retreat, and then shouted that they were encircling and suppressing the assassin god. The monks of Xiangangmen also moved immediately, and auras continued to rise. Chapter 630, The End of the Assassin. In Bizhao, in the mysterious realm of the god of assassins, a fierce battle was going on. In the sky, Tang Xuan and the Lord of God had already fought each other. No one dared to approach easily within 100 miles of the battle between the two. Even the cultivators of the Divine Void stage might be affected. The cultivation of the Lord of Assassins was higher than that of Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan could not defeat him at all, but Tang Xuan was not in a hurry. He just needed to contain the Lord of God. There were 10,000 troops here, plus Ymir's 6 golden body cultivators, and Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were also equivalent to the golden body combat power. There were also 10 cultivators of the Divine Void stage. When they cleared the remaining enemies and formed a battle formation, the Lord of God would surely die. In the secret realm, the bombardment of the 5 golden body cultivators caused chaos among the people of the god of assassins. They could not organize a battle formation at all, and thousands of people were directly killed. The 2 golden body monks of the Thorn God could not stop them at all. When the battle formation led by the Shengsu period monks arrived, the golden body monks also freed their hands and began to encircle and suppress the opponent's golden body monks. At least 2 people fought against one. The situation of the Thorn God suddenly became critical. To the northeast, there are Thorn God's troops gathering. Kill them. Northeast, let go. There are more than 100 monks fighting everywhere. They fight everywhere. Once they find Thorn God's troops gathering, or 1,000-man team will transform into an offensive and kill them. Bang, bang. In the secret realm, mysterious light is scattered all the time. This is the celestial phenomenon of the fall of monks above Daogang. Large numbers of monks began to sit and die. Fight with you. The monks in the Thorn God headquarters are all extremely loyal to the Lord of God. They are brave and brave. After knowing that they are injured and cannot break through, they blew themselves up and killed many people. However, in war, human life is just a number. When the blood is surging, they will not think so much. They only know to kill, and kill crazily. When Lin Xiao and the other 2 arrived at the battlefield, the 2 golden body monks were completely desperate. Each of them was attacked by at least 3 monks of the same level. No matter how strong they were, it was useless. After all, not everyone was like Lin Xiao, Li Muxu, and Yimi, who could kill monks of the same level in seconds. Lord God, I will follow you in the next life. I'm leaving first. Lord God, retreat. As long as there is a green mountain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. No, they are going to self-destruct. Retreat. Battle formation. Defense. Retreat. Haha, haha, you little bastards. Die. Boom, boom. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu had rich battlefield experience. They knew the other party's intentions. As soon as they saw what the other party said, they immediately used their body skills to retreat, but the Suyu sect monks were a bit slower. When the other party self-destructed, they didn't have time to escape from the core area. The 2 were directly blown away. Their tempered bodies couldn't withstand the power of the self-destruction. They immediately vomited blood and immediately retreated to the entrance and exit of the secret realm, unable to fight anymore. One of the battle formations was not well defended, and hundreds of Suyu sect disciples died on the spot, and 200 or 300 people were seriously injured. The remaining people could not maintain the battle formation and had to disperse to kill the enemy. Goodbye, Lord God. I will trace you back to Lord God in the next life. The self-explosion of the golden body monk infected the Sheng superior monks, and some of them began to self-explode one after another, causing great casualties to the Suyu sect. They really had not experienced such a large-scale war for too long. They lacked experience and reacted too slowly, resulting in a Sheng superior monk died on the spot. 3 people were seriously injured, and low-level disciples also suffered heavy casualties. But overall, the situation has been controlled. With the repeated deaths of high-level monks, the resistance of the Thorn God became weaker and weaker, and many monks began to break out and hide everywhere. All the monks of the assassin sect, listen to my order and retreat on your own. The Lord of God felt as if his heart was broken. He desperately attacked Tang Xuan, but although Tang Xuan's cultivation was not as good as his, he had no problem protecting himself. He could not be defeated in a short time. The Lord of God had to open the back doors of the 2 secret realms to let the monks escape. Stop them, don't let any of them go. Tang Xuan, I will fight to the death with your Suyu sect. The Lord of God was furious, and then he tore the space and escaped directly. 2 Taoist friends, help me kill the enemy, and I will reward you handsomely. Tang Xuan also followed him out, and then shouted. In an instant, 2 figures appeared. They were the protectors of Yima and Li Muxu. 8th realm. The Lord of God found them, and felt a chill in his heart. He was no match for the 3 of them. However, the Lord of God did not give up the desire to survive. He sneered and flew north. The area near the North Province near the Central Province is the world of cultivators. The North Province sects, mainly the Ice and Snow Palace, have already established a firm foothold, but there are still large areas of land in the North Province that are in the hands of monsters, especially the snow monsters, who are naturally good at ice and snow magic. They are blessed here, and their combat effectiveness has increased by 30%. The God Lord's momentum swept through, and he continued to attack the snow monsters, which immediately aroused the reaction of the monsters. In the depths of the ice field, auras rose one after another. They were at least the 7th level monster kings warning everyone. What should we do? Should we continue to chase? If we continue to chase, the monsters will launch a large army. There is a supreme monster king in the depths of the Northland, and you cannot enter without permission. Lin Xiao and the other 2 were unwilling to fight for the Suyu sect. For them, they just wanted to take the floating wealth here, and they would not fight to the death. Tang Xuan was alone, and could not support himself, so he had to stop, and did not dare to chase anymore. The demon race and the human race are irreconcilable. If the Lord God goes deep into the wilderness, he will also be in danger of falling. Let's be on guard here. Tang Xuan did not dare to pursue, nor did he dare to leave at will. He had to be on guard here, to prevent the Lord God from making a comeback. At this time, the large-scale battle in the secret realm had ended. It took about an hour before and after. The large-scale resistance of the assassin god had been stopped, and there was a 1,000-man team guarding the 2 back gates. The remaining monks began to search for the remaining enemies. From time to time, there were screams, and from time to time there were battles, but it would not take long before they would stop. Your 1,000-man team will immediately form a law enforcement team. It is forbidden for monks to rape, fornicate, and plunder. All spoils must be handed over. Those who violate the rules will be killed without mercy. On the Suyu sect side, in addition to Tang Xuan, his son also participated in the battle. At this time, he was covered in blood, and his robes were tattered. There was the blood of the enemy and his own blood. After Lin Xiao's advice, he began to clean up the battlefield. In addition to the more than 5,000 Thorn God monks, there are probably more than 100,000 mortals in the secret realm, all of whom are descendants of Thorn God monks. The Suyu sect monks are so bloodthirsty that they will not even let mortals go. Under the command of Tang Xuan's son, a team of 1,000 people became a law enforcement team. A large number of image talismans were distributed and began to supervise the battlefield. The remaining thousands of troops began to clear out the remaining enemies by area. Lin Xiao, what should we do? Let your people also participate in the search for the remaining enemies, in small teams, do not disperse, and also start to enforce battlefield discipline. No one is allowed to hide the spoils of war. Those who violate the rules will be killed without mercy. I understand. King Dili family disciples, gather here. Haod family disciples, follow me. Both of them began to gather disciples, and then went to various places, to search for the remaining enemies. The assassin god secret realm is more than 2,000 miles in radius, and there are too many places to hide people. A day later, the secret realm became quiet. 99% of the assassin god's troops were eliminated. The mortals became prisoners, and were taken to an open place for custody. As for the disciples, who died in the battle, they were divided into enemies and friends. The people were lined up in rows. Their storage bags were also collected, but they were all marked. As for the assassin god monks, all the magic tools, storage bags, and robes on their bodies were stripped off, and the dead bodies were thrown into a large pit at random. There were many flame stones and spiritual carbon buried at the bottom of the pit. As long as the pit was full, they started to burn the bodies. Their storage bags and magic tools were sorted into piles, piled up on the ground. Hundreds of monks were counting and sorting them. Li Muxu and Yi Mi had several people supervising. The remaining troops were still searching for the remaining enemies again and again. Occasionally, some monks would be discovered and quickly killed. Thousands of people were searching an area of more than 2,000 miles in radius, so there would inevitably be omissions. However, there was no need to worry about the omissions of some individuals. By then, the secret realm would be taken away and would be exposed sooner or later. How is the situation? Very good. No remaining enemies have been found for half a day. I guess there won't be many. How many escaped? Not many. There will definitely not be more than 10 people. Moreover, their cultivation is not higher than Lingguang. There are special people to chase and kill high-level monks. The Lord of Gods opened 2 back doors. At that time, about 30 or 40 people rushed out. Su Yuzhang also chased out hundreds of people. Most of them did not escape, but it was hard to say for some. There were always some people who were lucky or had first-class escape skills. 2 days later, Tang Xuan came back. The first thing he did was to ask about the casualties. According to statistics, 2 golden body monks, 9 Shengsu period monks, more than 5,300 people below Shengsu period, and about 30,000 mortals were implicated in this battle. On the other hand, 2 golden bodies were seriously injured in the Suayu sect, but their path was not endangered. 1 Shengsu period monk died, 3 people were seriously injured, and the rest were slightly injured. 3 people in the Lingguang period died in the battle, and more than a dozen were injured. 536 people below the Lingguang died in the battle, more than 100 were seriously injured, and more than 1,000 were slightly injured. Li Muxu and Yi Mi's people also died in the battle, and more than a dozen people were injured, not counting the minor injuries. Overall, the casualties were very small. If it weren't for the self-explosion of those golden body monks, the casualties could be reduced by more than half. Tang Xuan got the accurate data and felt relieved. The Suayu sect could still tolerate this casualties. Even under his psychological expectations, he was prepared to lose thousands of people. This time he made a lot of money, not counting the floating wealth. This secret realm alone was very valuable. Have the spoils been counted? Ancestor, not yet. The secret realm's treasure house has been counted, but the cultivator's storage bags have not been completely opened yet. Where are the statistics? Now there are more than 50 million Zuan crystals alone, and various elixirs and magical instruments are innumerable. A rough estimate is that there are no less than 2 billion. In addition, there are 11 spirit veins in the secret realm. The highest is the 6th grade, 3 are 5th grade, and the rest are 3rd and 4th grade. Okay, Lin Xiao will give you 2 5th grade ones. That's good enough, right? Thank you, senior. Is a formation plate for storing the spirit veins ready? Okay. Come with me to get the spirit veins. Tang Xuan shouted. The spoils were surprisingly rich, so he was generous this time, and gave 1 more spirit vein than Lin Xiao. Li Muxu and Yi Mi's people were also overjoyed. At least 2 billion Zuan crystals. They each got 10%, which is more than 200 million. They made a lot of money at such a small price. Chapter 631 Happy Cooperation. 7 days later, the property of the assassin god realm was counted, including thousands of storage bags, with an estimated value of about 2.5 billion. the Li family represented by Li Muxu, the Yi family represented by Yi Mi, and Lin Xiao each took 10%, which was about 250 million Zuan crystals. Each of them took something of almost equal value. This time, the Li family and the Yi family made a fortune. Only a dozen people from the two families died, but they gained such a huge profit. Everyone was happy. After all, they would definitely reward them after returning. However, Lin Xiao glanced at the system and found that the task of destroying the assassin god had not yet ended, which meant that the assassin god's god lord had not died, so the organization was not destroyed, and the god lord could still regroup and revive. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of muffled sounds, the huge secret realm was refined by Tang Xuwen. This time, Su Yuzhang gained more, with more than 10 billion floating wealth, not counting the spiritual veins in this secret realm. Compared with this, the loss of Su Yuzhang's troops was not worth mentioning, so Tang Xuwen was so generous and gave Lin Xiao an extra spiritual vein. A day later, the secret realm was refined, the army reorganized, and then set off to go home. This time there was no need to hide, and they went home openly. At this time, the Xiuxin world was stunned by the actions of Su Yuzhang. The Thorn God was an organization that had been a headache for many years for all the major sects. It was not because they were so powerful, but because they were like rats, and they could not find their nest at all, and they could not be killed. Now that the Thorn God's nest was destroyed, the Thorn God's troops were almost completely lost. Thorn God was no longer enough to be described as seriously injured, and it was no different from extinction. Even if the Lord of God was not dead, the threat to the major sects was greatly reduced. So on the way home, Tang Xuwen received hundreds of sound transmission notes, all of which were asking about the process and results. There were countless major sects in Zhongzhou that had grudges against the Thorn God. Most of the sects had disciples who were assassinated by the Thorn God. They all came to ask questions. Tang Xuwen was in a good mood and replied to each letter. When the army returned to the Suyu sect, the Suyu sect held a grand welcome banquet to welcome the disciples who went on the expedition. Lin Xiao and others also participated. Lin Xiao, I found out from the information in the Thorn God's lair that the Thorn God still has many scattered people outside. We searched one by one according to the location and found that most of them were killed. Did you do it? Lin Xiao, as a high-level cultivator and one of the main forces in this battle, was arranged to sit at the same table with Tang Xuwen. Tang Xuwen asked, a little more than half. The Thorn God and I have a deep hatred. How can we not wipe out the roots? Thorn God has about 10,000 people, more than 5,000 in the secret realm, 5,000 to 6,000 in various places. I killed about 4,000 people, and more than 1,000 people fled. The biggest threat is the Lord and a golden body monk. The rest are not a concern. Lin Xiao did not hide. This action also exposed the strength of the night owl, and there are also small frictions with the sects in various places, and this excuse will be needed to resolve the friction. It seems that you have gained a lot this time, Ancestor Tang. You have taken the biggest benefit, so you don't have to stare at my soups and water. Haha, forget it. I won't say it anymore. Tang Xuwen didn't say it anymore because he found that Lin Xiao and Thorn God have some similar personalities. That is, they like to hide things. Thorn God was besieged many times in the past, and they thought they had suffered a heavy blow, but afterwards they were able to show stronger strength. Lin Xiao was the same. They all thought that Lin Xiao's methods had been exhausted, but after a while, new methods would be exposed. Like this time, if Lin Xiao had not infiltrated spies inside the Thorn God and knew the location, it would not be so easy. So Tang Xuwen was also worried that Lin Xiao would plant an L in the Suyu sect, and he wanted to know what strength Lin Xiao's night owl had. Lin Xiao was unwilling to say, and Tang Xuwen couldn't force him to ask. The banquet went smoothly. 7 days later, Lin Xiao left Xiansu City and returned to Nansao Wuguo. The first thing to do when returning to the sect is to decide the ownership of this spiritual vein and where to add it. Finally, Lin Xiao decided to upgrade the sect's Mountain Gate spiritual vein to the 6th level. The sect's Mountain Gate spiritual vein is already at the level of the 5th level middle grade, and the 5th level middle grade has been cultivated for nearly 100 years. When Lin Xiao merged a 5th level upper grade spiritual vein into it, it was immediately upgraded to the level of the 6th level lower grade. The upgrade of the spiritual veins would cause some damage to houses and the like. Nanzuan had already had people prepare for it, so there were no major problems. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the concentration of the mysterious energy of the 6th level spiritual veins. In this way, the spiritual light cultivators who broke through the Shengsu period would not have to rent caves outside, which was a risky thing. In the entire Tiansheng, the highest level of spiritual veins was the 7th level, which only the Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect had. There were about a dozen 6th level spiritual veins, which were only available in major countries, such as the goddess peak of Song State, but that was cultivated by Song State for thousands of years, and the Tiansheng Sect mountain gate was upgraded from the 2nd level to the 6th level, which took about 500 years. In the southwest end of the entire Tiansheng, only Wu State had a 6th level spiritual vein at this time, and Lin Xiao also had a 5th level high quality spiritual vein in his hand, but he had not yet decided who it belonged to. Let's start the discussion. The first thing is, what should I do with this 5th grade superior spiritual vein in my hand? There are 4 places: the Mountain Gate, Gangming City, Beiwu Mountain, and Qianyang Mountain. Nangxuan, you speak first. Master, I suggest Beiwu Mountain. The Beiwu tea from Beiwu Mountain has always been an important source of income for our sect. The spiritual vein at the Mountain Gate is enough. We have to improve the source of income first. If the Beiwu Mountain spiritual vein is upgraded to the 6th level, we can open up tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields. The market for white fog tea is not saturated yet, and we can increase our income by millions or even tens of millions every year. I disagree. I think Qianyang Mountain is more important. Qianyang Mountain is an important spiritual medicine base for us. A large number of precious spiritual medicines and herbs have been planted here. The Zuan Qi has always been tight. Now there are many high-level cultivators in the sect. Every year, the high-level spiritual medicines purchased from outside will cost the sect a huge amount of financial resources. It is better to plant them directly by ourselves. Yinanayu, don't you want to express your opinion? It's not easy for me to say. I'm not responsible for these. It's a high-level meeting now. It's okay. Speak. I actually think Qianyang Mountain is more important. Mengran is right. There are more and more high-level cultivators, and the demand for spiritual medicine is growing. It is better to upgrade Qianyang Mountain. If the mysterious energy is sufficient, the maturity time of the true spiritual grass can be shortened. If it is not enough, it depends on the sect leader's opinion. Then let's go to Qianyang Mountain. I leave this matter to you, Yinanayu. Go and upgrade the spiritual veins afterwards. Lin Xiao nodded. The sect still has enough financial resources, and they have gained a lot of benefits from this battle, which is enough for the sect to use for more than 10 years. The second thing is to talk about the battle situation. Yinanayu, let's start. Okay, the more than 30 branches of the Thorn God that we targeted have all been wiped out. We have captured about 300 people and killed nearly 4,000 people. Less than 200 of our own people died in the battle. As for the source of income, it is probably 400 to 500 million, a lot of which cannot be counted, and there is no way to occupy their territory. Now there are probably more than 1,000 people scattered from the Thorn God. We are stepping up our pursuit, and they can't cause any trouble. How is Li Ho? Li Ho is fine this time. When the news that the Thorn God's lair was attacked and destroyed came out, his group of people was extremely panicked. Li Ho took the opportunity to gather a part of his troops, about 100 people, and now they are hiding in the territory of Qi. Li Ho asked us if we want to work together. Not in a hurry. Let Li Ho lure out the God Lord and the Golden Body Monk. He cannot be exposed until they are completely resolved. What about Zi Yunfei? How will you arrange it for him, Yixio? It's difficult. Although Yunfei has made great contributions, he hasn't led troops in Yixio for hundreds of years. I'm afraid he won't be able to convince the people. Then arrange him in the sect and let him be the chief instructor of Yixio for a while. Wait until he is familiar with the affairs, and then make arrangements for him. Nangxuan can't treat him unfairly. He must be given the merits he deserves. I will personally subsidize Yunfei with 10 million merit points, so that he can practice well. Lin Xiao nodded. It was indeed difficult to arrange for eight-sided Fox and Li Ho. They had been away from the system of Tiansheng Sect for a long time, and many people didn't know of their existence. It was not a good thing to ascend to a high position rashly. The General Affairs Hall will also make arrangements. This time, he will be rewarded with 5 million merit points, and this year's salary will be paid in advance. He will be given things to do, so that he can get familiar with the sect as soon as possible. That's good. We must never let the heroes down. The compensation for the disciples who died in this operation must be done well. That's as it should be. It's not difficult, because we are familiar with it. Okay. When I come back this time, in addition to these things, there are a few other things to deal with. The first one is about the safety of the sect. Our enemies are getting stronger and stronger, and our strength is slowly not enough, so the sect urgently needs a group of Shangsu period cultivators to stand on their own. So I decided to support some cultivators. Currently, it is tentatively decided to be cultivators above the 7th level of Lingguang. Basic C, Basichan, Zhang Qingsun, Yushiangxiang and others are all counted. I will support them with 2 million Zuan crystals every year, which will be paid from my personal account. The General Affairs Hall will cooperate and arrange easier tasks for them. For example, Basic C will be transferred back to Gangming City to take charge, and Basichan will also arrange capable personnel to go there as soon as possible. Senior Sister Bei has been away for many years, so it's okay for her to come back. However, you must be cautious with Senior Brother Bei. The situation in the Qin Kingdom of Zizhao is complicated, and you need to be able to keep up with the methods, cultivation, and mentality. Nangsun, what do you suggest? I suggest Tishi go there. Haha, let Tishi go there. What if he gets another woman there? Yunanayu sneered, and everyone burst into laughter. Tishi is indeed good at dealing with women. I wonder if he learned it from Yunzang. Then let Tishi go. Yunanayu will take the time to beat him up for me and tell him not to mess around after he goes to Zizhao. Princess Mingayu of the Qin Kingdom of Zizhao is not a good person, so don't make any trouble. Okay, I've disliked him for a long time. If the leader gives an order, I will definitely beat him up comfortably. Yunanayu laughed. Their original group of brothers and sisters are now among the top leaders of the Tiansheng Sect, but most of them are single. This guy's good, and he even competes with his brothers for women. He must be beaten. Chapter 632, Registered Disciple. Yunanayu was ready to fight, and everyone was praying for Tishi in their hearts. Tishi was no match for Yunanayu now, and he deserved to be beaten. Okay, stop laughing. Let me tell you one more thing. This matter is related to my personal path. You all know that I spent more than 10 years in the sect's Sutra Pavilion before, and read a lot of books, so I created a technique by myself. Now the technique is in its infancy, but I don't know what the result will be, so I want to accept a few disciples to practice the technique I created. What do you think is better? Master, creating a technique is not a small matter. What grade has your technique reached, and what power does it have? I don't know yet. I said it's a beginner's technique. Nangsun, what do you think? A beginner's technique is indeed not a small matter. If you are not careful, you may go astray, which can cause serious injuries or even death. Generally speaking, when choosing a technique, cultivators would rather choose a lower grade one than take this risk, so it's better to give some encouragement. Of course, I have decided to arrange 4 or 8 people to practice my skills. The spiritual roots must range from ordinary low, medium, and high. You are to arrange the candidates, and they must volunteer in advance. I will support those who volunteer. How about this? I will accept them as registered disciples, and the treatment is no less than that of the core disciples of the sect. The resources needed will still be provided by my personal account, but Nangsun, you have to help me keep an eye on them, especially when they are about to break through the ranks. You must send people to protect them. No problem. The sect has enough manpower. It's alright. Master, if we choose from the disciples who have just joined the sect, those with ordinary and low spiritual roots are easy, but those with medium and high spiritual roots are a little more difficult. It's okay. Spread the news, and let them choose for themselves. In short, I will not treat them unfairly. As long as they have reached the level of Daogang, I will accept them as my personal disciples. If something happens during the journey, I will take care of their relatives and family members, and their treatment will not be lower than that of the relatives of meritorious officials. Lin Xiao nodded. Since he wanted to take risks, he should give enough benefits. Lin Xiao was not a stingy person. He arranged all his personal resources, future, and family's future at once. Since Lin Xiao said so, Nanzuan naturally did as he was told. After the meeting, Nanzuan announced the news, and Yinanai went to Xianyang Mountain to upgrade his spiritual veins. The spiritual veins of Xianyang Mountain were just a little short of the 5th level middle grade. This time, the 5th level upper grade spiritual veins were integrated, and it was barely upgraded to the 6th level lower grade. The mysterious energy on the mountain increased by dozens of times. In the past few days, the spiritual medicines and herbs on the mountain grew wildly, and 3 days grew faster than 3 to 5 years. In addition, the sect arranged disciples to reclaim another 1,000 acres of spiritual fields that were not less than the 5th level, and once again expand the spiritual medicine planting of Tiansheng Mountain. As the most important spiritual medicine base of Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Mountain planted a large number of spiritual medicines, so the arrangement of the mysterious energy here has always been very tight, and there will be no waste. The news that Lin Xiao had created a technique and was going to recruit registered disciples spread throughout the Tiansheng Sect in an instant. For those new disciples, this was a very ignorant piece of news that had little impact on them, because they did not understand the meaning behind it at all. Everything was arranged by the sect, and they passively accepted it. But for higher level cultivators, this was a great benefit in the future. Lin Xiao had accepted 4 direct disciples, the most senior of whom had broken through the Shengsu period for more than 100 years, and Yuan Royan, who had the lowest cultivation level, was also at the 4th level of Lingguang. Back then, a sect with 5 Lingguangs was a good story in the Wu Kingdom, and it would only be better now. Everyone knew that there were a lot of benefits involved, so the top leaders of the Tiansheng Sect, especially those who were married, and had children, and had families behind them, took the initiative to request it. Lin Xiao did not refuse, and increased the number, accepting more than 30 registered disciples in one breath, with spiritual roots ranging from ordinary to high grade, all of whom were the 2nd and 3rd generations of cultivators in the sect. Lin Xiao gathered these 30 people and taught them the skills before the Purple Palace of Chaos Art. He taught them personally for a year. After a year, he let them practice on their own. Lin Xiao had only one requirement for them, that is, to write a practice experience report every year, and they must write it sincerely, writing down their own practice insights, and difficulties. Lin Xiao wanted to use these things to modify the Chaos Art. This matter was very important. A year later, Tishi took office with a lot of complaints, who made him get beaten up by Yinanai for no reason. He even said that it was the headmaster's request, so he had no place to vent his anger. Baizichan, Baizixi, Zhang Qingsun, Aking, Zi Yunfei and others were all practicing in the sect. Lin Xiao supported them with 2 million Zuan crystals every year. In addition to their own salaries, their needs for practice were met. Yu Xiangxiang could not leave for the time being, and Beizhuju still needed her help. Yuan Royan stayed in Baizhuju for many years, and came back to guard Xianyang Mountain. Jia Mengren continued to be in charge of Qinglian Hall, and helped Nangxuan control the sect. Wu Go continued to maintain its upward momentum, and its strength became stronger day by day, especially the large factories in Wu Go, which were expanding every year. Now Xiaoyangshan was almost insufficient. The various sects in Wu Go could get a lot of benefits every year, and the strength of each sect had made great progress. Because the strength of Wu Go was developing, the assimilation of the original Kango and Lu Go was accelerating. The old monks still missed their homeland, but the young monks already had the concept of the Great Wu Go. The history of the homeland was fading. In another 100 years, perhaps only the words of Lu Go and Kango could be seen in the history of Wu Go, just like the Chenggo in the past. More than 1,000 people were killed by the Thorn God monks in this year. It was not all done by Night Owl, but also by various sects in the Xiuxin world. Now Thorn God is no longer a threat, and the various sects are not afraid of revenge, so they beat the fallen dogs. Only the Li Huo group was safe and secure, because of the secret protection of the Night Owl. They also gathered some more people, reaching about 500 people. This was the largest group of the Thorn God. There might be hundreds of people in other places, but they were not powerful. Most of them were determined to leave the Thorn God and live in anonymity for the rest of their lives. Now the Lord of God and the Golden Body Cultivator have not been in contact yet. Lin Xiao asked Li Huo to continue to lurk. The next time he took action, he would completely eliminate them. Lin Xiao returned to Tiansheng City. In the past 2 years, the disciples of the Li family and the Li family have had a good life. Li Xiao and Yi Mi were not masters of management, but just average. They had made a fortune before and spent lavishly. The Tiansheng Sect has 200,000 disciples. Not counting Lin Xiao and Li Xiao, the annual expenditure is about 60 million Zuan crystals. With Lin Xiao's subsidy, the actual annual expenditure is about 70 million. If the night owl is included, it should be over 100 million. Yi Mi has only a few thousand people under her, and the annual expenditure has reached more than 30 million. It is conceivable how easy the life of ordinary disciples is. Unfortunately, such good days are not available all the time. Yi Mi and the others have already discovered something is wrong. If they continue like this, how can they sustain the financial resources? The scale of Fuzintang cannot be compared with Baeksuju. The annual income is only about 10 million. If you add up the rest of the sundries, the income is about 20 million. All of this is living off the capital. So when Lin Xiao came back this time, Yi Mi came to complain again. She still had a lot of capital, but it could only last for 10 to 20 years at most. How could it withstand the consumption? Media, making money is not like picking leaves. It's not that easy. What can I do right now? Then what should I do? Am I going to sell the foundation of the Haodi family again in a dozen years? Increase revenue and reduce expenditure. If you can't increase revenue, then reduce expenditure. I have raised their appetites. These people were gathered by me. They all came for my welfare. As soon as I cut expenses, they will definitely run away. Yi Mi shook her head. She was different from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao trained his own people and had absolute control over them. So nothing happened when he suppressed the higher ranking people in the Lingguang period before. People just complained. But Yi Mi was different. The disciples she trained only accounted for a small part. Most of them came to her for the sake of following her. Now that she didn't pay them, how could they be loyal to her? There is no way to run away. The most important thing for a force is loyalty and cohesion. Those you buy with money are not reliable. If something really happens, they will fall apart. You should find a disciple with excellent management skills to help you. Reasonable management is very important. You must know clearly what money should be spent and what money should not be spent. And you must distinguish the levels among your people. You must know who should be supported and who should have their benefits weakened. This kind of talent is no less than a genius in cultivation. Where can I find it? Then I don't know. You are the one in power. You need to have your own set of rules. Lin Xiao shook his head. He really had no choice. Tiansheng Sect had many talents, but Lin Xiao was lucky to have Nan Xuan. This was also the reason why Lin Xiao fully supported Nan Xuan to break through the spiritual light period, because Lin Xiao could not guarantee that the next chief elder would do better than Nan Xuan. Lin Xiao did not know Yi Mi's people at all, and could not give any advice at all. If he chose a mediocre person, it would be a fatal matter. On the contrary, the Li family did not have this crisis, because Li Xiao copied the rules of the Li family from the Tiansheng Sect. What to do, and what kind of talents to select, were all copied from the Tiansheng Sect, so the situation of the Li family was very good, without any worries. Yi Mi was very envious of Li Xiao. After all, Lin Xiao and Li Xiao were master and apprentice, so there must be more help. The situation of the Li family was not as complicated as that of the Yi family. Li Xiao was like Lin Xiao, used to being a hands-off shopkeeper. Usually, he didn't have to worry about anything. He just needed to control the major affairs. Yi Mi had no choice but to go back and find a way by himself. Lin Xiao continued to improve his skills. The most important thing was the weapon refining technique. After all, there was a huge dragon corpse waiting for him to deal with. Then it was the formation. Among the 3 skills, only the formation was still at the 5th level, which had become a shortcoming. Lin Xiao needed to make up for it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Lin Xiao upgraded the formation to the 5th level upper level. There was no major breakthrough in the talisman making and weapon refining, but the level was a little higher. 3 years later, nothing major happened in central China, but news came from other continents, some good, some bad. It was dizzying. Chapter 633, Miscellaneous Notes on the Immortal Cultivation World. In Lin Xiao's previous life, there was a 300-year dynasty cycle theory, which means that an ancient dynasty would be overthrown after about 300 years due to land annexation, decay, etc., and it was rare for it to last more than 300 years. This world of cultivation does not have this problem, but there is also a 300-year cycle theory. This cycle is related to monsters. In terms of reproductive ability, monsters are stronger than humans. In a lifetime, it is considered a lot for humans to give birth to 10 or 8 offspring, while for some monsters living in groups, 100 or 80 is considered a small number, and tens of thousands are also normal. Once the number of monsters increases, the carrying capacity of the land spirit veins will be exceeded, and resources will become tight, which will make it easier for higher level monsters to challenge their status. Therefore, after reaching the 6th level, the monster kings have wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans, and they will find ways to reduce the number of monsters. The best way is to launch a beast tide. Therefore, except for Zhongzhou, the monsters in each continent of the cultivation world will have beast tides of varying sizes every 300 years or so, and the cultivators have long been accustomed to this rule. In the southwestern part of Nanzhou, the front line of human exploration is the front line of Annan and Wusun. The monsters have begun to move. The two countries have suffered heavy losses in the decades-long war between demons and cultivators, which has made the two countries very nervous. Especially in Annan, as a country rebuilt after the war, there are less than 100,000 cultivators in the country, let alone spiritual light cultivators, and even Daogang cultivators are few. Once they noticed the movement of the triangular monster king on the opposite side, they were extremely frightened and sent letters for help to various countries. However, the countries did not dare to help easily. The triangular monster king is known for its speed. Not to mention the spiritual light stage, even the Shengsu stage may not be able to contain it. Annan had no choice but to gather people and prepare to defend several sacred mountains. Decades of development were abruptly interrupted, and it was unknown how much financial resources would be lost. Wusun Kingdom, the Sun family's strength was sharply reduced before, and they relied on renting out the Nether Cave and cooperating with Wu Kingdom to get a chance to breathe. But now they still haven't recovered their strength, which made the powerful Wusun Kingdom crippled. Even the Wu family was unwilling to fight too hard to prevent the decline of its overlord family. So Wusun Kingdom also adopted a passive defensive strategy, and at the same time, increased the storage of materials, and definitely consumed this beast tide. Wusun Kingdom is already a big country in the southwest. They are like this, not to mention the other small countries. The morale of the human race is rapidly declining. However, in the front line of Wu Kingdom, it is a different scene. Nangxian's wild strategy has received the best return. Over the past few decades, Nangxian has migrated hundreds of thousands of monks to the border of Wu Kingdom. Although these monks have low cultivation, they have given birth to a larger number of offspring. These people need to hunt monsters to obtain resources for cultivation. Therefore, this area has always been the most active area for the human race. The number of monsters killed every year is countless, which also prevents the monsters on the territory of the purple-eyed monster king from exceeding, and maintains a balance. In addition, the last time Lin Xiao raided the purple-eyed demon king, and almost killed it, it left a big psychological shadow on it. This time, the purple-eyed demon king's subordinates did not move at all. There was no movement in the wilderness, but Wu State got a huge development opportunity. It is said that war is the best catalyst. All places began to prepare for war and reserve resources, which brought a large number of orders to the large factories of Wu State. The orders were like snowflakes and far exceeded the production capacity of the large factories of Wu State. So Xiaoyangshan began to split up, and a branch factory was established. A large number of independent cultivators were absorbed, and countless Tanfukiere products were continuously produced. Zizhou. The situation in Zizhou was not very good. After Wu state's business entered the Qin state of Zizhao, it broke the balance of Zizhao. As the large factories of Wu state became more and more sophisticated, the price of products has been falling, and it is already about 70% of the original price. The Qin state royal business began to dump to other major countries, and the national strength of Qin state has been greatly developed. After the development, Qin state did not rest on its laurels. It repeatedly used troops against the wilderness and pushed the front line of the wilderness. This made the demons of Zizhao furious. Although there were no beast tides of millions or tens of millions, there were still beast tides of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and wars were frequent. The other countries in Zizhao were exploited by Qin state and had long been dissatisfied with the Qin royal business. When the beast tides in other regions occurred, they deliberately directed them in the direction of Qin state, which made the situation in Zizhao tense. The Qin royal family also showed a different kind of courage. They wanted to take the opportunity to expand their territory, so they began to prepare for war, and orders like snowflakes flew to Wu state again. Luoxinghe Islands, the first line of defense, gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Luoxinghe Sea area at this time, because the beast tide that occurred once every 300 years was about to occur again. However, according to the rules, this was a small beast tide. For the Luoxinghe Islands, the small beast tide was an opportunity to make a fortune. As long as a large number of demon kings in the deep sea did not come out, the human race would have the upper hand, and countless forces and scattered cultivators came to hunt monsters. The monks from Fenghe Island and Wanhe Island were also among them. After hundreds of years of development, Fenghe Island has more than 10,000 people. Although the entire island has been developed, it is still difficult to support so many monks. Going out to sea and taking risks has become the biggest means for many monks to obtain resources. How can they miss this opportunity? In Bizhao, the last beast tide in Bizhao was 800 years ago. In Bizhao, the beast tide has nothing to do with the 300 years, because the climate and region of Bizhao are more special. The entire Bizhao is the world of ice and snow monsters. They are not very capable of reproducing offspring, and they don't like hot and humid climates. They only like ice and snow. Whether the beast tide occurs or not is related to the activities of human monks. The human race is a very expansionist race, and the monks of Bizhao are the same. With the ice and snow palace as the boundary, the human monks have been moving northward and pushing the human front line. But when it comes to the core interests of the ice and snow monsters, those monsters will launch a beast tide and drive the human race back. At this time, unless Zhangzhou supports it in a big way, it will be difficult to gain a foothold, so the situation in Bizhao is more prone to repetition and more complicated than that in Zizhao. A few years ago, the Suyu sect attacked the lair of the God of Thorns. The God Lord fled and entered the depths of the northern state wilderness. The human race was in the territory of the demon race, so it was natural that they would be besieged. The God Lord was extremely miserable and fought with many 8th level demon kings. The battle between the 8th level ancestors was very loud. Within 100 miles, the Shengsu period was in danger, not to mention the low level demon beasts. Therefore, those low level demon beasts suffered heavy casualties, and more than 100,000 demon beasts were killed. Many of these demon beasts were direct descendants of the major demon kings. So after several years of brewing, the demon race of the northern state launched a large-scale beast tide. The frontline monks migrated southward one after another to block the demon beasts at the front line of the Ice and Snow Palace. The Ice and Snow Palace sent several letters of help to the major sects in the north of Zhangzhou every day. However, the major sects did not pay any attention. They were familiar with the habits of the monsters in Bizhao. As long as there was no large-scale natural disaster in Bizhao, the monsters would not enter the territory of Zhangzhou and would not even attack the Ice and Snow Palace. As long as the human race was driven away, the situation would never be as serious as the Ice and Snow Palace said. Dongzhou is the only continent that does not border Zhangzhou. It is far beyond the East China Sea, and the nearest place to Zhangzhou is more than 500,000 miles away. Dongzhou is extremely vast, and it is still unknown how big it is. The human race only occupies a small part of the territory, and this is the situation that Penglai has been constantly attacking the monsters in the East China Sea for hundreds of thousands of years. If it is the same as hundreds of thousands of years, the sea is blocked, and the situation in Dongzhou is even more miserable. The structure of Dongzhou is different from that of Nanzhou and Zizhou. Although there are dozens of countries distributed here, the 5 major forces, also known as the 5-element academy, control Dongzhou. The college system is a feature of Dongzhou. Dongzhou monks are the most radical. They have always believed that the way of heaven favors the human race. The human race is the overlord of this world. They want to kill all the monsters and open up space for the development and growth of the human race. Therefore, the purpose of the establishment of Dongzhou College was to educate the people and let them cultivate immortals. This move also greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of the human race to cultivate immortals. There are countless such colleges under the 5 major colleges, all of which are considered as their vassals, training low-level monks for the 5 major colleges. Only those low-level monks who have reached a certain level of cultivation can be promoted to a higher level college to study. The college school is the most brilliant, and they are willing to teach all kinds of inheritance of skills, martial arts, and alchemy arrays. Although there are not many top masters in the Dongzhou Xiuxin world, there are many middle-level masters. Dongzhou Xiuxin has been growing and developing for thousands of years, constantly pushing the front line and destroying countless monsters. The reason for the beast tide this time was that a monk killed a 6th level Kuiniu. Kuiniu is the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast and is the overlord in Dongzhou. The Kuiniu had few offspring, only about 100,000 in total. It was even more difficult for them to advance, and they needed to purify their bloodline to advance. This 6th order Kuiniu was a direct descendant of a supreme level Kuiniu, and its killing was like poking a hornet's nest. The Supreme Kuiniu was angry and summoned 6 8th order demon kings and more than 37th order demon kings to discuss together to kill all the Dongzhou cultivators and completely destroy the power of the human race in Dongzhou. Suddenly, more than 1 billion demon beasts emerged from the wilderness and headed for the Dongzhou Xiuxin world. After the 5 major academies learned the news, the high-level cultivators were shocked and desperate. But the teachings of generations of ancestors made them dare not give up low-level disciples and mortals, so they could only fight to the end. The 5 major academies abandoned their usual small conflicts and issued a notice to relocate the cultivators of the people. The 5 major academies prepared 6 lines of defense on the human territory to block the demons and delay time for the human race. First, 1,000,000 troops entered the wilderness to attack the demon vanguard. The vast majority of cultivators began to mobilize the people to migrate northward, continuously northward, as far north as possible, and at the same time, set up defense lines every 30,000 miles or so. The frontline army would definitely not be able to stop it, and would have to fight and retreat at the same time. At the same time, the situation in Dongzhou was also spread to various places by the disciples traveling in Dongzhou, telling about the tragic situation on the front line. If they wanted support from Dongzhou had no supreme, and the supreme must appear to contain the supreme demon king of Kuiniu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, Contradictions in Dongzhou. Dongzhou is the root of the human race. 1,000,000 years ago, the Green Emperor came out of nowhere and established the unparalleled foundation of the human race. Since then, the demon race has disappeared in the Dongzhou region. The few demon races are also spiritual beasts raised by the human race. For millions of years, the demon race has not invaded Dongzhou. It is precisely because of this that Dongzhou has been peaceful for a long time. Unless there is a large-scale replacement in a certain place, there are few large-scale wars. In Tiansheng city of SYNOPSIS sect, Lin Xiao read the news from the night owl. The night owl is widely distributed in Nanzhou and Dongzhou. There are also a few strongholds in Zizhou and Bizhou. It can be said that Lin Xiao knows most of the movements in the world of immortal cultivation. Just based on this point, Lin Xiao's vision and horizons are beyond the controllers of most forces, because Lin Xiao has never been based in a certain place, but the entire world of immortal cultivation. South Continent, West Continent, North Continent, East Continent, Luoxinghe, including the Jiao where the Wengsan sect is stationed. There have been unusual movements. The world is in turmoil. Master, aren't you too pessimistic? As long as there is nothing wrong with Central Continent, there will be nothing wrong with the human race. That's right. This is also an opportunity for your Li family and the Yi family. There have been frequent unusual movements in various parts of Central Continent. Although the major sects don't do anything on the surface, they are definitely paying close attention in secret. They would never dare to go to war with your two families now. Didn't Master say before that they would not take action as long as the interests are not clearly divided? The situation is changing rapidly. No one can predict everything. It's hard to say. Lin Xiao shook his head. He also said this, but Lin Xiao's speculation was based on the information he had at hand. The more information he had, the more accurate his speculation would be, so Lin Xiao didn't dare to guarantee anything. Master, this Dang Xiao seems to be very interesting. Although the cultivators in Nansao and Zizai are tough, they will definitely seek help from Zhang Zhao in times of crisis. Not to mention Bizhao, which has to send people to Penglai to beg for help even for a small fight. It is the weakest. As for Dang Xiao, it is incomprehensible. Li Muxu didn't want to talk about the previous topic. She picked up a piece of news and said to Lin Xiao. It was written that a cultivator from Dang Xiao loudly read out the situation of Dang Xiao in a certain immortal cultivation city. The news was full of emotion and passion, which was extremely exciting. It also made the cultivators despise the brutality of the monster clan. Many young people hoped that the local sects would support Dang Xiao, which caused a big conflict. The Dang Xiao cultivator actually died on the spot. I have studied Dang Xiao recently, and it is very interesting. Oh, Master, do you know the reason? Well, Dang Xiao's system is an academy system. There are academies at all levels under the 5 major academies, which are spread across dozens of countries in Dang Xiao. Then the monks go to school, and after they finish their studies, they will take exams, and then be promoted to the upper academy. Dang Xiao, the success and failure of the academy are all due to the academy. Why? The reason is that the academy's thoughts are wrong. Dang Xiao Academy has a saying that the human race is supreme. It is believed that our human race is favored by heaven and earth, the monsters are dull, and the monsters are cruel. We humans are born to rule and enslave all races. This statement can greatly boost morale and unite people's hearts, but it also bears countless hidden dangers. The first is that their behavior is fierce. They can go through fire and water for the human race, but are the monsters vegetarians? As strong as the King Emperor was in his heyday, he failed to exterminate the monsters. This is evident. In the Dang Xiao region, the monsters are strong. It's okay to fight a little at ordinary times, but if they really get serious, how can Dang Xiao be the first in the world of immortal cultivation? The second danger of Dang Xiao's trend of thought has emerged. Dang Xiao monks believe that the human race is supreme, and that the human race must fight for their entire lives to expel the demon race. This is an unconditional struggle, not only for themselves, but also for others. Is this true? If the various continents seek help from the major sects in Zhangzhou, there is a price to pay. Without a price, why would these major sect disciples risk their lives for you? If it were you, would you agree? But Dang Xiao monks don't think so. I guess Dang Xiao monks have asked for help from various sects before, but they were unwilling to give benefits, which led to the rejection of various sects and Dang Xiao's disgust with Zhang Xiao. You see, usually, South Continent, West Continent and North Continent have very close exchanges with Zhang Xiao, but does Dang Xiao have that? Not to mention that they are separated by the East China Sea. The demons in the East China Sea are scared by Penglai, so how dare they intercept them at will? As long as there are treasure ships and flying boats, traveling back and forth is not a problem. Lin Xiao talked freely. Dang Xiao hated Zhang Xiao. In the eyes of all the major sects, it was simply nonsense. It was like a lunatic, so they were unwilling to talk about it. However, Lin Xiao deliberately collected some information and still knew some of it. The mentality of these Dang Xiao people is indeed weird. But Master, if Dang Xiao is about to be extinct, will you go to rescue it? No, why? You were furious when you heard that the demons were harming mortals. Aren't the mortals in Dang Xiao mortals? The situation is different. I'm the head of Tiansheng Sect and the controller of Wu Kingdom. I must be responsible for Wu Kingdom and Tiansheng Sect. I can go to war, but there must be benefits. Only then will the disciples be willing to risk their lives. If I have to pay out of my own pocket and lose soldiers to help in Lin Xiao, maybe after the battle, people won't even say a word of thanks. They will say that this is a duty as human beings. Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Xiao shook his head. Lin Xiao scholars are full of vigor and feel like an angry young man, but Lin Xiao is not. He has long been beaten by society and adapted to the rules of society. Interests are eternal. No matter what we do, we must use interests to promote it. Don't talk too much and shout too many slogans. Feelings can be used once but not twice. Well, what the master said makes sense. Muxu, you mentioned this matter. You are not moved, are you? How is it possible? It's just that the master said before that the way out for the Li family is in Lin Xiao. I'm not thinking about this issue. This is my fault. I didn't understand it clearly and said it nonsense. I didn't know that the trend of thought in Lin Xiao would be like this. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. His analysis and reasoning were really wrong, but when he was advising the Li family, he did lack consideration. The main reason was that the social rules of the other 4 continents were the same. Who knew that Lin Xiao would be such a freak? It's okay. We didn't go there. Li Muxu shook her head. Going to Lin Xiao was impossible. No one in the Li family agreed. The two were chatting when they suddenly heard Tang Yulin cursing. Lin Xiao went out to see that Tang Yulin was in a rage. Li Muxu frowned, but Lin Xiao shook his head and took Tang Yulin to the living room with a smile, invited him to drink tea, and asked about the cause of the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao burst out laughing, because the reason why Tang Yulin was angry was very simple. He was beaten by his father and kicked out of the Suyu Sect mountain gate, and Tang Yulin felt that he was wrongly beaten this time. The reason why he was wronged was that Tang Yulin was beaten because of Lin Xiao's affairs. It turned out that the monks from Lin Xiao who were traveling in Lin Xiao had also arrived near Xiansu City. As the most famous entertainment venue in Suyu Sect, Jalvala was naturally indispensable to them. Several Lin Xiao monks deliberately talked about the situation in the world, the past and the present, starting from the ancient times, proving that the human race was a race favored by the heaven, the human race should prosper, and the human race was nobler than other races. This kind of speech can inspire people's hearts and enhance the sense of racial superiority. It has selling points, no matter where it is, and naturally attracted many people to listen, including Tang Yulin who happened to be there. Seeing that more and more people were coming, they then changed the topic and talked about the story of hundreds of thousands of years of human race working together to defeat the demon race and seek a glimmer of hope for human race's independence. Several of them came from colleges, spoke sharply, and were very good at inspiring people. The mood of the people was controlled by them. Then he immediately talked about the situation in Lin Xiao, telling about the miserable situation of the weak low-level cultivators and mortals, who were killed by monsters, and became monsters' food, and the vast rivers and mountains were covered with blood and tears. The cultivators who heard it at that time were all indignant, cursing the cruelty of monsters, sympathizing with those low-level cultivators and mortals, and the young and vigorous ones even said on the spot that they would mobilize their relatives and friends to support Lin Xiao, including Tang Yulin. Tang Yulin felt that this was a good opportunity to make contributions to the human race, establish unprecedented achievements, become famous, and be respected by millions of people, so he immediately went to the gate of Suyu Sect and prepared to lobby his grandfather Tang Xuwen, but he didn't even pass the test of his father. When his father heard about Tang Yulin's intention, he rolled up his sleeves and beat him without saying a word, making Tang Yulin scream like a ghost, and finally drove him out of the gate and told him not to come back within half a year. Young Master Lin, do you think I did something wrong? We are all human beings. The cultivators in Lin Xiao are in dire straits, but we are indifferent. Is this appropriate? The Suyu Sect is not without strength, so why not help? Haha, young Master Tang, do you want me to tell the truth or a lie? Of course it's the truth. We have been brothers for 200 years, how can I lie? Then let me tell you, if the entire Suyu sect is mobilized and goes to Dongzhou to help and fights the monsters to the death, and even the supreme cultivators take action, the human race wins, but the Suyu sect suffers heavy losses. Do you think the other sects will take the opportunity to attack the Suyu sect? Besides, there is more than one supreme monster king in Dongzhou. Can you guarantee that the Suyu sect will win? Well, then all the major sects can go together, and everyone can check and balance each other. Good idea. Let me ask you again. There are 3 top sects, 7 first-rate sects, and dozens of second-rate sects. If each sect sends out 10,000 people, that adds up to hundreds of thousands of troops. It costs money to transport these hundreds of thousands of troops to Dongzhou. Won't people die in the war? The dead need pensions, and meritorious service needs rewards. Who will pay for this money? Will Dongzhou pay? Do they have money? Now Dongzhou is mobilizing all of Dongzhou. The old, weak, sick and disabled have all gone to the front line. Hundreds of years of accumulation have been wiped out, and they themselves have lost countless people in battle. They still need to rebuild after the war. Do they have money? Young Master Lin, each sect has only sent out 10,000 troops. This expense is nothing to the sects. Why don't they pay for it themselves? Good question. You help the people of Dongzhou fight for nothing in return. You are not afraid of death, and you even pay for the rewards for meritorious service and the pensions for those who died in battle yourself. Young Master Tang is truly a kind-hearted man. However, Mr. Tang, there is also a beast tide happening on the front line in Mainanzhou, and the cultivators and mortals are also suffering heavy casualties. How can you be so shameless to Dongzhou and not pity the people of Mainanzhou? Aren't the people of Mainanzhou human beings? By the way, there are also West Continent and North Continent, which are in urgent need of support. One continent needs support of 10,000 people, which is only 40,000 people. It's not a lot for the Suyu sect, right? This. Lin Xiao's words left Tang Yulin speechless, not knowing how to answer. Although he still felt that Lin Xiao was quibbling, a question popped up in his mind. Had he, Tang Yulin, been fooled? Chapter 635. Getting something for nothing. It is not surprising that Tang Yulin was fooled by Lin Xiao. Although Tang Yulin is older than Lin Xiao, he has not experienced much, and is also a well-protected playboy. The Dongzhou cultivator's words can most impress young people with little experience. Tang Yulin left in a daze. Li Muxu walked in and said, Tang Yulin is really out of his mind. He can do such a thing. His father must be mad to death. Isn't this normal? If you look at Xiansu City now, I guess there are many people who are persuaded by Dongzhou's cultivation. Can their nonsense persuade people? Haha, don't underestimate this. It has great power. There is never a shortage of smart people in this world, but there is never a shortage of passionate young people, especially passionate young people who don't have much brains. There are also many young people in our Baeksuju. Let people pay attention. I don't want such people to appear in front of me. Lin Xiao shook his head. Baeksuju is a very young business. There are also some young disciples in it. They have not experienced anything. If they come to lobby Lin Xiao doesn't know what to do, whether to fight or not. Don't worry, I will pass it on. Li Muxu nodded. Baeksuju is very important to the sect and the Li family. She doesn't want Baeksuju to be in chaos. Lin Xiao didn't know if anyone in Baeksuju was fooled, but someone in Fuzintang was fooled and went to lobby Yimi, and Ymir asked Lin Xiao for advice. Mia, you didn't believe the Dongzhou cultivator's tricks, did you? Fellow Daoist Lin, Mir is not stupid. How could I believe them? What I'm thinking is there any way to make money from this? Yimi shook her head. She was fully focused on strengthening her strength and developing financial resources. How could she believe it? At the level of high-level cultivators, there are really few fools. In fact, war is an opportunity, the best opportunity to make a fortune. When a war breaks out, the consumption of pills, talismans, weapons, and arrays will increase by dozens or hundreds of times. The sales of arrays that we don't usually use will also surge. Does that mean we can really make a fortune? Difficult. Why? Because the top leaders of Dongzhou. Do you think the top leaders of Dongzhou are stupid? Anyone who controls a force can't be a fool, otherwise he will be driven down in a short time. The top leaders of Deng Xiao shouldn't be stupid. Then the question is, if the top leaders of Deng Xiao are not stupid, why would they condone the emergence of such a theory? Do you mean benefits, Brother Lin? This is called making money out of nothing. Deng Xiao only needs 100 people to pull away a large number of people in Deng Xiao. Believe it or not, even if these people are not highly skilled, they are cannon fodder for free. Why not do it? So when doing business with Deng Xiao, the most feared thing is that they cheat. You supply them with goods, and then they don't pay you. In other words, they say you have made contributions to the human race, but what will you do? If you dare to take action, you will be accused of destroying the unity of the human race, aiding and abetting the tyrant, and being rich and unkind. You can't bear it. These brainless angry young people can scold you to death and damage your reputation. If you don't go to them, will you be willing to suffer this loss? That's indeed the case. Then Brother Lin, is there any way to solve this problem? Of course. How to solve it? Wait. Wait for what? Just watch what the major sects do, and we will follow them. The Deng Xiao high-level officials are not stupid. This time, Kinyu has launched at least hundreds of millions of monsters to attack the Deng Xiao cultivation world, which is no less than a war between the two races. Deng Xiao will definitely not be able to hold on. If they don't want to really die, they will definitely ask for help. What they are doing now is so disgusting. The major sects are estimated to deliberately deal with them. It is impossible to send people directly. Maybe they can sell resources at a lower price. Then we can just take a ride. Maybe, Brother Lin, how can we maximize our benefits? Does Mir really want to make this money? Lin Xiao sighed. Mir was really obsessed with money. In fact, Lin Xiao didn't really want to make this money. In the previous life, it was called national disaster money. Of course, I don't say that I really need this money. Even if I don't need it, does it mean that this money doesn't exist? If we don't make money, others will make money. Maybe others are more black-hearted than us. That's right. How much funds can you mobilize now? The money from the assassination of the gods a few years ago has not been spent yet. It should be around 200 million. Spend it out to purchase talismans and materials for drawing talismans. The talismans are the main ones, and the formations are supplementary. Beizuju will also take action. How about we join forces? Then we will have more say. Of course, Danfuki Zen, but it's a pity that refining is a shortcoming. Lin Xiao laughed and said. Lin Xiao is also a decisive person. Although he doesn't want to make this national disaster money, Ymir is right. If they don't make money, others will make money. The major sects will not do business at a loss. Afterwards, Lin Xiao called Li Muxu and learned that Baeksuju could mobilize at least 500 million yuan in working capital. Lin Xiao asked her to use all of it to purchase materials for alchemy and materials that were mainly used to restore Zuanqi and heal injuries. The two companies cooperated. Baeksuju was good at alchemy, while Fuzentang was good at both Fuzentang and Fuzentang. Both of them were weaker in refining equipment, which was the strongest skill of Xiangangmen. But it was enough. The teams of the two companies immediately took action. They had their own suppliers and asked the suppliers to provide a large amount of materials and began to hoard. There is no crackdown on hoarding in this world. Of course, you have the strength to protect your products in advance, otherwise you deserve to be slaughtered. When the two companies were taking action, the major sects were also secretly collecting materials, including some well-informed and discerning merchants. The reason why it was a secret was that they did not want to cause panic and raise prices. However, too many people were hoarding, and the prices of various materials continued to increase. Lin Xiao also wrote to the big factories in Wu State, but unfortunately the production of the big factories in Wu State was limited, and they could not even finish their own orders. Wu State was now the power of a single country, supporting the two battlefields of Nansao and Zizhao. Beizuju issued a sealing order, and all the monks cancelled their vacations. All the monks who were in seclusion, unless they were important rank-breaking cultivators, came out of seclusion, and worked overtime day and night. Of course, the bonuses were also distributed in large sums. Fuzentang followed suit, and began to collect supplies from Shuihuanmen, exerting its network of relationships to the extreme. Before long, the ordinary storage bags were not enough, and goods began to be piled up in the warehouse. This time, the two families had to fight to the death. They could either make a fortune, or live in difficulty. After all, their working capital had been used up, and they would have great troubles in turnover. In Nansao, on the front line of the wilderness, the sniper front composed of 1,000,000 troops was collapsing. The high-level cultivators were holding on in the front, and the middle and low-level cultivators were slowly retreating. Brother, retreat quickly. Rihir Academy can't hold on, and has begun to retreat. What? Didn't we agree to hold on for another 3 days? If we retreat now, we will be killed. What about Zuring, King Mu, Bailu and others? On the battlefield, a senior official of Zhuanghuang Academy was commanding, but soon, a piece of news came, which made him feel dead. The 5 major academies in Dongsao each represent the 5 elements of heaven and earth. They are Iha, King Mu, Bailu, Zuring, and Zhuanghuang. These 5 forces also cover more than 90% of the forces in Dongsao. Except for a small number of independent cultivators who have formed an alliance, all of them are their vassals. The 5 families were about the same in strength. The original plan was to hold out at the front line of the wilderness for 10 days, giving the rear a chance to evacuate. But now, after only 7 days, the Rihir Academy can no longer hold out. I don't know, but they should have received the news. Brother, if we don't retreat, if they do, we won't be able to leave. Okay, messenger monk. Yes, ancestor. Notify the rear that we are retreating, and have them send someone to pick us up. Tell the monks fighting in the front to fight, and retreat at the same time. Yes, ancestor. Dozens of communication monks dispersed, and quickly passed the message down. Now the high-level monks of Zhuanghuang Academy were at the forefront. They were basically high-level monks to the Shengsu period. They formed battle formations to block the attack of the monsters. As the order was issued, the battle formations began to retreat. Although they had to maintain the posture of the battle formation, their speed was still higher than that of low-level monks, and even higher than that of ordinary mortals. A day later, the front line moved thousands of miles northward. The monks who were walking fast began to pass some mortal teams who were carrying the elderly and the weak. The monsters that followed were not polite and immediately killed those mortals. The distance from the front line of Dongsao to the first line of defense was tens of thousands of miles, and the width was also tens of thousands of miles. There were no less than 100 million mortals in between, but there was only 7 days to evacuate. How could they evacuate? In addition to the mortals within 2 or 3,000 miles of the defense line, only some of the monks' direct relatives were able to escape with the help of various tools or monks. Most of the rest became food for monsters. 3 days later, the monks on the front line retreated to the first line of defense. This first line of defense was 5 super huge cities controlled by the 5 major academies, and previously controlled by an intermediate academy. It was also the wild front line more than 1,000 years ago, with complete defense measures. In the defense zone of Zhuanghuang Academy, a group of high-ranking people were standing on the city wall and looking out. 20 miles away, there was a dense army of monsters. It was not a problem for high-ranking cultivators to see more than 100 miles away. With advanced eye skills, they could see thousands of miles away. But at this time, the number of monsters was too large for them to see even with their eye skills. The monsters are almost assembled. There are no less than 300 million in our defense zone alone. There are less than 300,000 cultivators in the city. I'm afraid this battle is hanging by a thread. How is the second line of defense organized? It has been organized. There are a total of 36 cities and more than 1 million troops. Now they are clearing the fields, relocating mortals, preventing fires and burning mountains, and cutting off the food for monsters. But there are more mortals here. Even if cultivators are sent to help, it will take at least a month. Does that mean we have to hold on for another month? As soon as this sentence came out, the high-ranking people of Zhuanghuang Academy felt a chill in their hearts. It was difficult for 300,000 cultivators to resist 300 million monsters even with citizen fortifications, let alone a month. Chapter 636, War in Dongsao. In front of the first line of defense in Dongsao, most of the more than 1 billion monsters have already gathered. The monster kings headed by the Kinyu tribe have also arrived one after another. Unlike the high-level leaders of Dang Sao College, the high-level monsters are more cherishing their lives. It is very difficult for them to advance, and they are not willing to fight for their lives at will. Moreover, they have countless low-level monsters as cannon fodder, so they are not in a hurry at all. Attack as the Kinyu tribe monster king gave the order. Tens of thousands of ZHI tribe monsters informed the 6th level monster king at the front line, and then they ordered the low-level monsters to attack. As soon as the attack order was given, millions of monsters came out in front of the 5 big cities and attacked the city. When the monsters entered within 5 kilometers, the black crystal cannons on the city walls began to fire, killing the huge monsters one by one, and some were directly blown up. However, more of them rushed into the 3 kilometers. The 5 big cities had complete defense means. Within 3 kilometers, they dug more than a dozen trenches more than 10 meters wide, and sharp spears made of black iron were inserted in them. I don't know how many monsters died in the trenches. Unfortunately, these situations were already predicted by the monster army. The first wave of attacks were all large monsters with large species, such as pigs, sheep, and cattle, which were used as cannon fodder. After these monsters used their bodies to flatten the trenches, the main force began to play. This time, it was a team of more ferocious beasts, such as wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, etc. The human race and the monster race have been fighting for many years, and they are very familiar with each other's attack rhythm. The black crystal cannons and the god-destroying crossbows on the city walls are constantly firing. When the monsters approach, there are also monks who fly out and kill them, and then take away or destroy the monster bodies to prevent them from fighting to support the war. Ancestor, it's dark. Do you want to fight at night? A day passed, and in the monster army, a 6th level intelligent monster said to the 8th level Kinyu ancestor, "No need, retreat, take away the bodies of the dead, and let the monsters have a feast." "Yes, ancestor." Then, with the roar of beasts, the monster army began to retreat, taking away the dead monsters. The monster army began to make a numbing chewing sound. "Brother, the monsters have retreated. I know how many casualties there are today." "How many people died in the first day of the test?" "About 100, and 300 to 500 were injured." "It consumes a lot of resources." "Yes, the black crystal cannon and the god-destroying crossbow fired nearly 200 million black crystals, not to mention the damaged magic tools and talismans. The monsters are getting smarter and smarter. Who knows in a month?" The junior brother replied. They knew very well the plans of the higher-level monster kings. The human race is far less in number than the monster race, but the human race has a huge advantage. That is, they can use magic tools, all kinds of magic tools. Of course, using magic tools also has a weakness, that is, it requires money. These magic tools all need money to buy. When the demons attack, they usually send cannon fodder to consume the magic tools of the human race. When they are almost consumed, once a hand-to-hand fight occurs, the human race is no match for the demons, and they can be killed by sheer numbers. According to today's strength, how many days can it last? 10 days. After 10 days, there will only be the black crystals to maintain the formation. The monks must go to war. How many mortals have been evacuated, and how many have been intercepted by flying monsters? 300 flying boats are transporting day and night, and 300,000 to 400,000 people have been evacuated. The flying monsters have not gone into battle today. At the speed, it will take more than a month to evacuate. At least 1/3 of the mortals must be abandoned. The junior brother replied that mortals are not as agile as monks. When evacuating, they also have to take away a lot of daily necessities. Otherwise, even if they reach the rear, famine will occur, and a large number of people will starve to death. Therefore, the evacuation speed is very slow. If these millions of people in the city want to evacuate, it will take more than a month. Many mortals will die in every battle. Let the second line of defense also start to retreat, the further north the better, to free up space, and let the second line of defense prepare resources, and then it must last for 3 months. Other academies don't know. Our Zhuanhuang Academy has a dean in charge, and they are already doing it, but Dang Sao still has too few resources, all accumulated in the second line of defense, and there is no defense behind it. Senior brother, it's time to suggest that the dean ask for help from the major sects in Zhang Sao. I know, I will write a letter, but Hey, forget it. I won't say it anymore. The senior brother sighed. The major sects in Zhangzhou fought on their own and only cared about their own interests. How could they support Zhangzhou for no reason? In the history of Zhangzhou, it is not that Zhangzhou has not asked for help from the major sects in Zhangzhou, but their asking price is too high, which makes Zhangzhou, which has already suffered heavy losses, even worse. In order to pay tribute to Zhangzhou, it will have to save money for at least hundreds of years after the war, to pay off the debt. So after suffering several losses, Zhangzhou began to strengthen itself, change its original social structure, educate the people, and strive for self-improvement. This approach is usually very useful, but when it encounters a full-scale attack by monsters, it fails. In the end, it still has to beg Zhangzhou, who makes them the strongest. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 5th day, the resources of the 5 major cities began to be in urgent need, and the monks also needed to go out of the city to fight during the defensive battle, which caused the monks' casualties to rise sharply. The most dangerous day was the 8th day. The intelligent monsters among the monsters judged that the resources in the city had been exhausted and attacked with all their strength, catching the monks off guard. The black crystal cannons that had not been fired for 3 days were used again to repel the monsters. But from the 8th day, the monsters began to attack day and night, 12 hours a day, without stopping, and did not care about casualties at all. The walls of the 5 major cities were very long. Originally, 300,000 or 400,000 troops were enough to guard a city. Now with the increasing casualties, even the walls are almost unstable. How can they stop the army of monsters? On the 11th day, the defense line of Zhuanhuang Academy collapsed. The top leaders began to evacuate with less than 200,000 monks. Some abandoned monks and mortals became food for monsters, and tragedy happened again. After dawn, the 8th level ancestor of Kinyu appeared in the city. Monsters all over the mountains and plains crossed the city and continued to move forward, chasing and killing the fleeing monks. Continue to attack. This time, we must completely drive the human race out of Zhangzhou. Kinyu ancestor laughed and said. Countless flying monsters appeared in the sky. Before, the city was constantly transporting mortals, and they never appeared, just to wait for this moment. There was a monster army chasing behind, and flying monsters intercepted in the sky. The evacuation flying boats were shot down one by one, and the monks walking on the ground were constantly caught up and devoured. The Zhangzhou army lost tens of thousands of troops. By the time they reached the second line of defense, Zhangzhou had lost millions of monks, which was 1/20th of the entire Zhangzhou monks, and the mortals also lost tens of millions. The second line of defense has 36 cities connected in a line, with a total of more than 3 million monks guarding it. The power of the human race began to gather, blocking the monster army in front of the second line of defense, and a tug-of-war began. However, the second line of defense still made the Zhangzhou high-level officials worried. The mortals in the 36 cities continued to retreat, and the monks in the rear continued to support. The flying monsters also began to attack these transport teams, and the losses of the human race continued to expand, and countless monks were killed. The third line of defense has also been established. The third line of defense is 18 sacred mountains, the lowest of which are 5th level sacred mountains, but they cannot be connected in a line. The headquarters of the Zhangzhou coalition composed of the 5 major academies of Zhangzhou is set up in it. Zhangzhou is so big that the number of monks and the overall strength may not be as good as Nanzhou, but the high-end combat power is stronger than Nanzhou. It is not known whether the Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect, the top 2 in Nanzhou, have appeared in the 8th realm, but Zhangzhou has 5 people. These 5 people are the deans of the 5 major colleges. In addition, each college has some vice deans. The vice deans are required to be golden body monks, which form the social structure of Zhangzhou. At this time, the 5 great ancestors gathered to discuss the war on the front line. So far, it is all bad news. The human race retreated 20,000 miles, and 1 million monks died in the battle. The loss of mortals is close to 100 million, but the loss of the monster army is less than 50 million. None of the monster kings above the 6th level died. All the dead were cannon fodder. There are about 30 million people in Zhangzhou, including all the major forces and independent cultivators. We can mobilize about 20 million people. Now there are more than 1 million casualties. The situation can be controlled, but we are worried about the problem of resources. Now Deng Xiao has used up all the accumulation of hundreds of years, but it can't last long. Let's discuss what to do. What else can we do? It's not like we haven't fought a big war. Hundreds of mines in the rear of Deng Xiao are being mined at full capacity, and those mortals can't be fed in vain. The young and strong are all transferred there, and the teachers and students in the Danfukizen Hall of the 5 academies are working hard to produce. The spoils of the front line are brought back as much as possible, and those that can't be refined are refined by ourselves, and those that cannot be refined are sent to Zhongzhou for trading. But it's still not enough. What we lack most now is higher level cultivators. Zhongzhou has so many Shengsu period and Jinshan period cultivators. It's a waste to keep them there. If you think it's a waste, they will give it to you. It's not like they haven't offered a price. Can your Ahur Academy afford it? Why are you arguing at this time? It's Deng Xiao's business. It's Deng Xiao. We Deng Xiao people are not extinct yet. The worst that can happen is that we fight with monsters. Okay, stop arguing and just follow the old rules. The 5 people shook their heads. At their age, they had fought countless battles and knew what to do. The masters of the Danfukizen had not been on the battlefield much. They were all in emergency production in the rear. The monster materials captured on the front line were also being transported back, and the major mineral resources were being mined with all their strength. However, the power of Deng Xiao was still too weak. For the Danfukizen, they could not support the consumption by relying on their own people. Now they were all supported by the infantry, but how could the infantry support this consumption? 3 days later, 8 flying boats flew from the second front line, carrying the seriously injured and the spoils of the front line. There were more than 100,000 storage bags alone. The 8 flying boats landed at the third line of defense, put down the seriously injured, and then flew directly to Zhongzhou. The spoils on them needed to be taken to Zhongzhou for trading. The 5 major colleges all had businesses in Zhongzhou. Prior to this, the cultivators from Deng Xiao in Zhongzhou had already found out the strength of the city businesses under the various sects in Zhongzhou and began to contact the shopkeepers and managers of the major businesses to discuss transactions. Chapter 637. The mall is like a battlefield. In the Baixu residence in Tiansheng city of Suiyu sect, Lin Xiao and Li Muxu stood in front of the windowsill, watching the shopkeeper of Baixu residence downstairs send someone away. When he turned around and saw Lin Xiao, he smiled bitterly. Ignore them, let them hang out first, Lin Xiao said to the shopkeeper, who bowed and went back to work. Master, I suddenly found these Deng Xiao cultivators quite interesting. Do you think the people from the 5-element business are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? There are not many who are really stupid to be sent out. They are just playing some tricks. Lin Xiao sneered. The war in Deng Xiao has been going on for almost 2 months, and news from Deng Xiao has been coming in continuously. It is said that 1 million cultivators have died in the war, and the daily casualties are also tens of thousands. In fact, the knowledgeable people in Zhongzhou have begun to sympathize with Deng Xiao and are ready to help. At this time, the 5-element businesses affiliated with Deng Xiao have also been dispatched, and everyone is very happy. Unexpectedly, the result of the conversation shocked Lin Xiao and others, because they brought out the rhetoric of the supremacy of the human race and mutual assistance, and then pushed the price to an extremely low level. If they sell it at that price, the profit is so meager that it is not even enough for the labor cost. It can be said that it is completely a loss. In this world, there are people who do business that will kill their heads, but who does business that will lose money? Lin Xiao, who was listening on the side, was extremely angry. He was so angry that he laughed and asked the shopkeeper to send him away before the conversation was finished. Now I understand what the master said. They talk about ideology and business in their hearts. Do the Deng Xiao cultivators really think that everyone in the world is a fool? I don't know what they think in their hearts, but I think they are fools. Since there is no shortage of resources, let's wait and see who can survive. Lin Xiao sneered. People who treat others as fools are actually real fools. Of course, people in Deng Xiao are not stupid, because the next day, Yi Meiya came to the door with a sad face. Fellow Daoist Lin, I'm in trouble Mia, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly, what's going on before? We hoarded resources, and I have used up all my working capital, which is squeezed into the goods. If these things are not sold, my fuss and tang will not be able to pay the monthly salary. The 5 element merchants in Dongzhou have found you again today, and they have slightly raised the price, right? Ah, fellow Daoist Lin, how did you know? I understand. What a powerful method. I was almost cheated by them, Lin Xiao said coldly. It was only a day. Lin Xiao put away the contempt of yesterday. The people in these merchants in Dongzhou are really powerful. They completely took advantage of the psychology of these profiteers who hoard goods. Let them hoard goods and spend all their working capital. Then they deliberately pushed the price to the lowest. Dongzhou can still support it for 10 days, half a month, or even 1 or 2 months. As long as the capital chain of the merchants can't hold up, they will slightly raise the price. At that time, someone will definitely sell it, so they can buy a large number of resources at the lowest price. In Dongzhou, only the businesses under the major sects have sufficient capital to withstand such consumption. Small businesses like Fuzz and Tang can't hold on at all. This is something they have encountered a long time ago. Lin Xiao explained these principles, and Yimia's face suddenly turned pale. She found that she didn't seem to have any talent in business. She was just an ordinary person, but she fell into the trap. Friend Lin, what should we do now? No hurry. Originally, I wanted to help them sincerely. The price is not high at all. It's just a normal profit. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shopkeeper. Master, I'm here. Notify them that the front line of South Continent is tight and the front line of West Continent is in emergency. The Wu Kingdom of South Continent is willing to work for South Continent and West Continent, so it is purchasing resources at a high price. All prices are 50% higher than the market price. Purchase will start in 3 days. Ah, master, this. Do as I say. Yes, master. The 5 Element Company is the head office of East Continent. It is usually controlled by 5 academies, and they act independently. It is a loose alliance, but once the war breaks out, the 5 Element Company will come together and unite into one to strengthen themselves and compete for the right to speak in the business world. They have done this more than once or twice and have tasted the sweetness many times. This time is the same. The 5 companies have unified their flags and their voices. There is a 5 Element Merchants base in Tiansheng City. There are more than 30 people present at this time. The one with the highest cultivation is a Shengsu period cultivator. He is one of the general managers of the 5 Element Merchant in Dongzhou. Because of the Jiao Mountain Villa, Tiansheng City has been more prosperous than other big cities in the past 100 years, so he is also here. Teacher, today I contacted 78 merchants in Tiansheng City, and 7 of them have expressed their willingness to sell goods. A cultivator walked up to the Shengsu period cultivator and said, since more than 2 months ago, he has been directing a series of activities of Dongzhou cultivators in Dongzhou. After more than 2 months of preparation, this is his big move. He deliberately let Dongzhou cultivators publicize Dongzhou's predicament, so that various merchants would feel profitable, hoard goods on a large scale, gather resources, and then deliberately lower the price to the lowest, but they would not really lose money, and then drag it out until the merchant can no longer support it, and then he will raise the price little by little. As for the liquidity, he knew that except for the businesses established by the major sects, those small businesses would not be able to hold on, and they would have to be sold at that time. Then he could receive a large amount of resources at a price far lower than expected, alleviating the crisis of Dongzhou. When these resources were used up, if the war in Dongzhou had not been resolved, he could ask for help from the major sects and trade. This was a manifestation of maximizing the interests of Dongzhou. Okay, I'll contact them again tomorrow and the price will be increased by 1 point. Yes, teacher, I'm afraid that all the businesses in Tiansheng City will work for us this time. Teacher is smart. Haha, it's a small matter. Since these profiteers want to make money from the war, let's play with them. I want to see how powerful the cultivators in Dongzhou are. The Shengsu period sneered. The cultivators in Dongzhou have always been arrogant and regarded themselves as orthodox. They think that Dongzhou is the supreme place of the human race and look down on the cultivators in the 4 continents of Southeast, Northwest, and Northeast. The cultivators in the other 3 continents are willing to be exploited by Zhang Xiao, but Zhang Xiao is not willing. The disciple was flattering the Sheng Superior when suddenly another disciple from the business company ran in hurriedly, came to him and said, "Teacher, it's bad. There is suddenly some news outside that is unfavorable to us. Don't be anxious. Talk slowly." Bei Suju is from the Wu Kingdom of Nanzhao. They have spread the news that the front line of Nanzhao is tight and the front line of Zizhao is in urgent need of resources. Therefore, Bei Suju is willing to purchase resources at 50% of the market price. There is no limit on who can come. The purchase will start in 3 days. What? Bei Suju? The cultivator of the Shengsu period was shocked. Their bid was not even the market price, which compressed the profit to the extreme and increased it little by little. However, Bei Suju accepted the goods at 50% of the market price, which completely destroyed his previous layout, which made him panic. If the Dongzhao business did not take action, the resources would be transported to Nanzhao. The resources of Zhangzhao were also limited. If Nanzhao used them, Dongzhao would have none. However, if they took action and purchased them at this price, it would be 30% to 40% less than he expected. This was a huge loss for Dongzhao, and he was immediately beaten into a situation where he could not move forward or backward. What is the origin of this Bei Suju? Teacher, I know that the controllers of Bei Suju are a master and disciple, who are from the Wu Kingdom in Nanzhao. They are very famous in Zhangzhao. The master calls the disciple. In Zhangzhao, there is a reputation as Shan Ke Tangzi, who can turn stone into gold. Jiao Villa, Bei Suju, Xiaoyao Villa, and the tour of Xian'anman in recent years are all from this person. And his martial arts are very powerful. It is rumored that he has only broken through the Shengsu period for about 200 years, but he has the experience of killing people in the Jinshan period. His disciple Li Muxu is also quite legendary. At a young age, she is already a 6th rank upper grade alchemist. She is one of the alchemists with the highest alchemy skills in Jiangsu City, and she is also from the King Li family. What a big background. The Shengsu period cultivator exclaimed. From Lin Xiao's resume, he has seen that this person is a business genius. He has seen through his layout, is sniping him, and is playing a business war with him. Send the order to investigate Bei Suju and see how much goods they have hoarded. 3 days later, I will see how he ends up. The cultivator and the Shengsu period quickly calmed down again. You want to fight? Then let's fight. He didn't believe that a small country in Nanzhao could affect his overall situation. No matter how strong Bei Suju is, it can't be compared with the big sects. What's more, he dared to take a risky move. If he can't take out the resources to acquire it, it will be a disaster. This move will fall apart. The cultivators of Dongzhao rushed up and down and soon investigated the apparent strength of Bei Suju. Bei Suju also has a turnover of more than 1 billion a year and a profit of tens of millions, but this strength is not enough. Dongzhao has now gathered the power of an entire continent, and the power of tens of millions of cultivators is definitely not comparable to them. He was confident in his heart, so he ignored the notice from Bei Suju. 3 days later, he showed up in person at the door of Bei Suju. At this time, there was a long queue at the door of Bei Suju. Many people from small shops were selling goods, and the monks of Bei Suju were busy and sweating. Teacher, what should we do? Don't be afraid, this is a scam. Have you noticed that Bei Suju is delaying time? Teacher, how are they doing it? Listen to the voices coming from Bei Suju. They are arguing. That's bargaining. Bei Suju's announcement said that it would be 50% premium on the market price, but the market price is also floating. There is no standard, and the quality of the goods is also uneven. He only needs to control the market price and quality, and in fact he won't pay much more money. He deliberately makes things difficult for small merchants in this regard, which greatly delays the transaction time. I guarantee that he doesn't have much money on hand. So that's the case. Teacher is smart. Then it depends on how they end up. Maybe they will go bankrupt because of this. Haha, haha. The cultivator and the Shengsu period laughed, but when he realized that there was someone behind him, he felt something was wrong. Looking back, he widened his eyes. Chapter 638, Differences. Outside the gate of Bei Suju, a team of cars suddenly arrived, pulled by second-level kingling beasts. Kingling beasts are slower than dragon horses, but much stronger, and can easily pull 10,000 kilograms of cargo. However, the kingling beasts in the caravan seemed to be struggling. It is conceivable how heavy the cargo on the carriages was. 10 carriages stopped at the gate of Baeksuju. A steward of Baeksuju went forward to negotiate. Not long after, the cloth on the carriages was pulled open, revealing huge boxes. Some monks began to move the boxes into Baeksuju. Bang! Suddenly, a monk accidentally dropped the box, spilling out the sparkling black crystals, which rolled all over the ground. The steward came out and cursed, and the monks hurriedly picked up the black crystals. In the eyes of Lin Xiao and Tang Xuan, this scene was deliberately led by Lin Xiao. Tang Xuan said, "This kind of trick should not fool people, right?" "That's right, but those who should be fooled will still be fooled. Because of the flags and monks on the carriages?" Tang Patriarch, please look, that is Yizabei from Dongzhou 5-element trading company, right? Lin Xiao pointed to a Shengsu period monk at the door and said. Yizabei's face was pale at this time. Lin Xiao's tricks naturally could not be hidden from him, but the problem was that the flags hung on the convoy were the flags of Su Yuzhang, and the clothes of those disciples were also the standard uniforms of Su Yuzhang disciples. There was only one signal to him, that is, Su Yuzhang intervened in this matter, and once Su Yuzhang intervened, the meaning would be completely different. With the size and financial resources of Su Yuzhang, it could completely break all his layouts, and it also meant that Su Yuzhang was dissatisfied with his behavior. It is indeed Yizabei. It seems that he is very scared. Tang Xuan nodded. In fact, he was really dissatisfied with the monks of Dongzhou. The 4 continents of the southeast, northwest, and northeast were not strong enough, and had to rely on Zhangzhou. This was the consensus of the great sects of Zhangzhou. The great sects of Zhangzhou would never stand idly by for the sake of the interests of the human race. For example, Bizhou had encountered crisis many times, and it was either Kunlun or Penglai who took action. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one knew how many high-level monks had died in the war. However, when the Ice and Snow Palace really encountered a crisis of extinction, Penglai would still rescue it. As for some financial interests, it was normal for Tang Xuan. Could it be that he really expected the great sects of Zhangzhou to help him for nothing? Being willing to pay money to save you was already a big deal. The 3 continents were like this, and your Dongzhou was special. You rarely communicated with Zhangzhou at ordinary times. When something big happened, you wanted people to help you voluntarily. How could this be possible? Yizabei set traps for Xiansu city merchants in business, which also made him very dissatisfied. Business is the foundation of Xiansu city's prosperity. If the merchants suffer too much loss, it is also the loss of Su Yuzhang. It is naturally annoying to stir up trouble in their territory. Su Yuzhang is embarrassed to act rudely, but Lin Xiao sees through his plan and can fight back. Tang Xuan naturally agreed to it and joined forces with Lin Xiao to act. Of course, it is also possible to really snipe Dongzhou. It's time to scare him, lest he thinks I'm the best in the world and look down on all the heroes in the world. Lin Xiao, if Yizabei still refuses to give up, are you really going to buy the goods and go to Nanzhou? Of course. Why? Do you really not care about Dongzhou? It's not your job to do something. Lin has limited ability and can't manage Dongzhou. Then will you lose money if you buy it at this price? No, Lin Xiao didn't want to talk about the secrets inside, but he would never lose money. Market price and quality are 2 floating factors. As a buyer, Lin Xiao can fully control them at this time. In fact, it's not much more expensive. Nanzhou needs a huge amount of resources due to the development of the front-end war. Needless to say, the price in Zhizhou has already skyrocketed. At this price, there will definitely be some profit. Okay, when Yizabei gives in, you say, I'm going back. Yes, farewell. Ancestor. Lin Xiao hurriedly bowed. Tang Xuan laughed, then walked downstairs and walked out of the gate of Baeksuju. 5-element company. Yizabei walked back in a trance. The disciples around him knew that the situation was not good, so they didn't dare to talk too much. After Yizabei went back, he sent a message to the other persons in charge of the 5-element company, asking about the acquisition situation in other cities. The feedback was also very bad, because Tang Xuan had already transmitted Lin Xiao's words to the various sects, and exposed Yizabei's layout. The various sects were also very angry. The direct companies of each sect came forward and acquired at a premium. Yizabei's plan completely failed. Teacher, what should we do now? What should I do? I can only die to thank the monks of Dongzhou. Ah, absolutely not. Teacher, this is not your fault. Teacher. Yizabei's words shocked the other disciples. Dongzhou has a suicidal culture. They take it as their responsibility to educate the people and drive away monsters. That is, to save the monks and mortals from dire straits. Under the influence of this trend of thought, the disciples trained by the 5 major academies have a strong sense of honor. This sense of honor makes them full of fighting spirit. They are not afraid of fighting monsters or fighting Dongzhou. However, once they do something that harms the interests of Dongzhou, they will be ashamed and humiliated. Many monks will commit suicide, and the direct manifestation is suicide, after losing the battle with monsters. Of course, this kind of thing is limited to low-level disciples. The real high-level monks have already seen through some of these things, and have hardly heard of such things. Yizabei will naturally not commit suicide easily. A monk in the Shengsu period has a lifespan of 2000 years. He is less than 1000 years old now, and has a bright future. It's just a small setback. Why should he die? He just wants to find a way to step down. Teacher, the dean also said that we Dongzhou monks have overcome many difficulties and experienced untold hardships to create the situation in Dongzhou. Nothing is smooth sailing. Teacher should muster up the courage again and fight with Baeksuju. We Dongzhou monks are united and will never lose. Yes, teacher, the money and resources are still in our hands. We haven't lost at all. Let's fight again. Okay, then I will keep this useless body and fight with Dongzhou monks again. Write a visiting card. I want to go to Baeksuju. Yizabei took the opportunity to step down and rekindled his fighting spirit. Lin Xiao was the only one in Dongzhou who saw through his plan, so he wanted to go to Baeksuju to meet Lin Xiao. That night, Yizabei came to Baeksuju. Lin Xiao accepted the invitation and set up a banquet to entertain him, but only Lin Xiao was there. Yizabei from Dongzhou Zhuanhuang Academy greets fellow Daoist Lin Xiao from Nanzhou Wugo greets fellow Daoist. Please take a seat, thank you. Fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Yi, what is the reason for coming to my house today? Fellow Daoist Lin, Dongzhou is in trouble, so I come to ask for help from fellow Daoist Lin. Fellow Daoist Yi is joking. Dongzhou has millions of cultivators who are extremely brave. I'm just a cultivator from a small country in Nanzhou. How can I win over Dongzhou? Lin Xiao said lightly. The Dongzhou cultivators still have the bad habits. They always talk about great principles. It's disgusting. Fellow Daoist Lin, although the monks in Dongzhou are brave, Dongzhou is poor and 100 years of savings have been destroyed. Now the monks on the front line lack medical care and medicine, and some monks don't even have magic weapons. We must continue to support Dongzhou. Then why did fellow Daoist Yi look for the Dongzhou clan? Why did you look for me, Lin? Fellow Daoist Yi doesn't think that I can control this Dongzhou clan. No, it's just that fellow Daoist Lin, you purchase resources at a premium, based on the market price, and let all the businesses sell the goods to you. We have to purchase them at a high price. The war in Dongzhou is in full swing and money is short. Stop, Yizabei, don't give me that nonsense. There are no outsiders here. Just say what you want to say. Fellow Daoist Lin, please forgive me. Zibei just hopes that fellow Daoist Lin will lower the price and have mercy on my Dongzhou monks. Pity your Dongzhou monks, then who will pity my Nanzhou monks? There is also a beast tied in my Nanzhou. The 2 demon kings have launched tens of millions of demon beasts to attack the 11 countries in Nanzhou. These 11 countries don't even have cultivators in the Shengsu period. How innocent they are. Hey, didn't fellow Daoist Lin kill a golden body monk? Why don't you go and quell the beast tide? Quell, huh? These 6th order demon kings are subordinates of the 7th order dragon. If I kill them, what if the dragon starts a war between the 2 races? The demon race has an 8th order or even supreme demon king, but my Nanzhou doesn't have one. What should my Nanzhou do? Once hundreds of millions of demon beasts attack, what should my Nanzhou monks do? Just for your little benefit, you disregard the lives of tens of millions of Nanzhou monks. Lin Xiao kept retorting. Nan Xiao, Zi Xiao, and Bi Xiao all implemented a step-by-step encroachment strategy, relying on millions of years to advance step by step, expand the territory of the human race, and never advance rashly. Dong Xiao was the most radical. In 2 or 3,000 years, it killed countless demon beasts and expanded its territory by more than several times. Unfortunately, it often relapsed. Once the demon race got angry, they attacked in large numbers, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Yi Zibei wanted to argue a bit, but finally held back. In fact, this was the disagreement between Dong Xiao and the other continents. Dong Xiao believed that their strategy was correct. The monsters were brutal and humans could not tolerate them, but the other continents did not think so. Fellow Daoist Lin, Nan Xiao is much stronger than Dong Xiao. The situation in Nan Xiao is not bad now, but Dong Xiao is in danger. I hope that fellow Daoist Lin will show mercy. I'm sorry that I can't agree to this. Nan Xiao is not dangerous, but it doesn't mean that Wugo is not dangerous. Wugo is also a country on the front line of the wilderness, and a beast tide is happening. The countries in Nan Xiao are independent of each other, and they won't help us without benefits. You need to save yourselves, and so do we. The merchants in Tiansheng City are free. They will sell to whoever has the highest purchase price. If fellow Daoist Yi is willing, he can also buy it at a high price. This is voluntary. Fellow Daoist Yi, pie will not fall from the sky. Except for some brainless people, no one will sacrifice for others in vain. This is true for all major sects, and so is Lin. Lin Xiao replied. If it weren't for the previous little tricks, Lin Xiao would definitely be willing to help, but now Lin Xiao is unwilling to do so, because even if he helps, people will not be grateful to you. Instead, they will think you are a fool. This kind of good thing is too guilty, so it's better to do bad things. No matter how Yi Zibei lobbied, Lin Xiao remained unmoved and had to leave in embarrassment. 3 days later, Lin Xiao gathered 5 flying boats, landed in Tiansheng City, and began to move the goods from Baeksu. This scene made Yi Zibei completely anxious. Once the goods were taken away, it would be a beginning. At that time, the resources of Central Continent would really flow into South Continent and West Continent, and the prices would only get higher and higher. Yi Zibei came to Baeksu residence again, and this time his attitude was much softer, almost like surrendering. Chapter 639, Dong Xiao Compromise. At this time, the world of immortal cultivation, except for Dong Xiao, is in turmoil. Although Dong Xiao is the most critical, the situation in Zi Xiao and Bi Xiao is not optimistic, especially Zi Xiao. The dragon clan of Langyuan in Zi Xiao is also a hegemon among the monster clans. Now the cultivators know that they are extremely powerful dragons, but no one knows whether they are real dragons. Once Langyuan gets angry and mobilizes hundreds of millions of monsters to attack, Zi Xiao will also be in danger, so it is normal for the world of immortal cultivation to store supplies now. The supplies in Dong Xiao are also limited. Once Tiansheng City opens this hole, I'm afraid that countless merchants will either wait for the price or transport the supplies to Nan Xiao, which makes Yi Zibei very worried. Yi Zibei is not a heavyweight opponent in a fight with Lin Xiao. Although the power represented by Yi Zibei is far greater than that of Lin Xiao, the crisis in Dong Xiao is his biggest weakness. Lin Xiao can afford it, but Yi Zibei cannot. Now the second line of defense in Dong Xiao is crumbling, and 80% of Dong Xiao's resources are concentrated in the second line of defense. Once the second line of defense is broken, the third, fourth and even fifth lines of defense will collapse instantly. The mineral veins and core areas of Dong Xiao's states are in these lines of defense. Once they collapse, Dong Xiao will be finished and can only cross the ocean to become a refugee in Dong Xiao. So Yi Zibei came to see Lin Xiao again. This time he didn't dare to say any clichés. He also knew that high-level monks would not buy this set of tricks, nor would they be brainwashed by them. Instead, they would be very resistant. After a day and a night of negotiations, Yi Zibei finalized the price of various resources, with a 20% premium on the average market price within 3 months. This price is slightly lower than the current price, but it is also far beyond Yi Zibei's psychological bottom line. But even so, Li Zibai had to bite his teeth and bear it, otherwise the resources would be taken away, and then it would not be this price, and other merchants would definitely take the opportunity to raise prices. As for Lin Xiao, this price is also within a normal profit. The goods collected in the past few days will still lose a little, but under Lin Xiao's instructions, Beizhu did not actually collect much, and the loss was very small. Lin Xiao not only sold the goods himself, but also brought in the Li family and the Yi family. The three families have about 1 billion goods. According to the current price, they can sell about 1.5 billion. After deducting various costs, the profit is only 30% to 40%, which is a normal profit. Moreover, EZHI gave away not all black crystals. Now that the war in Dongzhou is in full swing, he is very short of black crystals, so he still uses materials to offset them. Their materials are also calculated according to the current market price. If the three families do not have the processing capacity, the profit will be lower. 3 days later, the goods were counted and all the goods were loaded into the flying boat of the Dongzhou monks. Under the heavy supervision of the Suyu Sect monks, they flew away from Tiansheng City. Fellow Daoist Lin, you are still too kind. According to my intelligence, the price that Dongzhou cultivators pay in other places is 20% higher than ours. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Dongzhou cultivators are unable to fight against the Kinyu tribe, and they are unwilling to give up their territory. This battle must be fought. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, compared with the beast tide faced by Dongzhou, the beast tide faced by Wu Kingdom in the past was like a child playing house. Now Dongzhou is facing a tide of more than 1 billion monsters, and there are also nearly 2 million cultivators gathered in Dongzhou. If the situation is tense, it is normal to fight for decades. The cultivators in Dongzhou are really killing. They should give up some sacred mountains and mineral veins. Why don't they just ask the big sects in Dongzhou to take action? What can we do if they don't want to? Forget about it. Go back and arrange for the disciples to produce. This business can still be done. Lin Xiao waved his hand. The big sects in Dongzhou still have to have some face. The price they ask is not high, and they will really work after getting the money. The high-level cultivators are dispatched to snipe the high-level monsters, which can quickly suppress the beast tide, but Dongzhou is unwilling. In their view, this is taking advantage of the fire to rob and bully people. What can we do about it? That's right, I have to arrange for them to work overtime. This is an opportunity for my Yi family. Yi Mi nodded. War money is the easiest to make. It is an opportunity for her strength to soar. Yi Mi will never miss this opportunity. She personally arranges tasks and encourages the formation masters and talisman makers to refine more formation talismans. Even she herself dare not stop. Drawing one more talisman means making more money. Dongzhou, within a month and a half, Dongzhou 5 Element Company raised the first batch of rescue resources and sent them to Dongzhou, which solved the urgent problem for the second line of defense. Although the price was higher than expected, the Dongzhou high-level officials had no choice. The second line of defense, of the initial 36 cities, only 28 remained. 8 cities were destroyed, and only half of the more than 2 million monks escaped. Fortunately, the mortals evacuated early. In the 4th month of the beast tide, Dongzhou had lost nearly 3 million monks, which was 1/10 of the entire Dongzhou force and 1/7 of the force that the 5 major academies could mobilize. The loss was extremely heavy. However, the war also stimulated the development of Dongzhou monks. Under the strong pressure of survival, many monks who had been in a bottleneck for many years broke through. Moreover, countless heroes emerged among the Dongzhou monks. Many monks looked ordinary at ordinary times, but their survival and combat abilities on the battlefield were stronger than those of genius monks. Therefore, the loss of 1/7 of the force not only did not defeat the Dongzhou monks, but instead trained them, making their momentum stronger, their cohesion stronger, and their resistance stronger. Of the 5 8th level monks, 4 have already stepped onto the battlefield, leaving only the Dean of Zhuanghuang Academy in the rear, and the battle is still going on fiercely. The third line of defense now gathers 6 million monks from Dongzhou, and with the second line of defense, more than 10 million monks have been mobilized. More than a dozen flying boats landed on Lingshan Mountain, and thousands of monks rushed up to carry the goods on them down. Lin Xiao, the dean of Zhuanhuang Academy, walked forward to check. Hello, Dean Lin. No need to be polite. Are all the goods here? Yes, Dean Lin. This is the first batch of supplies, worth 5 billion Zuan crystals. The most important ones are healing pills, talismans, magic tools, and there are also several formations. Here is the list. Very good. I know everything Zibei has done. The company has done a good job. Dean Lin, that big sect in Zhongzhou is so abominable. Not only are they stingy, but they also prevented some disciples from rescuing us. Don't complain. The big sects in Zhongzhou are used to being high and mighty, and they treat us in Dongzhou's country folk. Dongzhou is the Dongzhou of us Dongzhou people, not their Zhongzhou people. We must rely on ourselves, not on them. Yes, Dean Lin taught that we don't rely on them. After putting down the supplies, you must hurry back to Zhongzhou and pick up that group of warriors to Zhongzhou. You must treat them well. Not all people in Zhongzhou are bad. There are always some people who recognize us. These are our brothers and friends. Dean, don't worry, I will rush back as soon as possible. The monk replied that Dongzhou's propaganda in Zhongzhou was not without any effect. So far, nearly 100,000 monks have decided to go to Dongzhou to help. Although these monks are not high-ranking, and many of them cannot even cross the ocean, they are also an important new force for Dongzhou. Dongzhou will arrange a flying boat to bring them to Dongzhou to help. You must continue your propaganda. Bring back a piece of information about the monster clan when you leave. Kuiniu is the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast. Now there are many strange beasts on the battlefield. These strange beasts are full of treasures. There will definitely be a large number of monks who want to hunt monsters. Lin Xiao said again that the monks who volunteered to help were not masters, but if they were monster hunters attracted by monster materials, they would be elites. They must do everything they can to get the monks from Zhongzhou to come. At the same time, Lin Xiao mobilized a lot of high-level spiritual objects and asked them to take them back to Zhongzhou for sale. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, many places in Dongzhou have not experienced war for tens of thousands of years. Many high-level spiritual medicines have been planted in these places, which can be exchanged for a large number of low-level resources. Sell high and buy low. This is the strategy of Dongzhou. After all, the battlefield cannot rely solely on high-level cultivators. A large number of low-level cultivators are the foundation. Without them, no matter how powerful the high-level cultivators are, they will be killed. Dongzhou Wanghai City, located in the northwest of Dongzhou, is one of the oldest cities in Dongzhou. It is also the closest place to Zhongzhou. Only hundreds of thousands of miles of sea is Zhongzhou. This distance, even for a cultivator in the Shengsu period, it takes less than a month to fly. At this time, in Wanghai City, dozens of Zhongzhou cultivators are busy. These people are cultivators from Zhongzhou Xiao Sect. Xiao Sect is a second-rate sect in Zhongzhou, but Xiao Sect has a very powerful means. That is, it monopolizes the teleportation array technology in the world of immortal cultivation. In Zhongzhou, only the 10 major sects have the ability to refine teleportation arrays on their own, and they can only refine short and medium distance teleportation arrays. This kind of teleportation array that can easily reach hundreds of thousands or millions of miles can only be done by Xiao Sect and Xiao Sect. The two sects have a long history, and they also help each other in this matter, which makes the major sects in Zhongzhou love and hate them. On the one hand, they suppress their development, and on the other hand, they need their technology. This time, Dongzhou was in danger, and Dongzhou spent a huge amount of money to obtain the qualification to set up a teleportation array in Penglai City in Penglai, Zhongzhou. This is extremely difficult, because the teleportation array also has advantages and disadvantages. Usually, it speeds up the communication between the two places, but what if the enemy is sent over from the other side? Therefore, major cities are very cautious about this. This time, Dongzhou also spent a lot of effort to obtain the qualification of Penglai City. The teleportation array is set up, start the experiment, and pass the message over. Yes, ancestor. After a golden body monk of Xiao Sect personally arranged the teleportation array, he asked his disciples to pass the message to Penglai. 10 minutes later, the teleportation array of Wanghe City flashed with light, and 3 monks appeared in front of everyone. The 3 people were from Penglai, Lin Xiao, and Tiansheng Sect sect. Their appearance represented the successful setting of the teleportation array. Wanghe City starts selling teleportation locations today. One location costs 10,000 mysterious crystals, and only 900 people are allowed per day. After the success, the business of the garrison cultivators in Wanghe City spread throughout the city, which made the people of Tiansheng Sect stunned. They thought that the cultivators from Lin Xiao were too black-hearted. Chapter 640, Lin Xiao Refugees. The total number of cultivators in Lin Xiao is over 30 million, but the 5 major colleges can only control more than 20 million people. The remaining nearly 10 million people are independent cultivators or forces that are not under the jurisdiction of the 5 major colleges. When the beast tide broke out in Lin Xiao, not all Lin Xiao cultivators were willing to go to the battlefield, especially independent cultivators. They were not burdened by their families, and could come and go freely. The 5 major colleges had no way to deal with it. After the outbreak of the Beast Tide War, more than 100,000 cultivators had fled Lin Xiao, and millions of cultivators stayed away from the front line, and hid in the rear. These cultivators were very desperate about the prospects of Lin Xiao, and felt that the rear was not a safe place, so they wanted to flee Lin Xiao, and go to the safe Lin Xiao. However, the hundreds of thousands of miles of sea area is not very safe. The journey is long and there is no place to rest in the middle. Even Daogang cultivators cannot fly over at once. If they want to fly over directly, they need at least Lingguan cultivators or use flying boats and treasure ships. The flying boats and treasure ships are extremely expensive, and they are not affordable for small forces or independent cultivators. They are all in the hands of major forces in Lin Xiao, and they are controlled by the 5 major colleges, which means that the channels to Lin Xiao are controlled by the 5 major colleges. Before, when flying boats and treasure ships traveled between the 2 continents, they would bring some monks with them. They didn't give them away for free. They spent a lot of money to buy the tickets. However, flying boats and treasure ships were not 100% safe. The sea was vast and there were countless dangers. Although Penglai had already scared the monsters of the East China Sea, the monsters were not very smart. There would still be a few giant beasts or monsters that would attack flying boats and treasure ships, causing the ship to be destroyed and people to die. In the past few months, there have been several such incidents. Another thing is the storm. The power of the immortal cultivators is always limited. They cannot go against the power of heaven. Once a big storm occurs, even a 5th level treasure ship is at risk of being destroyed. Therefore, the safest way is to use the teleportation array. In addition to the extremely high cost of the teleportation array, the usual maintenance is also a cost. In addition, low-level monks cannot withstand the pressure brought by long-distance transmission. If they do not take protection, they will be directly shocked to death. Therefore, the teleportation talisman and teleportation token appeared. This teleportation talisman is not the teleportation talisman that Lin Xiao used before, but is specially used to protect monks. It is the same as the teleportation token, but one is a one-time and the other is permanent. Another expense of the teleportation array is the transmission energy. The teleportation array can absorb the mysterious energy of the spiritual vein as energy, but the speed is too slow. It takes several months to absorb it once, which cannot meet the current needs. Therefore, it can only be activated with mysterious crystals, and the teleportation array requires high-quality mysterious crystals to start. According to the distance between Wanghe City and Penglai, a large-scale teleportation array with 300 people needs 100 or 100 mysterious crystals to teleport once. According to the value ratio, it is equivalent to 1 million mysterious crystals. However, the people of the 5 major colleges are still very ruthless. They directly set the price at 10,000 mysterious crystals per person, which is 3 million in teleportation fees. Even if the personnel maintenance and profit sharing to Penglai City are added, their profit is about 1.5 million. The cultivators of Tiansheng Sect thought that no one would come at this price, but they didn't expect that in less than 10 minutes, the front of the teleportation array was crowded with people, with at least tens of thousands of people. The first 300 cultivators paid the money, and the first batch of cultivators teleported over. In order to maintain and use the teleportation array for a longer period of time, it is best to rest for 3 hours after each transmission. If continuous transmission is carried out in a short period of time, the service life of the teleportation array will be greatly reduced. Among the millions of Dongzhou refugees, there were quite a few who could afford 10,000 zuanjing. Before they fled their homes, they had already taken away everything they could take away, especially some monks from small families. They had been operating for hundreds and thousands of years and still had a foundation. After selling all their property, they could still afford the teleportation array. 9,000 people a day. A month later, with the teleportation array plus the people taken away by the treasure ships and flying boats, almost 500,000 or 600,000 Dongzhou monks fled Dongzhou and went to Zhongzhou to avoid the Beast Tide War. A month later, the 5 major colleges greatly increased the price of the treasure ships and flying boats and the teleportation array, which discouraged the remaining poor monks and completely cut off their idea of leaving Dongzhou. Dongzhou's move was extremely clever. Although the monks in front were rich, they had a low desire to fight, and now these monks were poor. After cutting off their retreat, they could force them to fight to the death. Sure enough, Dongzhou then issued a new order. As long as independent cultivators and cultivators from small families have made meritorious deeds on the battlefield and reached a certain number, they can exchange for the qualification of the teleportation array, and they can resell it. That is, they can give it to their families, so that their family members can leave the dangerous Dongzhou. As soon as this move was made, more than 100,000 cultivators signed up on the same day and went to the front line. In just 1 month, Dongzhou received reinforcement from millions of cultivators, allowing the second line of defense that was originally about to be broken to hold out for a while. The battlefield in Dongzhou was fighting endlessly, and the beast tide in Nanzhou had ended. Yu Jialong, the 7th level demon king on the front line of Nanzhou, was very clear about the advantages of the human race, so she did not launch a full-scale invasion at all. It was just that there were too many demon beasts under the command of the Blue Dragon Lion King and the Triangle Gao Demon King, and some needed to be consumed. After half a year of fighting, more than 20 million invading demon beasts were killed or injured, and as many as 5 to 6 million. The 2 demon kings ordered a retreat, and the countries at the southwest end of Nanzhou were unable to stop them and could only let them leave safely. This war involved 11 countries in the southwest of Nanzhou. Only Wu State was not directly involved, but it still caused the tragic consequences of more than 300,000 monks being killed. The triangle-shaped Gao Demon King was the most dangerous. It was a 6th level demon king with a high flying speed. Most of its subordinates were flying monsters. They came and went like the wind. Not to mention Lingguang monks, even ordinary Shengsu period monks could not escape after being entangled by him. Annan, Cheshi and other countries could only defend several important sacred mountains, and countless monks and mortals were killed and injured. On the other side of Wusun, the Blue Dragon Lion King was not easy to mess with. It had a higher cultivation level than before, and was 1 step away from entering the 7th level. Without 2 or 3 Shengsu period monks, it was impossible to contain it. Wusun had been hit repeatedly in the past few hundred years, and was no longer able to ask Shengsu period monks to take action. It could only defend the sacred mountains and let it wreak havoc. In the War of Beast Tide in Nanzhou, the only winner was Wu State. In the past 6 months, Wu State only mobilized 20,000 to 30,000 people to pick up some bargains on the battlefield, with very few casualties. Wu State's large factory has made great progress. The 2 factories together have more than 50,000 monks, and the talents of various levels of Dunfukisan have exceeded 20,000. Countless orders made Wu State's large factory earn a lot of money, and even the monks inside got bonuses one after another. With these bonuses as resources, the monks inside can usher in a period of explosive strength. After the war, the countries had a large amount of spoils, which they could not eat themselves. The price was extremely low, and they were as old to Wu State, and Wu State made money several times. In Zizhou, the war also came to an end. With the cheap resources of Wu State, Qin State's strength soared by several points, and the other countries joined forces to boycott Qin royal business, which also caused the business to suffer heavy losses. As a last resort, Qin royal business could only stop exploiting the countries. Other countries directly contacted the large factory in Wu State and purchased goods at the same low price. This made the situation even worse for the Qin Royal Trading Company. The Qin royal family hated Beijing Trading Company very much and tried to abolish the trading company's operating rights in Qin many times, but this plan was broken by Tishi. After Tishi came to Zizhaoqin, he knew that the situation was complicated, so he directly mobilized the Night Owl's troops to publicize Lin Xiao's achievements in Qin, especially the killing of the Golden Monk in Sifeng City, which made the king and prince of Qin extremely afraid and hesitant to take action. Beijing Trading Company set up trading bases in other countries, which was a brilliant move. All countries have cheap resources, and Qin does not have them, so other countries will exploit you in turn. Unless Qin has cheaper products, you have to accept it. If you dare to abolish the trading company, the princes in Qin will be the first to disagree. Therefore, the Qin royal merchants could only accept it, and most of the areas in Zizhao had actually become the economic colonies of Wuguo. Their high-level technology was not good enough, and now even the low-leveled and Fukisan could not beat the products of Wuguo in terms of cost, so they could only become colonies that provided raw materials and imported products. The knowledgeable people in Zizhao had actually realized the harm of this situation to Zizhao. If it continued for a long time, the Wuguo of Nanzhao would control the lifeline of Zizhao. Once the Wuguo cut off the supply of goods from Zizhao, what would Zizhao use to fight? But the monsters were watching from the side, and these knowledgeable people also knew that they could not refuse the products of Wuguo. What they could do was to use limited resources to cultivate the talented disciples in that line, and wanted to train them into high-leveled and Fukisan masters, so as to break the situation where Zizhao was controlled by others everywhere. However, if these plans were to succeed, it would take at least 100 years, or until they maintained their advantage over the monsters and there was no threat, which was not something that could be done in a short time. In Bizhao, the war has also ended. The war in Bizhao was caused by the destruction of the core area of the monsters by the Lord of Thorns. It was an act of revenge. When they pushed the front line to the Ice and Snow Palace, they entered the confrontation stage. Because the Ice and Snow Palace is a temperature line, these ice and snow monsters can't stay further south. So when the winter in Bizhao is over, the monster army returned to the Ice and Snow, which made the Ice and Snow Palace feel relieved. In the Luoxing Sea area, this time the beast tide disappeared silently, and even the first line of defense was not broken. Although a large number of monks were killed and injured, the various forces in Luoxing Sea also obtained countless resources, and began a new round of development. Fenghuo Island and Wanhua Dao both gained a lot of benefits. Fenghuo Island received an order from the Tiansheng Sect to use its inventory resources to purchase large quantities of monster materials whose prices had plummeted, and transported them to the Wu State factory in Nanzhao. This meant that the Wu State factory had to continue operating even after the war, and orders were scheduled for several years. The Wu State factory began a new round of recruitment, and this time, the Wu State decided to expand the factory to 100,000 people. Excluding logistics and other personnel, the number of full-time production personnel would exceed 50,000. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, The Protracted War. The human race and the demon race have been fighting for millions of years. Although the human race has an overall advantage, it is not always dominant. Except for Zhangzhou, the 4 continents have fought back and forth. So over the past million years, the cultivators of the 4 continents have fought with the demon race countless times. They can't even remember them all. For example, the small fights like the Wu Kingdom are not even qualified to be recorded in the history books of the cultivation world. Millions of years of entanglement have seen many memorable wars. There are demons who win, and there are also human races who win. There are also examples of a decisive battle with a single move, and there are also examples of a tug-of-war that lasted for hundreds of years. Now, in the 5 continents of the cultivation world, plus the overseas fairy islands, there are more than a dozen places Although small battles occur every day, large-scale wars are only left in Dongzhou. After holding out for half a year, the second line of defense of Dongzhou was breached. 18 of the 36 cultivation cities were breached, and 18 gave up voluntarily. The Dongzhou army retreated to the third line of defense. This line of defense is actually the last line of defense of Dongzhou, because the core area of Dongzhou is behind the third line of defense. If the third line of defense is lost, the 5 major colleges of Dongzhou, along with most of the spiritual fields and mines, will all be occupied by monsters. Without the support of these financial resources, even if the 4th, 5th, and 6th lines of defense are built, it will only delay some time and prepare for the evacuation of the monks. Therefore, the third line of defense is also the line of defense that Dongzhou must defend at all costs. Dongzhou has gathered tens of millions of troops here to stop the monsters, and a steady stream of resources are piled up in it. The monster army is also showing signs of fatigue at this time. Although the more than 1 billion monster army has killed nearly 5 million monks, they have also suffered more than 100 million casualties, and many races are about to be exterminated. More importantly, everything on the human territory will be eaten up. Although the monsters have pushed the wilderness front more than 20,000 miles north, this is an extremely wide territory, but with more than 1 billion monsters gathered in it, the consumption can be imagined. After eating the bodies of monks, mortals, and monsters killed in battle, the monster army can devour each other. The hunting monsters constantly attack the herbivorous monsters. This is the nature of monsters. Even the intervention of intelligent monsters and high-level monsters cannot completely stop it. So the problem facing the Kinyu tribe now is to either withdraw the army or quickly break through the third line of defense and find a new place for monsters to eat. Otherwise, the monster army will sooner or later cause trouble. In Dongzhou, there are still several relatively intact buildings in the ruins of a city. Naturally, they are occupied by the ancestors of the Kinyu tribe. At this time, the high-level monster kings of the monster army have gathered. They are all monster kings above the 7th level. The 6th level monster kings are not qualified to enter here. The high level monsters can transform into human forms, and they have more dealings with the human race. They are learning from the human race in many aspects, including some enjoyments in life, such as marrying concubines, drinking spirit wine, eating delicious food, etc. At this time, a banquet was being held in the hall. Dozens of beautiful female cultivators were pouring wine for the demon kings. They were all captives of the demon clan. Some demon kings were eating and drinking unscrupulously. When they were interested, they didn't mind pulling a female cultivator to show what a live spring palace was. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming pressure came down from the sky, pressing the demon kings to stand up straight. Those beautiful female cultivators fell to the ground directly. Those with lower cultivation levels were bleeding from all 7 orifices and were about to die. The ancestor of the Kinyu clan was overjoyed and shouted, "The supreme ancestor is here." The pressure was put away, and soon, those demon kings sat up seriously. The female cultivators evacuated one after another. A majestic looking man sat on the first seat in the hall. He was the supreme demon king of the Kinyu clan. The supreme demon king of the Kinyu tribe looked around at the demon kings in the hall. For this battle, he mobilized 6 8th level demon kings and more than 37th level demon kings. Half of them were here, and the rest were monitoring at the front line. "Liu, how is the battle situation at the front line?" the supreme demon king asked. The war has always been led by the 3 8th level demon kings of the Kinyu tribe. He did not show up in person, but secretly prevented the human supreme from making a surprise attack. This kind of thing has not happened before. After millions of years of entanglement, the human race and the demon race have reached a tacit understanding. The cultivators above the 8th level and the 8th level demon kings no longer appear on the battlefield easily because their destruction is too great. Maybe a battle of 1,000,000 people is not as deadly as the casualties of a battle between them. When that time comes, no matter which side wins, it will be a miserable victory. Therefore, the supreme cultivators will not leave the field until the survival of both races is at stake. This is also the reason why Dongzhou can persist until now. Otherwise, if the supreme of the Kinyu tribe kills the 5 8th level ancestors of Dongzhou will collapse. Ancestor, the battle on the front line is still intense. The human race in East Continent has gathered tens of millions of troops, and the resources in Central Continent are constantly appearing. The children are beginning to be tired, and Xia Liu is just about to ask the ancestor for the decision. King Gaiu, what do you think? The supreme cultivator of the Kinyu tribe looked at a handsome man. It was the demon king of the nine-tailed demon tribe. Not only did his cultivation reach the 7th level, but he was also an intelligent demon beast. He developed intelligence when he was in the 2nd level and was an important ally of the Kinyu tribe. It was also the one who made plans for this battle. Ancestor, can King Gaiu tell the truth? Of course. Then King Gaiu will say it. Ancestor, don't be angry. As it stands now, it is impossible for us to break through the human defense line unless Ancestor is willing to kill their 8th level cultivators. No, the two races have a tacit understanding. Once I take action, those old guys in Zhongzhou will not be able to sit still. By then, you will all be attacked and killed by the supreme cultivators, and the war between the two races that will sweep the entire world of immortal cultivation will break out. The Kinyu tribe cannot afford this responsibility. In that case, then we can only retreat. In this battle, we killed millions of human cultivators and hundreds of millions of mortals. We have vented our anger and avenged ourselves, and it is time to go back to recuperate. But what if I don't want to? The murderer of my grandson is not dead yet. If I just leave like this, how can I face the monsters of the Kinyu tribe? The supreme of the Kinyu tribe shook his head. One of his direct descendants was killed. The cultivator who killed him was a golden body cultivator. This person had never been on the battlefield, but was supporting in the rear, deliberately trying to disgust them. Ancestor, forgive King Gaiu for speaking frankly. If we don't retreat for a long time, the pigs, sheep, cattle, deer, horses and other tribes will probably have to leave. They have been attacked many times recently. I know about this. This is the nature of our monster race. There is nothing we can do about it. So I need you to give me some advice and solve this problem for me. It can not only avenge my Kinyu tribe, but also weaken the human race and carve out a piece of heaven for my monster race. Of course, there can't be too much loss. Well, since the ancestor said so, King Gaiu will try his best. Ancestor, King Gaiu has read many books on the human race and learned a lot of strategies. We monster race cannot restrain our nature, so we might as well let it go and lead the human race continuously. We don't need so many monsters. An army of 300 to 500 million monsters is enough. If the human race does not rely on Zhongzhou, it will not be able to go to war at all and can only defend the city. And we have occupied the human race's territories covering tens of thousands of miles. There are countless sacred mountains on these territories. It is better to divide them among the monsters, especially the monsters with strong reproductive abilities, so that they can continuously produce cannon fodder. We can launch a small attack every 3 days and a big attack every 10 days, to drag them to death. The sharpness of the human race lies in that they can use all kinds of resources, but these resources also require manpower and time to produce. Millions of troops are placed here, which is enough to make them bankrupt. As long as they relax, we can defeat them. This is a good idea, so is there anything we need to pay attention to? There is only one thing we need to pay attention to, that is whether the human race in Zhongzhou will take action. So I ask the Supreme to send our enslaved monks to Zhongzhou to get information. King Gaiu replied. His vicious plan definitely hit the human race's soft spot. If the war lasted for 10 or 8 years, Zhongzhou would definitely be the first to collapse. The only variable is Zhongzhou. Once Zhongzhou intervenes on a large scale, it will not be something that their small number of troops can stop. In view of this, King Gaiu captured more than 100,000 human cultivators in the first half of the war, of which more than 30,000 had completely surrendered to them and were cast with enslavement spells and became their slaves. However, these people had no combat effectiveness on the battlefield, so they did not let them fight, but sent them to Zhongzhou to act as spies. King Gaiu also hoped to send some to Zhongzhou to gather information. Okay, you choose some of the smart and capable slaves among them, and then I will personally contact the East China Sea Demon Clan and ask them to send people over. In this way, it will be foolproof. If this war continues for a few more years, the human race will definitely not be able to hold on. By then, the East China continent will be the world of our demon clan. Very good, let's do it. The Supreme Demon King nodded and then disappeared. The Demon King had no intention of holding a banquet. The 8th level Demon King of the Kinyu tribe began to discuss how to divide the occupied territories. There were tens of thousands of demons. Although they did not know what biodiversity was, they knew that once there was only one race left in a place, it would be a disaster for the demons. Just like if tigers and leopards were too prosperous, they would eat up all the demons such as cattle and sheep. At best, tigers and leopards would starve to death. This was a simple understanding of the food chain. Therefore, the ancestors of the Kinyu tribe had to support some races that suffered heavy losses, allowing them to reproduce, and let some races with too many people go to the battlefield to control their numbers. 3 days later, 700 million to 800 million demons began to retreat. Most of them returned to the wild areas, while many of them were scattered on the original human territory, occupying sacred mountains. Soon, this place would become a paradise for the demons. On the front line, there is always an army of more than 300 million monsters, which can maintain an advantage over the human race. The 5 major academies organized several counterattacks, but apart from heavy losses, there were no results. The grim situation was placed before the Deng Xiao top leaders. Chapter 642, Survival is the first need. In Deng Xiao, the battlefield situation has changed. The top leaders of Deng Xiao are also discussing countermeasures. In the third line of defense, the 5 deans gathered and were discussing. The intelligent monsters are indeed a big threat to our human race. The Kinyu tribe raises the 9-tailed monsters and cultivates many intelligent monsters. Its patriarch is a 7th level monster king. This change must be caused by this vixen. The monsters are entrenched and refuse to retreat. This move really hits our soft spot. Tens of millions of cultivators are stockpiled here, and countless people are consumed every day. The monster army is still maintaining its advantage in the front, making it impossible for us to advance or retreat. If this situation continues for 3 to 5 years, our Deng Xiao will collapse. The 5 deans were all gloomy. The 30 million cultivators in Deng Xiao were all involved in the war. Not counting those who died in the war, there are still more than 10 million preparing for war. That is to say, the cultivators produced in the rear are only a few million, and they are basically old, weak, sick and disabled, and low-level cultivators. How can they support the consumption of these 10 million people? Yes, now let alone consumable resources such as black crystals, magic tools, and talismans. Even spiritual rice is almost in short supply. Tens of millions of cultivators will consume more than 50 million kilograms of spiritual rice a day. After more than half a year of fighting, the stocks of various countries, sects, and major academies are already running out of emergency. Haven't they replanted a batch? It's too late to replant, and it will take another month to harvest. Moreover, the replanted area is not large enough to support the war. In order to support the war, I have ordered the consumption of spiritual veins and large-scale reclamation of spiritual fields, but it is still not enough. We have lost too much territory. All kinds of resources are also in short supply. Now we rely on high-level resources to exchange for large amounts of low-level resources, but our high-level resources are limited. If we keep exchanging them, all spiritual medicines, herbs, and trees above the 5th level will be sold out, and the paths of cultivators above the spiritual light period will be affected. Is there anything else to sell in Deng Xiao now? Nothing. Apart from the gains on the battlefield, there are only some minerals left, but we also need these minerals ourselves, so we can't sell them. They are our foundation. Lin Xiao, who from Zhuanhuang Academy, shook his head. They had known for a long time that war was about money, so from the beginning, they sold the high-level spiritual herbs and medicines that they had cultivated with great effort to meet the needs of the war. But now the potential of the entire Deng Xiao was about to be squeezed out. Why not take a risk and make a desperate attack? Millions of monks will attack at the same time to defeat the monster tribe. No, we can't do it. There are still 300 or 500 million monsters on the opposite side. If we don't have the protection of the formation wall, we will have no advantage over the monsters. Rushing out will only result in mutual losses. Even if we repel the monsters in front of us, what about the hundreds of millions of monsters that have retreated and turned back? This won't work, and that won't work. Can we only sit and wait to die? Aren't we discussing this? Why are you in such a hurry? Dean Hao, is there anything else to sell in Bailu Academy? Everything that should be sold has been sold. If there is anything else to sell, the only things left are skills and martial arts. Then sell them all. We Zhangzhou monks never treasure what we have. It's time to let Zhangzhou monks enjoy our Taoism. Okay, then the 5 families come together. Each of you select a batch of skills and martial arts and transport them back to Zhangzhou together with the spoils of war. Hao Zhen from Bailu Academy nodded. Zhangzhou Academy was more open than the other 4 continents, especially for martial arts. Except for the part involving their core secrets, there was basically no private collection. The teachers in the academy took it as an honor to teach excellent disciples. Therefore, Zhangzhou had done more in-depth research on low and medium level martial arts than the other 4 continents. Many of them were newly created by gathering everyone's wisdom, and their grades were not low. The monks in Zhangzhou regarded these martial arts as confidential, but the attitude of the 5 academies was much more relaxed. They decided to sell some of them. A few days later, more than a dozen flying boats set off from the 3rd line of defense. In addition to a large number of martial arts jade slips, there were also a large number of monster materials. After more than half a year of fighting, hundreds of millions of monsters were killed and injured. Even if they could only get a few monster corpses, it was still a huge number. Not to mention anything else, just the spirit and flesh of the monsters. The frontline monks could not finish eating them even if they vomited. The large-scale export of Zhangzhou spirit meat has impacted the spirit beast breeding of many Tiansheng sects. In the past, most of the spirit meat of Zhangzhou monks was raised by various sects, which required time and material costs, but breeding is not as fast as killing on the battlefield. Billions of pounds of spirit meat entered Zhangzhou, which immediately impacted the market. However, the big sects did not pay much attention to the income from spirit meat, so there was no impact. Only some small sects whose main source of income was from the sale of spirit meat were miserable. Tiansheng City of Suiyu Sect. Tiansheng City is one of the main places for the 5-element business in Zhangzhou to trade. A large amount of monster materials poured in, causing the price of Tiansheng City's materials to fall a lot. Originally, Yi Zibei wanted to release them slowly to maintain the price, but Zhangzhou was in danger, and he knew that doing so would be a loss, but there was no way. In the case of war, many economic laws cannot be measured by common sense. Baizuju mainly refines pills, and the monster materials consumed are not many, mainly the inner pills, that can be used for alchemy, while Fu Zentang mainly focuses on spiritual talismans and arrays, and the monster fur and monster blood are also consumed in large quantities, and then the array talismans are continuously produced. In Baizuju, the shopkeeper gave Lin Xiao a copy of the latest transaction list of Zhangzhou 5-element business. Lin Xiao looked at the large number of martial arts and techniques on it with great interest, because Lin Xiao had never heard of many of them. Lin Xiao has been in the Tiansheng Sect's Sutra Pavilion for more than 10 years. He dare not say that he knows all the martial arts and techniques in the world, but he has heard of most of them, which makes Lin Xiao a little eager to try. What is the attitude of other merchants towards this batch of skills and martial arts? Not very good. Each major merchant has its own backer, and they are not short of skills and martial arts. Even if they are trading, it is only to supplement the foundation of their forces, so the asking price is very low. The 5-element company also knows this situation, so most of them sell to independent cultivators, and there are no restrictions. The independent cultivators sell very well. If the head wants to take it, I can at least lower the price by 30% to 50%, but a large amount must be purchased, said the shopkeeper. These skills and martial arts are not attractive to the major forces. They are not as good as the flesh and blood of monsters. Only independent cultivators lack skills and martial arts, but independent cultivators have so little property that it takes a long time to sell them, which Zhangzhou cannot tolerate. There is a lot of room for negotiation on the price. Okay, reduce it to 50%. We need all the skills and martial arts, except for some common ones. You know we already have them. The duplication rate can't be too high. Okay, but I need the master's order. Ask the sect's scripture library to send a catalog. It's better to eliminate some. Well, I will write a warrant for you. When the skills are copied, send them to me first. I will send them back after I finish reading them. Lin Xiao nodded. He wanted to create a technique, and it was not enough to rely on what he had read before. He needed to continue learning. Moreover, Lin Xiao wanted the system to scan and record the blanks. The shopkeeper got Lin Xiao's order and sent it back to the sect. He contacted Yizibei. Yizibei was overjoyed when he learned that Beizuju wanted to purchase a large number of techniques and martial arts. If they did not restrict the techniques and martial arts, they could sell them all the time. They only needed to spend a little money to buy blank jade slips. However, the big sects and big forces had no interest in their techniques and martial arts. They could only sell them to independent cultivators little by little. The collection process was too long. How could they afford to wait? Therefore, Beizuju's intention was too important to them. As for the price, it was not a problem at all. At that time, they could just copy more. Anyway, they no longer required restrictions. 5 days later, the shopkeeper of Beizuju got the catalogue of the Tiansheng Sect's Sutra library and then sent someone to contact the 5-element business to filter them one by one. What the Tiansheng Sect already had, they naturally didn't want, and what they didn't have, they took all. Soon, Lin Xiao received a large number of martial arts, a considerable part of which were original or modified by Dongzhao monks and were not included in the system. Lin Xiao harvested more than 200,000 points. So far, the system has collected more than 800,000 points since the upgrade, and it has taken another step towards the goal of 1 million points. The progress of the upgrade system has also increased a lot. Dongzhao 5-element business raised another sum of resources and transported them back to Dongzhao, but the people of the 5-element business were very pessimistic because so far, Dongzhao has nothing to sell. It is really almost at the end of its rope, and its potential has been almost squeezed out. And in more than half a year of large-scale war, Dongzhao has consumed hundreds of billions of resources, not to mention the losses of monks and territories. The entire Dongzhao has been seriously injured. But the major sects in Dongzhao still did not make any moves. If Dongzhao did not speak up, they would not really send people to help. No sect dared to open this door, because the leaders of each sect needed to be responsible for their own superiors and subordinates. The entire cultivation world was suffering. Back and forth, more than 1 million cultivators in Dongzhao became refugees and rifted in Dongzhao. About 70% of these refugees had no assets. In order to come to Dongzhao, they spent most of their money. A small number of them had only a meager assets and barely made ends meet. These cultivators became miserable independent cultivators in Dongzhao. No, even worse than independent cultivators, but they did not dare to fight the monsters, so they dared to use some crooked ways in Dongzhao. Recently, many cases of Dongzhao cultivators killing people and robbing treasures have been reported, which has caused many people in Dongzhao to change their attitude towards Dongzhao cultivators, from sympathy at the beginning to disgust. The tolerance of the major sects for killing people and stealing treasures was extremely limited. They strictly investigated all kinds of incidents. Many Dongzhao monks were beaten and killed, and some were implicated. In addition, some small sects began to expel these Dongzhao monks because they were unable to suppress them. The situation of Dongzhao monks in Dongzhao became miserable. However, these things had nothing to do with Lin Xiao and others. With the strength of Suyu sect, even if 1 million Dongzhao monks poured in, they could control it. They were not afraid of them jumping around. Lin Xiao began to resume his normal life, refining weapons, drawing talismans, refining formations, meditating and practicing, and condensing Zu and Qi. His life was still very fulfilling. Chapter 643, Big Workshop. In Dongzhao, the war has stopped, but there are countless small-scale battles. In order to weaken the power of the demon clan and to fight to support the war, the high-level officials of Dongzhao send elite monks to form protective formations every day, to fight small-scale battles with the demon beast army, to obtain demon beast materials and earn resources. Therefore, Dongzhao can still receive a large amount of demon beast materials. After a large number of transactions, the 5-element business has a deeper understanding of the strength of thousands of businesses in Dongzhao, and Yizibei is more curious about Baeksuju. Because Bakesuju's price is the lowest among all businesses, especially for sources below the third level, which can be about 10% to 20% lower than other businesses. But Yizabei also knows that Bakesuju itself does not refine these low-level materials. All products come from the Nansao Wugo behind Bakesuju, which makes Yizabei curious about Nansao Wugo. In fact, it was not only Yizabei who noticed this. The constant supply of cheap resources from Bakesuju showed that the people in Bakesuju were not nervous at all and did not look like they were doing a loss-making business. They were all very curious. They also knew about the Wugo factory, so they all asked about it. The Wugo factory recruited a large number of workers in Nansao, involving independent cultivators and disciples of small families from 6 or 7 nearby countries. Naturally, the matter could not be concealed, so the information about the Wugo factory began to appear on the desks of major forces. At the gate of SYNOPSIS Sect, Tang Xuan had a copy of the information about the Wugo factory in front of him, and a golden monk stood in front of him. This person was the head of the intelligence department of SYNOPSIS Sect. All major sects had intelligence departments, but most people did not take it seriously, and the SYNOPSIS Sect was the same. In addition to a group of people who were responsible for this matter, they did not even have a specific name. It was only established after the battle between Lin Xiao and Hishite, and was named Shadow. This Wugo factory doesn't seem to have any secrets. How can it produce such cheap products? Where is their profit? Tang Xuan read the information several times and frowned. From the intelligence collected by Shadow, Wugo factory really has no secrets. Everything is not much different from SYNOPSIS Sect. Why did this happen? Ancestor, I promise that the information is absolutely correct. Our people have been working in Wugo factory for a month. It's all true. The person in charge of Shadow replied. Their people have infiltrated the factory, thus confirming a lot of news circulating outside. There is really no mistake. Wugo factory is no different from other places. They all rely on monks to refine pills, talismans, and arrays. There are just more people, more concentration, and monks have more time to work. Everything else is the same as before, but the cost of Wugo factory is indeed low, so their products are very competitive. Lin Xiao, this kid, has so many secrets. Go, pass this news to the elders of the General Affairs Hall, let them discuss it, and see what's going on. If possible, we will also run a big factory. It doesn't make sense that we would do worse than them. Tang Xuan shook his head. Although he had a high level of cultivation, he might not be as good as the elders of the General Affairs Hall in management, so he also asked people to discuss it. In Bakesu residence in Tiansheng City, Li Muxu handed a piece of information to Lin Xiao. The news was sent by Yi Xiao. Now the major forces in the world of immortal cultivation are very curious about the large factory of Wu State, and they have sent spies to investigate. It is certain that they cannot hide it from Yi Xiao's eyes. Yi Xiao has found many spies, but has not taken any action yet, waiting for Lin Xiao's instructions. I understand. Tell Yi Nanai that, if the spies don't cause any trouble, let them go. There's no need to offend anyone. If they dare to cause any trouble, don't be polite. Kill them first. Master, aren't you worried that the secrets of the big factory will be leaked? There are more than 100,000 employees in the big factory. How can it be kept secret? Besides, will they definitely benefit if they know? That's true, but master, I don't understand it either. Can you explain it to me? Of course, I can't tell the Li family, at least not now. I'll tell you when I can. Of course, I'm still a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. The secret of the Wugo big factory lies in the standard. Standard? Yes, all levels of pills, talismans, and arrays have set standards at the beginning of the big factory. They are unified standards. For a flying sword, what materials to use, how many times to hammer, all have standards. For a pill, how much heat to use, how long to burn, all have standards. The cultivators inside only need to follow this standard to refine qualified products. Moreover, the more they refine, the more skilled they become, and the higher the yield rate. With reasonable management, a lot of costs can be reduced. Is that so? Of course, this is only part of it. There are many details. These are not my ideas, but the summaries of a large number of cultivators from practice. Lin Xiao replied. he just promoted the establishment of a large factory. In fact, many effective methods were thought up by the people working below. Lin Xiao only needs to formulate rewards. As long as these methods are truly effective and can increase production capacity and reduce costs, there will be a lot of rewards, which will stimulate the creativity of the cultivators. Take the refining of flying swords as an example. In the various sects of the Xiuxin world, the refiners configure the materials themselves, refine them by themselves, and do the whole process by themselves. In the Wuguo factory, some people prepare the ingredients and prepare the materials according to the standards. There are also people who specialize in refining black iron and special people to create sword embryos. The assembly line model has been formed. Of course, the world of immortal cultivation cannot really form an assembly line, because it is impossible to build machine tools, nor can it refine high-level things, such as drawing talisman arrays. At present, only refining tools and alchemy have broken down some processes. The current state of large factories is similar to the large manual workshops before the Industrial Revolution in the previous life. There is already this trend. Maybe hundreds or thousands of years later, the Industrial Revolution of the world of immortal cultivation can be carried out, but it is not possible now. These assembly line models have advantages and disadvantages. The advantages that it can reduce the finished product, reduce time and consumption, and gain product advantages. The disadvantages that the cultivators lack understanding of the entire system. It is possible that, after refining for 20 years, they are still first or second level refiners, and cannot advance to high level, let alone be as creative as Zhu Zongsheng. But this has nothing to do with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao now has the mentality of a capitalist, and sets the product below the 4th level. For most people in the Tiansheng Sect, there is only profit. Master, what you mean, is that the secret of the Wu Kingdom's large factories lies in their management level? That's about right. If the various sects imitate the large factories, they will then realize that they have suffered a loss. The management of the large factories is the accumulation of hundreds of years of Tiansheng Sect, and it was motivated by the strategies I formulated. This is the foundation. If they simply imitate, their management level cannot keep up, and the profits squeezed out of the products will be wiped out by the management, or even cause losses. Lin Xiao nodded. In the previous life, any large factory, especially a place like an electronics factory, would not just be able to install an assembly line machine. The management system and the level of managers are crucial. Otherwise, why would they emphasize scientific management every day? Although Lin Xiao did not shout this slogan, he did so. Although various sects in Wu State participated in the investment of the large factory, the management rights have always been controlled by Tiansheng Sect, and have never fallen into the hands of others, because only the people of Tiansheng Sect can thoroughly implement Lin Xiao's strategy, and give full play to this advantage. I understand. So the sect controls the management of the large factory, which actually means it controls the lifeblood of the factory. That's right. Now that the large factory has been abolished, as long as our management personnel are still there, we can immediately copy a new one. If the management personnel are gone, even if there are more workers, it will be useless and the cost will still increase. Then master, what if someone poaches our disciples or kidnaps them? The major sects also have management and business talents, right? This is the advantage of the team. You kidnapped Nanzuan now. Is he really that powerful outside? No, because no one can understand his intentions. He has no team, but he has it in the sect, which is also called a platform. By the same token, other sects may have 1 or 2 business geniuses, but his environment and his platform limit his talent. This requires a large team to build a platform. Taking away 1 or 2 people is of no use at all. Then master, if the Li family wants to imitate the large factory in the future, how can they do it? Training. Pull out a whole team from the large factory for training, learn the whole set of management, and build a new team. But this will not be possible within decades. Why? Of course it's for the benefit. Only when the technology of our Wu country surpasses the times can we slowly release the old technology. Lin Xiao replied. The major sects can control strategic resources, so why can't Lin Xiao also monopolize them? Moreover, Lin Xiao has something he didn't tell Li Muxu, that is, the market. The capital world needs the market to consume products. Now Wu country only controls the market of several small countries in Nanzhao and a small part of Zizhao. The market share is still too low, and the East's Hao side is temporary. Before Wu country occupies most of the market, Lin Xiao will not spread this secret. Okay, but the world of cultivation is still dominated by high-level cultivators. The major sects have their own unique features. Master, don't be careless. Of course I know, so didn't you see that I never intervene in the territory of the major sects? I just don't want to touch their interests. The big factor is focus on small profits and quick turnover, and there is not much conflict with them. Lin Xiao replied. One is high-end and the other is low-end. The conflict between the two is actually very small now, and there will be no conflict for a long time. The ones most affected by the large factories should be the small sects in the Wu Kingdom of Zizhao and Nanzhao. They still rely mainly on low-level resources, but their products cannot compete with the large factories at all. In the end, they will find that it is better to buy than to make, and become economic appendages of the large factories. They may be able to realize this problem, but they cannot compete with the Tiansheng Sect in terms of either military force or technology. Chapter 644. Military force is the guarantee. In the meeting room of the Zhaoyangshan factory in Wu State, Nanzuan and the leaders of the various sects in Wu State gathered together, because today was the day for the year-end inventory. In the past year, the Wu State factory was extremely busy, and the major sects also made every effort to support it. Now it was time to get the reward, and the sects were very much looking forward to it. Factory owner Zhang, let's start, Nanzuan said, when he saw that everyone was ready. A middle-aged man stood beside him. This man was the descendant of Zhang Mingtang. Although Nanzuan hated the situation of the Tiansheng Sect having mountains, he could not avoid this problem in reality. This situation would happen, no matter where it was. What he could do was to control these mountains. The Zhang family was also taken care of because Zhang Mingtang had been the first elder. Otherwise, the position of the factory owner would not be his. Hello, seniors. I know you don't like to hear complicated things. I will just say that the Wugo factory has a profit of 300 million Zuan crystals this year. This profit refers to the profit after deducting all material costs, labor costs, and branch factory construction and reserved funds, which can be used for dividends. Factory owner Zhang, is this true? Don't lie to me. Haha, Senior Ling, how dare I lie to you? Really, I will get dividends later. Hooala. The conference room was buzzing with discussions. This year, the efficiency of the large factory is 10 times that of last year. No, more than 10 times. This year, the workers' treatment has been improved, and branches have been built. If these are taken into account, the estimated profit is 400 million. This time everyone was not calm, including Nanzuan. According to the shares of Tiansheng Sect can get 90 million Zuan crystals, which is more than all the current financial income of Tiansheng Sect, including the part that the head of the sect privately subsidizes the sect, because all of them add up to only 80 million. The same is true for the various sects of Danliang Sect. With 10% of the shares, Danliang Sect can also get as much as 30 million, which has greatly exceeded all the income of Danliang Sect. The leaders of the small sects were even more shocked. None of them expected that the big factory in Wu country would have such a huge profit. Many sects were actually reluctant to invest in the factory at the beginning, and they were not optimistic about this factory. It was just that Tiansheng Sect was the overlord of Wu country, so they wanted to please the big factory. Although they made some money in the past few years, they were not so shocked. Masters, this year is a special year, because wars broke out in 4 continents in the world of immortal cultivation this year. There won't be so many in the future, but don't worry, now that we have opened up the market, the revenue next year will definitely not be less than 100 million Zuan crystals. Of course, the disciples of each sect should also support us. When the disciples of each sect go out to travel in the future, don't forget to promote our Wu country factory and strive for more orders. Of course it's a must, this is our Wu country's factory. How can we make money without promotion? With the profit, everyone is easy to talk to, and they shouted one after another. The conference room suddenly became lively. Then the factory owner Zhang reported some specific situations, including some changes in strategic policies for next year and some measures to expand the market. The big factory has been on the right track and has its own team, including a think tank, and does not need Lin Xiao to worry about it. What Wu country has to do is to cooperate with the operation of the big factory, including providing military support. After a half-day meeting, everyone went to the factory for inspection. There is no such thing as rest in the big factory of Wu State. Once the contract is signed, you are not allowed to leave the factory during the contract period. Even if you want to take a leave, you can only rest in the factory. When the contract ends, you have to swear a Dao oath not to disclose information. Although the rules are strict, the salary of the factory is very high, especially for casual cultivators. It is very attractive. Working hard in a big factory for 10 years can earn enough for 30 years of basic cultivation, and there is no risk of danger or lack of funds. I don't know how many casual cultivators want to enter the big factory now. However, the factory does not recruit people at will. There is a fixed number of positions in the factory. Whether to expand the staff depends on the actual situation. If there is no increase in demand, the factory will only maintain the existing staff and then adopt a supplementary system. That is, one person leaves and one person enters. The priority is still the disciples of the major sects. Only when there are not enough will casual cultivators be recruited. At present, there are 50,000 production personnel in the big factory. More than 20,000 of them are from the various sects of Wu State, which is more than half, and the remaining half are casual cultivators. In fact, the disciples of the sects have received systematic and strict education, and their overall performance is better than that of casual cultivators. Only a few casual cultivators have outstanding performance. After inspecting the big factory, the leaders of the major sects left, and Nan Zuan also left with something worth 90 million Zuan crystals. He was now a spiritual light cultivator, and although his cultivation was fake, he didn't know much. In addition, he was in the core area of Wu State, so it was very safe. After returning to Tiansheng Sect, Nan Zuan also held the sect's year-end meeting to decide some policies for next year. In 2 days, most of the sect's senior leaders arrived. The profits from the big factory have come out, and they are huge gains. I believe everyone knows about it. According to the consistent policy of Tiansheng Sect, we still need to discuss how to use this money. Master Nan, Lin Xiao, am short of funds now. I think I should raise some money. My Beicheng company is also in trouble. The countries in Nanzhou are so far away. I think I should add a few more flying monsters to strengthen communication. Doesn't my Gangming city need money? The city is already starting to become crowded, and the workload of the city guards is too heavy. Master Nan, I hope to increase the expenditure of Gangming city and enhance the strength of the city guards. I, Bei Wuxian, am going to speak too. We won't talk about the sect's financial difficulties in the past few years, but Bei Wuxian's speed in improving its spiritual veins is too slow. It's not even at the 5th level mid-grade now, which is really unacceptable. Once it advances to the 5th level mid-grade, we can immediately reclaim thousands of acres of 4th level spiritual fields, and the market for Bei Wu tea can be expanded further. By then, the sect's financial resources will increase again. The sect leaders all knew that Nan Zuan had money, and they all tried to get funds for the part they were responsible for, and to seek benefits for the disciples, so they put forward their own reasons one after another. Nan Zuan didn't say anything, but just listened. Although everyone's words made sense, he had to prioritize here, and he knew which part to support first. Ahem. Can my Kinglian Hall say a word? Mengren, Kinglian Hall has enough people, right? You are all disciples transferred from the mountain gate. I know, so I'm not speaking for Kinglian Hall, but for my master, Master Nan. My master has been subsidizing the sect for more than 30 years, 20 million Zuan crystals a year. In the past, the sect was not financially prosperous, so there was nothing to say. Now that the sect is rich, let's not talk about giving back to the sect leader. We should stop the sect leader's subsidies. The annual cultivation resources consumption of a cultivator in the Shengsu period is a huge expense, and the more talented the cultivator, the greater the expense. We can't keep dragging down the sect leader. Now everything in the sect is won by the sect leader. If we still do this, it would be too disheartening. Jia Mengren looked around at everyone and said, Lin Xiao has subsidized the sect with countless Zuan crystals over the years, and the sect owes the sect leader an estimated 2 billion merit points. It has been nearly 200 years since Lin Xiao broke through the Shengsu period, but he has not received any salary, and he is even paying for it. When everyone heard what Jia Mengren said, no one dared to say a word. Although they knew in their hearts that Lin Xiao was not short of money, they didn't dare to say it. Wouldn't this offend the head of the sect? Besides, what Jia Mengren said made sense. Mengren is right. I will suggest to the headmaster that starting from next year, we should stop subsidizing the sect. After a few years, the sect will also give back to the headmaster. Thank you for your understanding, Nan Xiao. I thank you on behalf of my master. No need. This is what the sect should do. Tiansheng Sect should be self-reliant, not always relying on the headmaster for support. I just heard what everyone said, so I made some decisions. Starting from next year, we will support Beiwu Mountain and Beicheng Business House, increase the investment by 500,000 yuan each year, and the duration will not be less than 10 years. In addition, we will increase the investment in Xianyang Mountain, and the spiritual fields that have been developed must be planted as soon as possible. The third group to be supported is the disciples in the sect, especially those at the Purple Mansion level. Although the sect can now provide 30 strategic treasures for breaking through Daogang, including Daojidan, it is not enough. The number of Purple Mansion cultivators is about to break through 5,000. Excluding those who have no hope of the Dao, there are also more than 3,000 people. They all have the opportunity to break through Daogang, so Beicheng Business House must speed up the collection of treasures such as Zuanhuang Baoiu and Lingying Yuzu to ensure that there are more than 50 treasures a year. Another thing is that the battle hall must speed up its development. The sect has been idle for many years, and the battle hall is almost abandoned. Once a war breaks out, can the battle hall still be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility? Don't worry, Nan Xiaozhou. With me, Beizichen. Here, the battle hall will not be at any risk. I believe in Elder Bei's ability, but what about the disciples below? So I decided to draw 200,000 Zuanjing from the sect every year for the exclusive use of the battle hall. The number of troops in the battle hall must be increased from 10,000 regular troops to 20,000, and the training time must be no less than 1 month each year. What do you think, Elder Bei? Okay. Beizichen nodded and agreed. The battle hall is equivalent to the full-time military force of the Tiansheng Sect, with extremely high treatment. Basically, the salary subsidy alone can solve the needs of practice, and all equipment such as magic tools are also paid by the sect. Usually, the battle hall is stationed in various places in the Tiansheng Sect. Once something happens, the battle hall will go first and take on the most dangerous tasks. However, the sect did not have abundant financial resources before, and there have been many years of peace, so the battle hall is a bit decadent and there is no money to organize training. Now that Nan Zuan has money in his hands, the first thing he thinks of is military guarantee. All the prosperity of the sect is based on the premise of military guarantee. If the military force is not abundant, all this is just a mirage. Therefore, the confidence that Nan Zuan needs, in addition to abundant financial resources, must also be guaranteed by military force. Seeing that Beizichen agreed, Nan Zuan nodded, and then continued to announce the order. The tens of millions of Zuan crystals in hand were spent, and in the end, less than 2 million were deposited in the treasury. Tiansheng Sect has been peaceful for many years, and it has some foundation and reserves. After Nan Zuan's management, it now has a reserve of hundreds of millions of Zuan crystals. Of course, this is not enough. Just look at Dongsao, and you will know that once a war breaks out, it will really spend money like water. Chapter 645, Hanbo takes the sword. Lin Xiao saw the briefing of Nan Zuan's decision at the year-end meeting. Lin Xiao did not oppose Nan Zuan's decision. Lin Xiao had been away from the sect for a long time, and he was not as familiar with the sect as Nan Zuan, so he supported his approach. As for Jia Mengren's kindness, Lin Xiao also accepted it. He was also happy not to have to subsidize the sect. No one would dislike having too much money in their pockets. Lin Xiao was busy with his own affairs, while in the Seven Swords Sect, a very important event was happening. Hanbo was going to inherit the treasure of the Seven Swords Sect. The Seven Swords Sect was originally called the One Sword Sect, and the founder of the sect was called One Sword. Later, the Seven Sword Sect continued to develop, and left behind 7 8th level swords, so it became the Seven Swords Sect. It often takes thousands of years and generations for magic weapons to be nurtured by magic tools, and the cost required is extremely high, so the best way for the Seven Sword Sect is to inherit the 7 swords. Hanbo had long ago taken a fancy to a sword called Li Feng. This sword was nurtured by the ancestor of the 7 swordsmen 3 generations ago, and it has been more than 5,000 years. It is very powerful. The previous owner of Li Feng had a record of fighting 3 people with this sword. At this time, in the sword tomb of the 7 swordsmen, Han boasted among thousands of swords. These thousands of swords were all left by the ancestors of the 7 swordsmen. However, not all swords were magic weapons. Most of them were more spiritual magic weapons. Thousands of swords emitted extremely sharp sword energy, and the pressure was stronger than one. Hanbo was unarmed, and did not wear a robe. He was just a robe. Not long after, countless scars appeared on his body, and blood flowed all over the ground. Hanbo did not move at all. He has been in the Shengsu period for 327 years. Since 300 years ago, he has been on the road of invincibility. The road of invincibility requires an invincible heart. This does not mean that Hanbo has to suppress a generation, but that his state of mind must be invincible, and will never be defeated. Over the past 300 years, Hanbo has challenged masters from all over the world, fought more than 100 battles, and won more than lost. Especially in the past 30 years, even when challenging opponents who were 3 or 4 levels higher than him, Hanbo never lost. His invincible heart has been sharpened to the extreme, and his invincible road has been completed. During the 300 years of challenges, Hanbo suffered countless hardships and countless injuries, some light and some serious. He was almost beaten to death several times, but he didn't care about these injuries at all. The flying swords in the sky became empty in Hanbo's eyes. His eyes were only fixed on Li Feng. From beginning to end, Li Feng was full of spirituality, controlling countless swords to intimidate Hanbo. Whenever Hanbo showed a little timidity, it would laugh at him, just like when Hanbo first saw Li Feng. He was stunned by its terrifying sword intent. But this time was different. Hanbo was not frightened at all. He confronted Li Feng calmly. Suddenly, Hanbo took action. The fierce Zuan Qi burst out, forming a Zuan Qi net, completely holding the Li Feng sword, and then pulled it back to his side. Hanbo grabbed the hilt of the sword. As soon as he started, a sword Qi cut Hanbo's wrist. Hanbo smiled faintly, and the sword intent that he had practiced for more than 600 years also erupted to fight against Li Feng. Although Li Feng's sword intent was deeper and stronger than Hanbo's, Li Feng was a sword after all, not a living person. His spirituality could not be compared with that of a living person. He failed to defeat Hanbo with one blow, which gave Hanbo a chance. The eagle burning began, and the two kept entangled. Hanbo did not even force the sacrifice of Li Feng. He could force the sacrifice and exert the power of Li Feng, but doing so was not in line with Hanbo's wishes. He wanted to carry the sword for the rest of his life, and he hoped that both parties would be willing. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Hanbo did not eat or drink, and did not move at all. He just stood there, and the sword intent and the split were entangled. It was not until 3 months later that the fierce wind made a sword sound, and sent a flattering consciousness to Hanbo. Hanbo retracted the sword intent, sneered, and then his eyes turned black and fainted. These 3 months have exhausted Hanbo's energy and spirit. In order to control and subdue the fierce wind, Hanbo used all his means, which was more tiring than challenging 10 opponents. A figure flew over. It was Hanbo's father Han Jian. He helped Hanbo up, stuffed a pill into his mouth, and then picked him up, and left the sword tomb. The fierce wind took the initiative to follow Hanbo to leave. Passing by the monk guarding the sword tomb, Han Jian bowed to him. The man smiled, and took out a notebook, and crossed out the name of the fierce wind, which meant that the fierce wind was taken away. Congratulations, junior brother Han. Hanbo is so outstanding. He will definitely be the pillar of my Seven Sword Sect in the future. You are too polite, senior brother. Thank you very much. I will send Hanbo back first. Go back and have a good rest. After waking up, go to the ancestor. Han Jian knows. I will leave first. Han Jian nodded and took Hanbo back. Hanbo slept for 3 full days before waking up. When he woke up, he saw Li Feng standing beside him and cheered. Would you like to enter my Danshan? I will nourish you with my vitality and make you even more powerful. Hanbo asked. Li Feng naturally would not answer, but it showed goodwill. Hanbo easily sacrificed Li Feng and then collected Li Feng in his Danshan and nourished it with his vitality. Vitality is the most important thing after the Shengsu period. If you use vitality to nourish magic weapons for a long time, it will affect the path of the cultivator, but Hanbo doesn't care. In his eyes, it doesn't matter if you practice slowly. Li Feng is the most important. Hanbo followed his father Han Jian to the main peak of the Seven Sword Sect. The 8th realm patriarch of the Seven Sword Sect was meditating here. After the two were informed, they met the 8th realm patriarch. Han Jian, you raised a good son. Ancestor, this is all the cultivation of the sect. Han Jian dare not take credit for it. Haha, don't be modest. The Seven Sword Sect has 7 swords, and now 5 of them have been recognized as masters. But Han Jian was the only one who did it when he was in the Shengsu period. My 7 Sword Sect has successors. I'm also very pleased. I'm old and still counting on you young people. The ancestor is in his prime, and the supreme is in sight. Okay, stop flattering me. It's hard to become the supreme. My 7 Sword Sect has had 8th realm cultivators for 8 consecutive generations, but there has not been a supreme. I'm convinced. I will rely on you in the future. Hanbo, according to the rules of the sect, you will be rewarded if you let Li Feng recognize you as your master. I have already written the warrant. You can go to the General Affairs Hall to hand it over when the time comes. Thank you, ancestor. Hanbo saluted respectfully. Hanbo subdued Li Feng, and his status in the Seven Sword Sect was further improved. Not only did the sect have the reward of Elixir Crystal, but he could also practice the highest grade swordsmanship of the Seven Swords Sect, especially the Li Feng swordsmanship, which was created by the 8th level ancestor of the previous 3 generations. It is most compatible with Li Feng. After practicing, his combat power will soar a lot. Ancestor, this time Han Jian came here to ask for something. Oh, tell me. It's like this. Hanbo grew up with Lan Xiao of Tiansheng Sect. The two are childhood sweethearts. I have also discussed with the elder Lan and his wife of Tiansheng Sect. I want to make the two families closer, so I ask the ancestor to come to the door to propose marriage for Hanbo. Yes, I agree to this. Wait a minute, father, ancestor, this matter is not urgent. Hanbo suddenly stopped, which made Han Jian furious. He didn't know what Hanbo meant. Wasn't this agreed long ago? Han Jian, don't be angry. Listen to what the young people say. Weren't you young once too? Ancestor, this. Hanbo, tell me your reasons. Yes, ancestor, it's true that Hanbo and Lin Xiao are childhood sweethearts, but I regard her as my sister and Lin Xiao regards me as her brother. There is no personal relationship between the two of us, and the Tao is ruthless. Hanbo thinks that it is not time to get married yet. Hanbo, you rebellious son. Hanbo, then when do you think it is time to get married? Of course, when you dominate the world. Nowadays, in the central continent, there are endless talented disciples. Yi Mi from the Haodi family, who is 500 years old, has advanced to the golden body. As soon as she advanced, she defeated an opponent who had advanced to the golden body for 100 years. The little phoenix of Penglai, who is gifted, was also defeated by him. Lin Xiao from the Wu Kingdom of Nanzhao, at a young age, has taken the path of cultivating both the soul and the body. He killed a golden body cultivator with a body in the Shengsu period. Hanbo listed the talented cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation one after another, starting with the ones he knew. He became more and more excited as he talked, and his fighting spirit soared. There was no end to the road to invincibility. He thought he had finished before, but now, he felt that he had just begun. Defeating these opponents would be the time for him to dominate the world. At that time, he would be successful and famous, and it would not be too late to get married. Okay, Hanbo has such ambition. I admire you. Bring me the Li Feng. Hanbo took out the Li Feng. After the ancestor placed a layer of restrictions on the Li Feng, he said, the Li Feng is an 8th level magic weapon, far beyond the limit of your cultivation. I have placed 7 layers of seals, so that it has only the power of the 6th level upper grade, which can allow you to exert all your strength. When your cultivation reaches the golden body stage, you can refine a layer of seal until it is completely unsealed. Thank you, ancestor, Hanbo replied. He knew that this was good for him. With his current strength, if he fully exerted the power of the Li Feng, he would be squeezed dry at once, so it was right to seal it, which was enough for him to exert. Are you Hanbo going to challenge them now? No, I'm not their opponent yet. I want to go to Dongzhou. Dongzhou, why participate in the Battle of the Beasttide? Li Feng has been sealed in the Sword Tomb for 800 years. It needs to drink blood, so let it drink the blood of the demon clan. I can also sharpen my combat power. Dongzhou is too dangerous. The supreme leader of the Kinyo clan is here. Li Feng is a sword with a violent temper. It requires an indomitable momentum. If I don't even dare to risk my life, I'm not worthy to carry it. Okay, then go. The sect supports you. Tell the General Affairs Hall what you want, and I will let them cooperate. Yes, ancestor. Hanbo takes his leave. Hanbo bowed, put away Li Feng and left. Han Giant stomped his feet in anger. This ancestor is really something. He always makes trouble with young people. Didn't they agree to get married? How can he explain to the Tiansheng Sect? At the beginning, even the betrothal gift and dowry were agreed upon, and they were just waiting for Hanbo to subdue Li Feng and get married. Now, hey, he is so confused. Chapter 646, Dilemma. The fact that Hanbo inherited the Fierce Wind Sword was a big news for all the major sects in Zhongzhou. The Seven Sword Sect was a sect that specialized in sword cultivation, and the individual combat power was very strong. Their 7 swords were also well known. Many sects had offered to buy them, but they were all rejected by the Seven Sword Sect. According to past practice, once a cultivator inherited one of the 7 swords, his combat power could be tripled to 5 times. Hanbo was originally a cultivator of the 10th level of the Divine Void stage. With the sword in hand, he could already fight against a cultivator of the Golden Body stage. If he sacrificed his life to strike, the power of the 8th level sword would be so extreme that even a cultivator of the Golden Body stage might be killed. Of course, this was a fight to the death. In any case, a new star was rising in the world of immortal cultivation in Zhongzhou, adding a touch of excitement to the world. However, the news that Hanbo was going to Dongzhou was something that many people could not understand. Especially for the cultivators of Tiansheng Sect. The Lin family and the Han family have been friends for generations for thousands of years. Hanbo has lived in Tiansheng Sect for quite a long time, and Lan Lingai has also stayed in Kijianmen for a long time. The childhood sweethearts of the two are known to the cultivators of both sects. Han Jian's several visits to Kijianmen revealed the intention of the two families to form a marriage, which is known to everyone. Tiansheng Sect is still very satisfied with Hanbo. He was born well, has good looks, high qualifications, and his personality is not as extreme as other sword cultivators. He is considered a good match for Lan Lingai. Once they get married, there will be another legend of a fairy couple in the cultivation world. But Hanbo broke the contract and did not go to Tiansheng Sect to propose marriage after inheriting Li Feng. This is intriguing. Is it that the Han family looks down on Lan Lingai, or is Hanbo someone he loves? This has caused many people to discuss secretly, and there is no lack of sarcasm. The 8th realm patriarch of Tiansheng Sect knew about this incident, and specially called Lan Lingai's father over to question him. Lan Lingai's father had not received Han Jian's answer yet, so he naturally could not say anything, and was scolded for no reason. Fortunately, not long after, Han Jian went to Tiansheng Sect to plead guilty in person, and repeated what Hanbo said. Hanbo did not explicitly refuse, but said that there was still something to be done. Brother Han, our two families have known each other for 1,000 years. Tell me the truth. What does Hanbo think? Our Lingai is not an ugly girl who can't get married. If Hanbo doesn't have this idea, let's break up, before everyone really makes it public. Lan Lingai's father was very angry. This incident made him lose a lot of faith in the sect. Is his daughter an ugly girl who can't get married? If it is spread that she is a 6th level top grade alchemist and wants to go on a blind date, do you believe that the men who go on a blind date can be ranked from Tiansheng Sect to Kijianmen? Brother Lan, it's embarrassing to say. A girl is no longer under the control of her mother, and a son is no longer under the control of his father. Hanbo, this little bastard, has grown up and is irresponsible. I can't control him anymore. I can't control him. You are a father. If you can't control him, then who will? Hanbo is considered a high-ranking member of the Seven Swords Sect. Doesn't he know that the high-ranking members should focus on the sect? Well, Brother Lan, Hanbo is now valued by the ancestor, and has the support of the ancestor. Okay, now I know what's going on. It turns out that Hanbo has a bright future now, and looks down on our small Tiansheng Sect. Brother Han, I still have things to do. You should take a rest. Lan Lingai's father was furious, and vented all his grievances for many days. No matter what Han Jian said, he ignored him and left directly, leaving him there. It was the first time that Han Jian was treated so coldly in the Tiansheng Sect. Although he was unhappy, he couldn't show it. He was in the wrong. When Lan Lingai's father returned to his cave, he saw his wife rushing over and asked, "Madam, what happened?" "Brother Feng, it's bad. Lingaiu ran away." "What? Where did she go?" "I don't know. It's been at least half a day, silent. No one knows where she went." "Damn Han Jian, let him come over." Lang Feng was furious and called Han Jian over. When Han Jian heard that Lan Lingaiu had run away from home, he was also horrified. One thing they were all worried about was that Lan Lingaiu went to find Hanbo, but Hanbo went to Dongzhou. Everyone knew what was going on in Dongzhou now. Han Jian, I tell you, if Lingaiu really got into trouble because of Hanbo, the relationship between our two families would be over. Lang Feng said coldly. He was really angry. He only had such a precious daughter. It was okay for her to be bullied now. He could endure it for the sake of their past relationship, but if Lan Lingaiu got into trouble, he couldn't endure it. Brother Lan, don't worry. I will send a message back to the sect and ask them to give an order. If Lingaiu goes to Hanbo, report it immediately. Even if you have to kidnap her, you have to bring her back. And Lingaiu is not stupid. She won't go to Dongzhou casually. Look for her. Mobilize people to look for her. Han Jian was overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. The Seven Sword Sect and the Tiansheng Sect had a lot of cooperation because of the relationship between the Lan and Han families. If this affected the relationship between the two sects, he would really be a sinner. Now Han Jian really wanted to beat his bastard son to death. You can just pat your butt and leave, but your father is going to suffer. He is neither a human being nor a human being. He is in a dilemma. In Baeksuju, Xiansu City, Yunanyu came and reported to Lin Xiao about the situation of Yi Xiao. Li Muxu walked in with a message in her hand. "Senior sister Li, junior brother Yi, what's wrong? I can't listen. Go on." No, I've just finished reporting on the matter. It just so happens that Yi Nanayu said hurriedly. He was talking about the matter of planting spies in the 10 major sects in Zhongzhou. It was really difficult to tell Li Muxu about this matter. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Yi Nanayu has planted 3 or 5 spies in each of the 10 major sects. Some have died unexpectedly, and some are slowly running up. The situation is different and needs to be paid attention to from time to time. Well, Master, there is a piece of news outside. Do you want to hear it? What news? Hanbo broke the contract and left for Dongzhou, and Lan Lingaiu ran away from home. When did it happen? Just yesterday. Now Tiansheng Sect and Kijianmen are mobilizing people to look for Lan Lingaiu. Master, that's your old lover. Why don't you do me a favor and look for him? Don't be silly. Haha, Yi Nanayu, you heard it. Master said there's no need to look for him. Ahem. Master, don't listen to Muzu. She's joking. You should still mobilize people to look for him. Hanbo and I are friends after all. I've gotten a lot of benefits from him, so I still have to help him. Muzu, get out. Lin Xiao's face turned cold. Li Muxu made a face and turned away. Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead. His apprentice has grown up, and he is already a worry. Go on. Okay, master, I've almost finished talking about the spies. Their future support will require a lot of resources, and this money cannot be paid from Night Owl's account. You will need more support from me then. Support is fine. I can give you 500,000 a year now, and then increase it gradually in the future. But you must control the manpower well, don't mess it up. Don't worry, this is not the first time I've done this. I have the leverage to kill them, and I trained them all myself, so there won't be a problem. That's good. Next is the matter of Thorn God. Now Dongzhao is the only place for them in the entire cultivation world. Li Xiao has already taken people there. Thorn God's golden body cultivator is also in Dongzhao, but the God Lord has not appeared yet. I don't know where he is. Should we make a move? Yinan Yu said. Dongzhao is a war-torn place, which can bring development to Thorn God, while the other 4 continents are very strict with strangling Thorn God. They have already withdrawn the remaining troops to Dongzhao. The God Lord is the key. Once he dies, the assassin god will be destroyed. Let's not worry about it for now. Let Li Xiao continue to lurk. Don't rush back. After he completes his mission, I will personally present him with the award. Yes, regarding the matter of the Dongzhao stronghold, does the sect leader have any arrangements? Now several high-level members of Xiao are willing to go. Dongzhao is a good place to make merit. That's also a dangerous place. Who are you going to send? It's hard to decide, especially since Yunfei also wants to go. Yunfei can't do that. If he encounters someone from the assassin god, he will die without a burial place. Besides, his first task is to improve his cultivation. Why is he not living well in the sect? That shouldn't happen. I guess his mentality hasn't been adjusted yet. He has been ambushing the assassin god for hundreds of years and suddenly came back. It's difficult for him to adjust his mentality for a while. That means you, the director of the general administration, haven't done your job well. Doesn't Xiao also have a group of retired Dao gang? Transfer them back to teach Yunfei a lesson. No problem. They are all old brothers from the past. There isn't much time left. They can also get along well with Yunfei. Then I will use some new people in Dongzhao. Okay, you can do it yourself, but you must be elite. Dongzhao is still in a tug-of-war, and many forces will be involved. It is said that more than 200,000 people from Dongzhao have gone there. Lin Xiao nodded. Hanbo was not the first person to go to Dongzhao. Many people had gone there before him. The outbreak of the Dongzhao War was an opportunity for poor casual cultivators to make a fortune. Once the monster was killed, not only could they obtain monster materials, but Dongzhao would also give them rewards, so the profit would not be low. This also made many poor cultivators think about it. There were many strong people among them, especially those mercenaries. They were all risking their lives. They would risk their lives wherever they went, so they would naturally go to places with high profits. Of course, Hanbo was not short of money. His current status had risen a little, and he was a little higher than the core disciples of the Seven Swords Sect. He should be a seed player preparing for the 8th realm cultivator. The Seven Swords Sect would definitely try its best to cultivate him. Okay, I got it. I'll leave first if it's okay. Go and withdraw money from the account. Pay attention to Lan Lingai's matter. Notify me if there is any news. No problem. Yinan Yu nodded and left. Lin Xiao walked to the window, opened it, and looked at the sky in a daze. Lin Xiao felt that something troublesome had happened. Lin Xiao has always been decisive and straightforward, but the things he encountered this time made Lin Xiao a little hesitant, and his previous decisiveness disappeared. Fellow Daoist Lin, would you like to come to me for a cup of tea? At some point, the window of the Fusen Hall opposite also opened, and Ymir appeared, and said to Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao nodded. Chapter 647, Ask Heaven for Help When in Despair. Lin Xiao went to Fusentang many times, and they were very familiar with each other. Ymir took out the good tea brought from the Haodi family, and made tea for Lin Xiao personally. Ymir's tea art improved a lot. Good tea, the spiritual tea that Haodi personally brought back then, was cultivated to the 7th level, exclusive to the Supreme. How about it? It is said that in ancient times, there was a tea for enlightenment. It was the place where the ancient sages sat when they enlightened. It was infected with the laws of heaven. I wonder if it is this one friend Lin. You are joking. That tea for enlightenment was destroyed in the war a long time ago. However, the one from the Hayodi family is also related to that tea for enlightenment. But in terms of bloodline, I guess the Li family is better than ours really? Lin Xiao shook his head. He had never drunk the high-level spiritual tea from the Li family, but the one from the Li family was already very good. It had the effect of nourishing the soul and could make people calm and focused. If you drink it for a long time, it is very beneficial and much better than white mist tea. This kind of tea is exclusive to high-level cultivators. It has never been seen on the market in the world of immortal cultivation, otherwise Lin Xiao would not miss these good things. Since fellow Daoist Lin likes it, then takes him back. I see that fellow Daoist Lin seems to be worried, so he makes tea to refresh his mood. Mir is joking. Fellow Daoist Lin, do you want Mir to take out a mirror to look at you? Lin Xiao's face darkened. Are you deliberately mocking or comforting me? Is there such a thing? Don't be upset fellow Daoist Lin. This is the first time that Mir sees fellow Daoist Lin with worries. I thought fellow Daoist Lin was omnipotent. No one is omnipotent in the world, not even gods. That's not related to my own affairs. Fellow Daoist Lin said that before. Don't be disheartened. Is my performance so obvious? It is really obvious fellow Daoist Lin, but are you having problems with your feelings? Why do you say that? Fellow Daoist Lin is running rampant in Zhongzhou. You have slapped the Tiansheng Sect in the face and you have also eliminated the god of assassination. You don't seem to worry about such a powerful opponent. Naturally, it's a matter of feelings. This kind of thing cannot be solved by force. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded, as if he was the successor. Then he told him about the entanglement between Lan Lingyu and himself. Lin Xiao now needs someone to complain about. He originally wanted to find Li Muxu, but she was too frivolous and had too many bad ideas. So that's how it is. Fellow Daoist Lin, Mir is asking, do you like Lan Lingyu? I don't know whether I like it or not. That's too perfunctory. I really don't know. For people at our level, love is a luxury. We are a pair of contradictions. Lin Xiao shook his head. He was also a politician, and playing politics is full of conspiracy and tricks. Do such people dare to talk about true love? I understand. Are you afraid that your enemies will use Lan Lingyu against you? There is this worry. I have more enemies than you think. Now Wugo is all supported by me alone. If I fall, Gila Villa, Beizuju, big factories, these coveted wealth, will be taken away in an instant. Without a trace of accident countless disciples will die. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao has too many sources of wealth, which makes people jealous and coveted. Lin Xiao is still alive, can hold on. After all, the power he has fought many times. But the rest can't, including Li Muxu. If Lin Xiao falls, everyone, including the Suyu sect, will definitely swallow up Lin Xiao's assets. The Wu Kingdom cultivators are no match for them, and countless people will die. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you overthinking it? Lan Lingyu is also the core disciple of Tiansheng Sect, and is not a powerless person. Not enough. Still not enough. The way you are hesitant now is not like the Lin Xiao I know. So how do you want to solve this matter? You are keeping Lan Lingyu hanging, but you are not responsible. This is not what a man should do. If Lan Lingyu really marries Hanbo, can you be willing? Do you promise that you will never meet Lan Lingyu for the rest of your life and there will be no entanglement? Once there is, you will offend two people. No matter how big Hanbo's heart is, he can't tolerate it, right? Have you harmed Lan Lingyu again? If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. This is what fellow Daoist Lin taught me. In the past, I would look for fellow Daoist Lin when I was indecisive. Now who should fellow Daoist Lin look for when he is indecisive? When you are indecisive, ask the heavens. It seems that if I don't make a decision today, Mir will laugh at me. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly, then he took out a piece of black crystal, and the black energy gushed out, instantly grinding the square black crystal into the shape of a coin. One side could write, and the other side could not write. With a spread of fingers, the black crystal coin kept spinning on the table. When in doubt, ask the heavens. Fellow Daoist Lin is not that kind of person. Ymir mocked. Asking the heavens about such a thing, what a joke. I'm afraid Lin Xiao was also hesitant in his heart and wanted to make a decision for himself. Ding, after spinning for a full minute, the black crystal coin fell down, revealing the side with the word go. Lin Xiao sighed. Meh, thank you very much, I'm leaving now. Fellow Daoist Lin, do you want to find someone? Yes, a fellow Daoist Lin has the blood essence of the blue fairy, or an item that has been worn for more than 100 years. Mia can help. No, thank you. Lin Xiao cupped his hands. Ymir was a heavenly soul body and should have some secret methods to find people. Not to mention that Lin Xiao didn't have such things. Even if he had them, he would not dare to take them out easily. Lin Xiao secretly ordered Yin Anayu to intensify the search for Lan Lingayu and find her as soon as possible. After receiving the order, Yin Anayu mobilized the Night Owl troops to search in secret. At this time, Tiansheng Sect and Kejianmen were looking for Lan Feng and Han Jian's personal relationship. However, Han Bo had never seen Lan Lingayu and Dong Cao, nor had he heard of her on the way. For a while, Lan Lingayu disappeared without a trace. This was indeed the case. Lan Lingayu was also in the Shengsu period. As long as she changed her appearance, even if she stood in front of those low-level disciples, they would not be able to find her. To see through her disguise, one must be at least in the Shengsu period, but there were only a few people above the Shengsu period. The world of cultivation was so vast that looking for someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. 2 months later, there was still no news about Lan Lingayu, so Tiansheng Sect and Kejianmen gradually gave up. Tiansheng Sect had confirmed that Lan Lingayu's soul lamp was not extinguished, and she was still alive. Only Yi Xiao did not give up. As long as Lin Xiao did not cancel the order, they had to keep investigating. This was the rule. Yin Anayu began to let people from all over the place pay attention to the news of the alchemist. Lan Lingayu was a 6th rank top grade alchemist. The elixir he made was at least 5th rank. There were not many alchemists above 5th rank in Zhongzhou. With evidence to follow, they should be able to find him. In Baeksuju, Lin Xiao took out a 9 transformation golden ridge pill and handed it to Li Muxu, saying, take another 9 transformation golden ridge pill, and you should be able to temper all your meridians, right? Yes, you can even temper the first bone. Master, which bone do you think should be started? Decide for yourself, anywhere is fine. Master seems very depressed recently. Nothing. Really? But you haven't been in charge recently, and I'm the one handling it. Nothing, just to exercise you. I want to go out for a walk. Walk, where to go, and how long will it take? I don't know, I haven't been out for a long time, so relax. You stay in Tiansheng City, and don't run around. If it takes a long time, deal with the dividends from Chal Villa, Xiaoyao Villa, and Baeksuju. Okay, Master, I'm sorry. Why do you say sorry? I didn't mean to laugh at Master about the blue spirit jade. It's okay, I'm leaving. Lin Xiao shook his head. He was not a stingy person, and would not be angry with Li Muxu. Lin Xiao spent 2 days to deal with and arrange the affairs of Baeksuju, and then announced that he would go into seclusion. But in fact he secretly left Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao suppressed his cultivation to the Daogang period, and then found a dragon horse, wandering aimlessly, visiting mountains and rivers, and wherever the dragon horse went, was where it was. However, this state did not last long. Lin Xiao suddenly realized something, and then flew directly to Bizhao. A month later, Lin Xiao came to the Ice and Snow Palace. The Ice and Snow Palace is the only overlord sect in Bizhao, but its strength is actually very weak. It does not even have a cultivator of the 8th realm. It can only be regarded as a third-rate force in Zhongzhou. The overall strength of Bizhao is also the weakest among the 5 continents of the immortal cultivation world. In addition to the Ice and Snow Palace, there are only dozens of small forces. The reason for this is also related to the climate of Bizhao. Bizhao is covered with ice and snow for half a year. The crops of mortals are only harvested once a year, and the yield per mu is extremely low, which cannot feed more mortals at all. Without mortals as a foundation, the number of immortal cultivators will be very small. Similarly, the immortal cultivation forces will not be able to survive. The area around the Ice and Snow Palace is relatively good, and mortals can barely survive. Further north, It is ice and snow all year round, and mortals cannot survive at all. Therefore, the expansion of the ice and snow palace to its territory has reached its limit. The reason why it continues to move to the wilderness is just to hunt monsters and obtain some resources. Not far to the south is Xiao, which is the radiation range of Penglei's strength, and they don't have the courage. Lin Xiao came directly to the ice and snow city and stayed there for a day. He found out where the scenery in Bizhao was the best and then began to visit the scenery in Bizhao. The area around the ice and snow palace is still grassland scenery. The territory is much larger than that of the grassland country in Nansao. The breeze blows, and the wind blows the grass low to see cattle and sheep. The scenery is particularly beautiful. However, for shepherds, it is hard work all year round. They are grazing frantically. They need the sheep to eat more grass and store fat to survive the cold winter. They are also collecting grass to prepare for the winter. A large number of sheep either migrate south or find the leeward side of the tall mountains to survive the cold winter. Lin Xiao was gone for more than a month. Winter came to Bizhao. Lin Xiao flew high in the sky, shuttling back and forth over Bizhao. The Shengsu period monks of the ice and snow palace even came to ask Lin Xiao, but were sent away by Lin Xiao. After another month, Lin Xiao stopped in a village 100 miles away from Ice and Snow City. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Ice and Snow World. Lin Xiao stopped in front of the village, but the villagers were not afraid or surprised. They just looked at Lin Xiao with respect, because they knew that the immortal cultivators who could fly were all big figures among the immortal cultivators. I have met the immortal. I wonder what the immortal has come to my Sanli village for. Are these ice sculptures made by people from your village? Lin Xiao pointed to the ice sculptures on the square and said, there are many ice sculptures on the door. Some are human figures, some are animal figures, and some are architectural figures. Lin Xiao is not an artist and can't understand the craftsmanship of these ice sculptures, but Lin Xiao has been to a certain ice and snow world in his previous life. The ice sculptures there, coupled with the lighting effects, are indeed very beautiful, like a fairyland on earth. The reason why Lin Xiao came to Bizhao was that he remembered the scene of the ice and snow world he told Lan Lingyou when he traveled with her. At that time, the two of them agreed to travel all the way from Nansao, Zizhao, and Bizhao. However, when they arrived in Zizhao, they stopped because of the kin state in Zizhao. Art has existed since the birth of mankind, but the speed of art development varies from place to place. The winter in Bizhao is long and cold, and mortals have nothing to do in winter, so ice sculpture art has developed very early. Cultivators can still tolerate this temperature, so some ice sculptures are often seen in Ice and Snow City, but these are not made by cultivators, but they ask mortals to make them. Replying to the immortal, Sanli village is the village with the best ice sculpture craftsmanship within 1,000 miles. The ice sculptures in Ice and Snow Fairy City are all made by us. Now these are some young people in the village who are practicing, and the skilled craftsmen have gone to the fairy city. Then let me ask you, in the past 6 months, have there been any immortals who have learned ice sculpture from you? Yes, and there are quite a few. Many immortals are interested in learning ice sculpture, but most of them leave after learning for a few days. The man replied that it takes time and effort for mortals to carve ice sculptures, while it is much easier for cultivators. They can easily cut ice with magic tools, or even with their spiritual consciousness. So as long as mortals need to study for several years, it only takes a few days in the immortal world. Have you seen this fairy before? No, immortal master. Lin Xiao used his spiritual sense to sketch out the appearance of Lan Lingyou, but the man had not seen it before. I see, you can go back. Lin Xiao nodded and prepared to leave, but at this moment, Lin Xiao found a child staring at Lin Xiao with a puzzled look, and Lin Xiao stopped. Little sister, why are you looking at me? Immortal master, I seem to have seen you before. Really? Where have you seen me before? Ice. Is it an ice sculpture? Where is it? Tell me and I will buy you some candy. Really, big brother? Of course it's true. At my house. Take me there, please. Okay, big brother. Lin Xiao followed the child and walked into the village. In a small courtyard, Lin Xiao saw an ice sculpture that looked exactly like him, but the craftsmanship of the ice sculpture was obviously very unfamiliar, and the lines were not smooth enough. You are the village chief, right? I came to learn the craft from you. Where did the immortal cultivator who lived here go? Immortal, the one who lived here is a young man. He followed the craftsman in the village to the immortal city. Thank you, I'll buy some candy for the child. Lin Xiao then threw him a few pieces of black crystals, then soared into the sky and flew directly to the ice and snow city. On one side of the ice and snow city, hundreds of mortal craftsmen were carving ice sculptures. The carved ice sculptures would be taken away by the immortal world and then placed in the city to decorate the ice and snow city. It was also a scene in the ice and snow city. Every year, it would attract some immortal cultivators who felt strange and brought some popularity to the ice and snow city. Senior, is there anything I can do for you? This is the ice sculpture field of the ice and snow palace. No problem, you go. I'll find someone. Lin Xiao's consciousness was shocked, making them retreat in the face of difficulties. Then Lin Xiao's consciousness was wantonly sweeping those craftsmen. Lin Xiao's consciousness was much stronger than Lan Lingaiu's, and he soon discovered the clues. Lin Xiao walked up to Lan Lingaiu, who was dressed like a man at this time, and his cultivation was suppressed to nothing, just like an ordinary person. Seeing Lin Xiao coming, he looked a little nervous and wanted to hide, but he didn't know where to hide in the public eye. Lingaiu, come with me, okay? I don't know you. Who are you? Don't make trouble. Many people are worried about you. We are looking for you, crazy, you know? Immortal, I really don't know you. My name is not Lingaiu. While speaking, a Taoist monk from the Ice and Snow Palace flew over. He should be the leader of the city guards in the city, but he swept his consciousness towards Lin Xiao's consciousness, but there was no trace, and he was immediately shocked, knowing that it was a master. Senior, don't bother me, senior. I'm the captain of the Ice and Snow Palace City Guard. May I ask what you need? I may be able to help you. I want to take him away, okay? Is it not possible? Yes, the man nodded quickly. In his opinion, the man was just a mortal craftsman. It would be a fool to offend a senior whose cultivation level was unknown for a mortal. Look, you can't hide anymore. Lan Lingaiu said nothing, and then soared into the sky. The Ice and Snow City had a forbidden air formation, and it was a 7th level formation. The formation immediately reacted, and ice flowers appeared and flew towards Lan Lingaiu, but a ball of fire burst out from Lan Lingaiu's body, melting all the ice flowers. Who is it? Stop, land, or I will kill you. The guards of the Ice and Snow City were alarmed. There was a leader of the Shengsu period flying over, and Lan Lingaiu didn't care and rushed out directly. Fellow Daoist from the Ice and Snow Palace, please stop. This is Lin Xiao's friend and I have no intention of making you my enemy. I'm Lin Xiao from the Wu Kingdom of Nansao. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Lin Xiao was also greatly shocked. Was Lan Lingaiu crazy? He hurried to stop the city guards of the Ice and Snow Palace. Lan Lingaiu had the spiritual fire of heaven and earth on his body, which was mutually reinforcing and counteracting with the skills of the Ice and Snow Palace. The city defense formation of the Ice and Snow Palace was also based on the climate of this place, and was also mutually reinforcing and counteracting with Lan Lingaiu. Caught off guard, the formation was broken through by Lan Lingaiu. Lin Xiao, my Ice and Snow Palace has no grudge against you. Why did you break into my Ice and Snow City? Do you think we are easy to bully? My fellow Taoists, this matter is Lin's fault. I will come to the Ice and Snow Palace to apologize in the future. You want to leave? There is no way. Close the formation and besiege us. I'm sorry. Lin Xiao shouted, and then the green lotus earth core fire appeared, burning a hole in the city defense formation, and rushed out. The city guards wanted to chase them, but a Shengsu period cultivator stopped them. Brother, why are you stopping us? Chase the enemy. Junior brother, if you don't want to live, don't implicate innocent disciples. Nansao Lin Xiao, although he is in the Shengsu period, has a record of killing golden body cultivators. If you chase him, aren't you looking for death? But what about the city? He has broken all the rules. Lin Xiao took the initiative to leave his name, which means he doesn't want to make enemies with us. Otherwise, he would leave. Anyway, if you want to chase him, go alone. Don't bring anyone with you, said the Shengsu period cultivator, which made everyone look terrified. Chasing a Shengsu period cultivator who can kill a golden body is like courting death. They all lowered their heads and dared not go again. Lan Lingaiu's body movement was average. Although she left first, Lin Xiao still caught up with her after performing the lantern burning technique and blocked her in front of her. Lan Lingaiu's burning blow Lotus Earth Core Fire was even higher in grade, and she kept attacking Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao only defended and did not attack, just like before. After half a day, Lan Lingaiu's Zuan Qi was used up, and Lin Xiao had 4 defensive magic tools burned, so he waved his hand. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become more powerful. You only burned 3 of my magic tools before, but now you've burned 4. You're here to laugh at me, aren't you? Why do you say that? In your eyes, I, Lan Lingaiu, am a woman no one wants, right? Lingaiu, don't call me I, Lan Lingaiu, also have self-esteem. Why do you all despise me? I can't afford to offend you. Can't I just hide? Why are you looking for me? Lingaiu, ignore me, Lan Lingaiu screamed and cried in grievance. Hanbo broke the contract. The whole Tiansheng Sect was laughing at her. Many people mocked her. The things she had traveled with Lin Xiao before were also dug up. Some people even said that she was unfaithful to her husband, which caused Hanbo to break the contract. Lan Lingaiu was extremely aggrieved and didn't want to quarrel, so she ran away secretly. Lin Xiao didn't know how to comfort her for a while. He slowly walked to Lan Lingaiu's side, hugged her gently, and let her vent her grievances. I won't be a widow, because I will marry you. What? Listen carefully. I will marry you. I swear. You know, I'm the most trustworthy person. I don't lie. Beglia. Lan Lingaiu raised her fist and hit Lin Xiao's chest, but Lin Xiao grabbed her hand. The 4 looked at each other, and a blush rose on Lan Lingaiu's face. Lin Xiao slowly lowered his head, and when he was about to kiss Lan Lingaiu screamed, broke free from Lin Xiao's arms, and shouted, "Hooligan, you big hooligan, haha." Haha. Lin Xiao laughed loudly, chased after him, and grabbed Lan Lingaiu's hand. She struggled several times, but failed to break free, but she didn't move either. Lingaiu, I will go back to Tiansheng Sect with you to meet your parents, okay? No, I have been deceived by you again and again, and I don't want to be deceived by you again. Lan Lingaiu pouted and refused, but the blush on her face became more and more intense, revealing a hint of a smile. Chapter 649, Promise. Bizhao, Ice and Snow Palace. Lin Xiao came alone to plead guilty. The cities under the command of the major leaders of the cultivation world each have their own rules, but no matter which city it is, the rules are regarded as the benchmark of the city. Even in a chaotic city like Basin City, cultivators are not allowed to take action in the city. Only by strictly abiding by the rules will low-level disciples feel that you are trustworthy and feel safe in the city, and will they settle down and do business with you to prosper the city. As the leader of a sect, Lin Xiao also has a city in his sect, so he naturally knows this truth, so there is no need to make enemies with the Ice and Snow Palace and come to plead guilty with heavy gifts. For the Ice and Snow Palace, Lin Xiao's confession was also a great honor. This uncle had beaten the face of Tiansheng Sect. If he really didn't come to plead guilty, what could the Ice and Snow Palace do? Do you want to take action? This uncle also has a record of killing golden body cultivators. What if his own golden body is also broken? Therefore, the Ice and Snow Palace stopped when it saw the good and was extremely polite to Lin Xiao. Its golden body ancestor appeared in person, not only to forget the grudges with a smile, but also to host a banquet for Lin Xiao. During the banquet, when talking about Bizhao, the golden body monk of the Ice and Snow Palace showed a difficult look on his face. Of the 5 continents in the world of immortal cultivation, the central continent is needless to say. It is a place with unique advantages, and the situation of the other 4 continents is much better than that of Bizhao. Although Bizhao is in a miserable state now, they still have countless potential. As long as they continue to defeat the monsters and expand their territory, they can beat Bizhao. The territory of Bizhao is useless. It is all ice and snow wasteland, which can neither support mortals nor cultivators. The Ice and Snow Palace, the overlord of Beeshao, is only a third-rate force, and even the number of disciples must be strictly limited, because there is no extra money to support them. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Lin Xiao knew what he was up to. The name of his own Shan Ke Tangzi is known to the world, and this guy also wants Lin Xiao to point out the source of wealth. Fellow Daoistian, seeing that your Ice and Snow Palace is in such difficulty, I have an idea. I wonder if fellow Daoistian is interested in it. Fellow Daoist Lin, please tell me quickly. Fellow Daoist Lin's reputation of turning stone into gold is known throughout the world. It must be an extraordinary idea. No, this idea is nothing. Although I founded the Paradise Villa, there is a reason. The population of Tiansheng City is over 1 million, and there are 11 small and medium-sized cities within a radius of 10,000 miles. The Paradise Villa can be run relying on such a large population, and there are only 2 to 3 million cultivators in Beeshao. It is impossible to copy the Paradise Villa. Then according to fellow Daoist Lin, where is the way out for Beeshao? Then according to fellow Daoist Lin, where is the way out for me in Beeshao? The source of wealth in the world of cultivating immortals is nothing more than elixirs, talismans, weapons, and arrays. In my opinion, there are also food, clothing, housing and transportation. Among these 4 words, clothing ranks first, and there is something to be done here. Lin Xiao's footprints are all over Nanzhao, Zizhao, Zhangzhou, and Beeshao. He has seen countless clothes. Except for Beeshao, the clothes of monks in other states are mainly robes, which focus on defense. For monks in Beeshao, keeping warm is the first priority. That's right, fellow Daoist Lin should also know that Beeshao is covered with ice and snow. Even in the Ice and Snow Palace, it is cold for 7 months a year. Although we monks can use Zuan Qi to protect our bodies, we still have to absorb Zuan Qi. This protective Zuan Qi may not seem like much, but over the years, it is also an extremely terrifying number. And in the Ice and Snow Wasteland to the north, the temperature is even colder. There have even been cases of Daogang monks being frozen to death. Even monsters have been frozen to death in unknown numbers. And my Beeshao disciples all have to go to the Ice and Snow Wasteland to hunt monsters, so clothes are the first priority. The clothes of the monks in Beeshao must have the function of keeping out the cold and keeping warm, otherwise no one would buy them. The source of their clothes is basically the fur of monsters or some special robes. They sacrifice defense and increase warmth. Each monk needs to spend a lot of money on clothes. The Ice and Snow Temple also has its own clothing store. That's right, so Lin Xiao's idea is here. Lin Xiao can help you get cheap, but warm materials to make clothes. Really? What's a lie? You'll know when you try it. Please teach me, fellow Daoist Lin. Fellow Daoistian, how do you deal with wool in Beeshao? Making clothes and wool felt. Fellow Daoistian replied that the monks in Beeshao raised many spirit beasts, all of which were docile spirit beasts such as cattle and sheep. When they grew up, they were slaughtered, their flesh and blood were eaten, and their fur, bones, and blood were sold as materials. Wool can be used to make clothes, but their means of obtaining wool are very backward. They ask people to extract the soft hair from sheep, and then cut it into clothes. A young and strong mortal can't collect half a pound of wool, even if he works hard all day. The remaining wool is made into thick wool felt. This kind of wool felt smells extremely touching, and is very thick. It can only be used as a tent, and it is a tent for low-level disciples. The use of wool is very low. Lin Xiao also saw this situation, so he mentioned this. There are a lot of impurities in the wool, sheep fat, stones, weeds and so on mixed together, heavy and smelly, which is similar to the situation in his previous life in ancient times. In his previous life, Lin Xiao led a team to run through the market. Once again, he had a good chat with a Mongolian uncle who sold wool products next door at an exhibition. He also talked about some wool cleaning, mainly using some alkaline or acidic solvents to clean the fat of wool. Of course, modern society uses chemical reagents. As for the ancient times, the uncle doesn't know, but Lin Xiao knows that alkaline things are not plant ash and lime. So Lin Xiao mentioned this to fellow Daoistian. Although fellow Daoistian didn't believe it in his heart, he was willing to give it a try. Anyway, the cost was very low, so he immediately found craftsmen and materials such as wool. Lin Xiao personally instructed and kept trying. He used a lot of water to wash the wool, then asked someone to fluff it, and then asked someone to weave it into cloth, and make it into clothes. It took 5 days in total. The finished woolen clothes were light yellow in color, and had a strong smell, but the results of the experiment were very good. The warmth of this kind of clothes was only slightly weaker than the vestments, and it was already of great value. The monks of the Ice and Snow Palace were immediately ecstatic. There were millions of monks in the North State, plus some areas in the north of Zhangzhou. There were tens of millions of monks in the cold zone, and the majority were low-level monks. You can imagine how big this market is, and their cost is extremely low. Wool can grow again next year after being sheared, which is much more cost-effective than slaughtering sheep all at once. It's light yellow in color, has a strong fishy smell, and is not light enough. There is still a lot of room for improvement, but this is not something Lin can solve. I hope fellow Daoist Jin will organize craftsmen to improve it. Of course, fellow Daoist Lin is already a great benefactor of the Ice and Snow Palace. With this one item, the Ice and Snow Palace can add millions of black crystals and revenue every year. Fellow Daoist Jin, your kindness has been conveyed. Logically, Lin Xiao should leave, but Lin Xiao still has a favor to ask. Fellow Daoist Lin, please speak. I see that all the mortals and monks in Bizhou are trapped by the cold, and the people are suffering, so I hope that after you improve it, you can promote the method to benefit the public. Fellow Daoist Jin, only when Bizhou is strong can the Ice and Snow Palace be strong. There is nothing that one family can eat. Brother Daoist Lin cares about the world, and I admire him. Logically, I should have refused, because this wealth is too important to us. But since Brother Daoist Lin has already said so, I promise you that after the method is mature, the Ice and Snow Palace will keep it secret for 50 years. After 50 years, we will announce it to the world, and during these 50 years, we will try to lower the profit as much as possible to let more cultivators benefit. Brother Daoist Jin's mind is really admirable. The millions of cultivators in Bizhou will be grateful to him. Lin Xiao exclaimed. Of course, he was dissatisfied in his heart, because in these 50 years, he didn't know how many people would freeze to death. But Lin Xiao knew that he couldn't kidnap morally, so he didn't dare to force it. Lin Xiao stayed for a day and then left. Fellow Daoist Jin sent Lin Xiao out of the mountain gate, and gave Lin Xiao a piece of 1000-year-old black ice as a return gift. The grade was as high as the 6th grade middle grade, worth at least millions of black crystals. Lin Xiao left in front of him, but soon returned to the Ice and Snow City. One was to pick up the blue spirit jade here, and the other was to find the base of the night owl here, so that they could publicize what Lin Xiao did. Lin Xiao didn't do it for fame, but to warn the Ice and Snow Palace that, if they didn't keep their promise, then Lin Xiao would tell others about the way to let the rest of the forces in the North State compete with them and grab their market. When the price war really came, the beneficiaries would definitely be ordinary people. Not long after, the news spread. Although the monks of the Ice and Snow Palace were angry, they had no choice. After all, this was still the way of wealth given to them by Lin Xiao. If he could give it to him, Lin Xiao could also give it to others. After doing all this, Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai left the Ice and Snow City and flew to Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao, you can even make clothes. Tell me, what else in this world can't you do? Give birth to a child you. Lin Xiao, are you asking for a fight? Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm serious, then I can't do it either. If you want a child, go find someone else. Why are you telling me? Oh, are you angry? I'm ignoring you. Lan Lingai speeded up, and Lin Xiao shook his head. Did he say something wrong? Was he too straight? A month later, the two secretly sneaked back to Tiansheng Sect and secretly met Lan Lingai's parents. Lin Xiao promised Lan Feng that he would marry Lan Lingai, but he hoped not now, and that their relationship would be kept secret. This made Lan Feng furious. What does it mean? Is marrying my daughter a disservice to you? Why do you have to hide? What's shameful? Do you have a Taoist partner somewhere else? Lin Xiao tried his best to explain that it was not like that, but that Lin Xiao had too many enemies. not to mention the distant ones, just the Divine Lord and the Tiansheng Sect. They were all offended by Lin Xiao. If they attacked Lin Xiao, would the Tiansheng Sect be able to stop them? What if they knew about the existence of Lan Linggao and attacked the Lan family? But Lan Feng still refused. As a father, it was unreasonable for him to treat his daughter so badly. Lin Xiao was helpless and had to take out a 9-turn golden ridge pill as a token and gave it to Lan Feng. After learning about the efficacy of the 9-turn golden ridge pill, Lan Feng and his wife stood there speechless for a long time, looking at Lin Xiao with extremely complicated eyes. Chapter 650, Angry Han Jian. The 9-turn golden ridge pill was nothing to Lin Xiao. In the system points mall, one 9-turn golden ridge pill was worth 300,000 points. Now the Tiansheng Sect and its 3 branches could recruit more than 3,000 new disciples every year, which could earn more than 200,000 points. That was to say, Lin Xiao could get one 9-turn golden ridge pill in a year and a half. Lin Xiao's points balance had reached more than 4 million and was constantly increasing. Over the years, Lin Xiao had rarely used points to exchange for things. But the 9-turn golden ridge pill was different for Lan Feng and his wife. It was a supreme treasure. If it was spread out, the 8th level cultivators would also fight for it. This thing was even more powerful than the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill. It was a strategic treasure that could not be bought with money. The 9-aperture divine silkworm pill had almost never been circulated in the Tiansheng Sect. It was all used for interest exchange. It was estimated to be worth more than 700 million or 800 million. No one knew the exact amount. The 9-turn golden ridge pill was more valuable than the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are countless examples of fathers, sons, and brothers turning against each other for the benefit of millions or tens of millions of Zuan crystals. Now that Lin Xiao has handed over such precious things to them, what else can the two say? If they stop him, it would be more than just asking for an inch. Lin Xiao, the fact that you can take out the 9-turn golden ridge pill is enough to prove your feelings for you. As a father, I'm not the kind of person who would sell my daughter for money. Please take it back. No, uncle, this is my intention. Please accept it. Lin Xiao, are you insulting me again? Am I, Lan Feng, that kind of person? No, uncle, really not. I have already eaten this. Lin Xiao tried his best to explain, and the two slowly accepted it. In fact, they were reluctant to part with it. Eating one pill would save them 300 years of hard training. This is a treasure. Lin Xiao, I'll take this thing. We agree to what you said. I won't stop you. As long as Lin Xiao is willing, you can go. But there is one thing you need to know. The Han family must be properly resolved. I know, uncle. I'll talk to Han Bo. It's not Han Bo, it's the Han family. It's the Seven Sword Sect. I'd like to hear more about it. The Seven Sword Sect is powerful and has extremely strong combat power, while the Tiansheng Sect is an alchemy sect. It has money, but is not wealthy. Its forces can only shrink in Tiansheng City, because outside, we are fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone knows that killing one of us can get great benefits. So my Lan family and the Han family, the Tiansheng Sect and the Seven Sword Sect all have agreements. Under the pretext of marriage, we cooperate with each other. The Tiansheng Sect provides elixirs and the Seven Sword Sect provides military force. The cooperation between the two sides is a win-win situation. Now that you and Lin Xiao are together, the Seven Sword Sect must have opinions. Is that so? But this is an agreement on the interests of the two families. They won't break the contract because of this, right? It's hard to say. Although Hanbo broke the contract and didn't come to propose marriage, Hanbo didn't say he would cancel the engagement. It's normal for the Han family to not cooperate with us because they can't face it. It doesn't matter. If the Han family doesn't cooperate, I will cooperate. You, uncle knows that I'm practicing both the soul and the body. I have already tempered the membrane and meridians. Ordinary golden body cultivators are not my opponents. What? Lan Feng screamed. He broke through the golden body for 800 years and only tempered 2 meridians. Lin Xiao was faster than him. How could this be possible? It took Lin Xiao only about 200 years to break through the Shengsu period. This is too shocking. You know, in addition to tempering the body, Lin Xiao also needs to nourish the soul. How did he do it? Lin Xiao, excuse me, how old are you? I don't know. I have been in seclusion before, and I'm very vague about time. But according to my root bone, it should be around 520, fluctuating within 10 years. Lin Xiao shook his head. He really didn't know this. After all, he was a soul that traveled through time and lived for too long. Lang Feng was a little excited. If Wu Bei were to turn 18, that meant Lin Xiao would have to live for more than 1,000 years. And Lin Xiao was a money maker with plenty of resources. He was very likely to successfully break through to the 8th realm. He was a potential stock, even more potential than Han Bo. His daughter had chosen the right person. Lin Xiao, if that's the case, I'll ask Han Jian to come, and you have to be there. How about that? Of course I will. Okay. Lang Feng nodded, and then sent a message to Han Jian. In just 3 days, Han Jian came without stopping, although he didn't know what was going on. Lang Feng then told Han Jian about Han Bo and Lan Lingai, saying that the two were not suitable. Han Jian was stunned when he heard it. Seeing that Lin Xiao was also there, he immediately stared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was fearless. Brother Lan, Lingai wants to cancel the engagement, but is it because of Lin Xiao? Uncle, let me speak. Senior Han Jian, it is indeed as you said, it is indeed because of Lin. Haha, good, very good. Han Bo told me that you are his friend, and a friend's wife should not be bullied. Is this the way you act as a friend? Han Jian was very angry, very angry. It was fine if the Lan family wanted to cancel the engagement because Han Bo was wrong. But now because of Lin Xiao, he could not accept it. Senior Han Jian, please pay attention to two things. First, Han Bo and Lingai have not gotten married, and even the engagement has not been formally held. Second, they have no feelings for each other. Lan Lingai regards Han Bo as her brother, and Han Bo regards Lingai as his sister. It's just a brother-sister relationship. Nonsense. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words are the rules since ancient times. The news that they are going to get engaged is known to the world. Why are you interfering now? Really? Then where is Han Bo? He said he would come to propose marriage after he inherited the Li Feng sword. Where is he? You. Han Jian suddenly lost his confidence. To put it bluntly, Han Bo was the one who let others down first. Now that he found this sore spot, he had no way to deal with it. But he was still very angry. Brother Lan, what do you think we should do? Brother Han, I think young people should solve the problem in a young way. Lingai, do you want to marry Han Bo? Father, Lingai doesn't want to. Lingai has already said that Han Bo is my brother. You guys. Okay. Brother Lan, goodbye. Han Jian felt insulted. It was obvious that Lin Xiao, the kind-hearted boy, had given the Lan family many benefits. The Lan family was really hateful. Wait a minute, Brother Han. What, do you still want to keep Han? Brother Han, what are you talking about? Our two families have been friends for thousands of years, and it is the friendship of several generations. Do you want to break it off? You. Brother Han, our two families cannot be relatives, but we cannot be enemies, right? What else do you want to say? Of course it is about cooperation. Lin Xiao said he also wants to get involved. Lin Xiao, haha, although he is quite famous, can the Wu Kingdom of Nanzhao be compared with the Seven Swords Sect? Senior Han, I have started to temper my bones. Quench, what? Han Jian was also shocked. His age and cultivation were similar to Lan Feng. He had tempered several meridians, but his speed was not as fast as Lin Xiao's. The key was Lin Xiao's age. He was several decades younger than Han Bo. Han Jian was not a fool. Naturally, he knew the reason why Lin Xiao said that is, potential. Lin Xiao was nothing now, but Lin Xiao had the probability of advancing to the 8th realm, and the probability was greater than Han Bo's. Once he reached the 8th realm, his status and strength would change dramatically. Golden body monks can only be regarded as the backbone of the sects in Zhangzhou. Although there are not many high-level monks, they are not small either. However, there are very few monks in the 8th realm. There are only 3 or 5 monks in the first-class forces such as Tiansheng Sect and Suiyu Sect. There is only one in the Seven Swords Sect, and there are only two in the Dangsha Sect. That is because the Dangsha Sect is good at alchemy. Therefore, the potential shown by Lin Xiao can definitely be on par with the Seven Swords Sect. Although it is not possible now, it will definitely be possible in the future. Brother Han, you know Lin Xiao's business. It is already quite big in Zhongshan. Beizuju has a profit of nearly 100 million a year. If our three families form an alliance, it will be much more beneficial than a two-family alliance. What can Lin Xiao provide? Anything is fine. Beizuju dare not say that it is the best in Zhongshan in terms of elixirs, talismans, weapons and formations, but it is definitely a first-class merchant. In terms of martial arts, my apprentice Li Muxu's cultivation is second only to me. In another 100 years, my Tiansheng Sect will be able to produce a group of Shengsu period cultivators. 100 years. Yes, our cooperation is secret now. It is only known to those present today and cannot be spread to outsiders. As for the Seven Swords Sect, at most your ancestors can't know about it. Why? Because the Lord of the Thorns and the Tiansheng Sect are my enemies. Before we have the strength to check and balance them, the exposure of our relationship is a dangerous factor. You don't want the Tiansheng Sect to be afraid of my rise and be hit in advance, do you? In this way, for a little benefit 100 years later, you want my Han family to be humiliated. Haha, you have a great plan. Do you really think I, Han Jian, am an idiot? Of course it's not a little benefit. Senior Han, please look. This is the golden elixir of the 8th realm cultivator. The golden elixir condensed by the cultivator of the Haode family. Lin Xiao took out the golden elixir he got from Ymir. Today, for Lan Lingayu, Lin Xiao kept revealing his trump card. The golden elixir of the 8th realm. Han Jian's breathing suddenly became much heavier. This is something extremely important to the 8th realm cultivators. Lang Feng raised his eyebrows. How many treasures does Lin Xiao have? And they are all heavyweight. It's really a pity. If Lin Xiao was not Lan Lingai's favorite, he would have killed people to get the treasure. It is definitely worth a try. The golden elixir of the 8th realm is the essence of a Dangshan cultivator. It also serves to verify the cultivation level of an 8th realm cultivator. It is even more of a treasure for a golden body cultivator. A cultivator at the peak of the golden body realm who has no hope of advancing to the 8th realm can use it to glimpse the great way and advance to the 8th realm. Lin Xiao said. Han Jian naturally knew that, although those who relied on golden elixirs to advance would never become the supreme in this lifetime, the 8th realm was the realm that many cultivators dreamed of. Apart from anything else, a cultivator of the 8th realm had a lifespan of 10,000 years, which was impressive enough. 100 years later, when the three parties form an alliance, Lin Xiao will take out this golden elixir for trade. You can prepare resources that can rival it, but you don't need to take out bulk goods. I don't like rubbish. They must be at least at the 5th level. 5 billion is a fair price for this golden elixir, right? Lin Xiao's words shocked the two again. 5 billion, too cheap, too cheap. No amount of money outside could get it. The Seven Sword Sect also had golden elixirs, and even golden elixirs of the 8th level, but he was not qualified. These were all controlled by the ancestors, and were the foundation of the Seven Swords Sect. They would never be used, unless it was absolutely necessary. At this time, Han Jian and Lan Feng were both tempted. With their qualifications, it was too difficult to advance to the 8th level, but with the golden elixir, they would have many opportunities. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.